Chapter 14. It was several hours before Zoe realized just how thirsty she was and stopped to join Wash near the wagons. She arrived as Deputy Joe set a bucket of clear water that he had just pulled from the depths of the Nolan's well onto the stump upended for that purpose. After he took a long drink, he wiped his forehead with his bandana and offered an apology to Wash, saying he was needed in town for a matter pertaining to the law. Wash gave him a nod of understanding. As the deputy departed, Zoe couldn't help but wonder why he was needed in town. But knowing it was none of her concern, she took up the dipper. The water was cool and sweet, and she drank long and deep. So deep that some of the water sloshed over the edge of the dipper to drizzle down her chin. Wash, who had paused his work to watch her, smiled. She held the dipper away in embarrassment as she wiped her chin. He gave the dipper a jut of his chin. "Drink some more. You likely took too long to break for water." Zoe complied without hesitation. Finally, she tossed the dipper back into the bucket with a satisfied hum. "My, this shade does feel lovely." Wash's jaw bunched, and he bent his head over the 2 pieces of leather he was working on splicing together. She reached out a hand. "I didn't mean to imply anything by that." "I know." Zoe felt at a loss as to what to say. He was unhappy with his circumstances, and who wouldn't be? Yet he was here, working. Many in his position would still be hiding away on the excuse that they were incapable of helping with something like this. She studied the pile of reins and harnesses by him. On one side were several that were already mended and neatly looped together in organized stacks. On the other side were a few remaining pieces that he was still working on. He lifted his gaze to hers. "Heard anything about the decision of the school board yet?" "Oh, my." She smacked a hand over the sudden churning in her middle. "With all the chaos, I'd completely forgotten that they were meeting today. No, I haven't heard anything." He bent back to his task. "Sorry. Didn't mean to cause you angst." No, it's fine." She angled a glance to where the sun peeked through the branches of the old maple. "They're likely meeting right now." "Guess we'll know soon enough, then." Zoe studied the top of his head. "And what do you want them to decide, Wash? Do you want them to allow me to keep my job? Or would you rather I stayed home?" He straightened, looked off at the work taking place at the barn for a long moment, then turned his gray-green eyes back to her. "I wish that I could provide for you, Zoe, so that you could stay home and only have the burden of our home and maybe one day—" He cleared his throat and lowered his gaze. "Well, maybe one day some children." Zoe felt her heart warm at the thought. "But our situation just doesn't make that feasible. Not until, well, not at this time. So yes, I'm hoping that you can keep your job, Zoe. But you have to promise me that you won't overdo. You work too hard as it is. I don't want you killing yourself on account of doing more than you can handle." She shook her head. "I promise I'll be careful. And maybe this," she swept a hand to the fire-ravaged valley, "is a blessing in disguise. If we're living at Ma's, the upkeep of the place is already humming along. We each have our own chores that we do. That'll allow me to work and not have to come home and do more than I've already been doing." Wash's shoulders sagged. "I don't want to be a burden to your parents." "They won't see it as a burden. Besides, it'll just be for a short time. The Lord is going to provide for us, and we'll soon have our own place and have a firmer foundation under us. You'll see." Wash didn't quite look convinced, but he said, "You always were one for a positive outlook. But yeah, Lord willing." "Yes, Lord willing." She motioned back to the small pile of kitchen items that she'd gathered. "I'm going to take the jars and things down to the main house to wash them now." "All right." She couldn't help but notice how his countenance dimmed as she walked away. Had she made things worse by trying to encourage him? By trying to assess where he stood on their situation? That was the last thing she'd wanted to do. In truth, she'd made things worse from the moment that she'd asked him to marry her. She sighed. She hadn't wanted to increase his burden, only to make him realize just how much she loved him. Well, there was no going back now. And soon enough, they would learn whether she still had a job. A pang of uncertainty swirled in her stomach. She closed her eyes. Father, please help me to lay this to rest in your very capable hands. I didn't intend to cause more trouble for him when I asked him to marry me, but somehow that's all I've seemed to do in the past few days. With the fire and now his concerns about providing for us. With a sigh, she turned to her task. As she gathered the pans, jars, milk pails, and melted silver into a small wheelbarrow, Zoe tried not to think about what might be happening at the school board meeting right that very minute. She failed, miserably. Charlotte sank into her seat at the table in the back of the schoolhouse. Mrs. Hines had commissioned Dixie to bring tea and cookies, and Charlotte smiled over the fact that she would make a little money because of providing the cookies for the meeting through Dixie's. Dixie had thoughtfully included one of her favorite raspberry leaf teas as well, and Charlotte prepared a cup, adding a spoonful of sugar and taking 2 of the apple spice oatmeal cookies that were also favorites. She smiled. It seemed that Dixie had known that today would be difficult for her. Mrs. Hines clanged her teaspoon against her cup to draw everyone's attention. I think it's time we called this meeting to order. Charlotte was surprised when Reagan sank into the seat beside her, dropped his hat on the table, folded his hands, and offered loudly, Yes, I think we should. But before we start, I have a short story to tell. Charlotte almost choked on the bite of cookie she'd just taken. He had a story? As the Olans and Jerry Hines found their seats, Mrs. Hines frowned. What? Just a little bit of fiction that I think you'll all enjoy. She looked uncertain as she delicately stirred her tea. I don't think now is the time for... Indulge me. Mrs. Hines pinched her lips in aggravation. Very well. You may proceed. Thank you. Reagan scratched his forehead with his thumbnail for a moment as he stared at the table before him. Charlotte set her cookie down, no telling what he was up to, and she didn't want to choke again. Sheriff, Mrs. Hines prodded. There once was a barnyard guarded by a watchdog. Reagan lifted a probing look on both Jerry and Merl. Mrs. Hines sputtered. A barnyard? Reagan drummed his thumbs on the table and didn't miss a beat. The watchdog wasn't the only occupant of the barnyard, of course. There were cattle and goats and chickens, even a pig or 2. Charlotte's brows arched, for she would dare to say that Reagan's glance had flickered off Mrs. Hines on that last sentence. The woman must have noted it, too. Her chin jutted into the air, and her gaze narrowed in that signature way she had of looking down her nose at people. Of course, all the critters in the barnyard had to eat each day. Reagan hurried on. And Felix the fox, well, he was in charge of the feed store. Felix, he liked pretty pebbles. And so every day the cows and goats and chickens and pigs would bring their pretty pebbles to Felix in exchange for a bag of feed. Reagan paused to take a sip of coffee, and no one said a word. But Felix, he had to use some of those pebbles in order to get more feed to sell to the barnyard. And he really liked his pebbles. One day, he got an idea. If he could figure out a way to make the feed that he gave to the animals smaller, then he wouldn't have to spend so many of his pebbles to get more grain. But he didn't want the farm animals to know that he was giving them less. He knew he had to be subtle, or he was going to have a whole mess of uproar on his hands. The chickens would be clucking, the cows mooing, Reagan waved a hand. "You get the idea." Charlotte almost giggled when the Olans and the Hineses both bobbed their heads like wonder-struck schoolchildren hearing a book being read to them for the first time. "So, Felix the Fox, he had a friend. His friend was—" Reagan swirled his hand as he searched for a name. "We'll call him Walter the Wolf. Well, when Walter heard what Felix wanted to do, he knew just how to help him. 'Felix,' he said, 'I know just what to do. But if I help you, in exchange, you have to do something for me.' 'I'll do anything you want,' said Felix. 'All right,' says Walter. 'You sell your feed based on weight, right? So all you have to do is hollow out your weight, just a little each week.' 'That's brilliant,' said Felix. 'The animals will think they're getting the same amount of feed, and if I do it a little at a time, they'll never notice that they're getting less.'" From the place where he sat next to Charlotte, Jerry Hines was suddenly squirming like a schoolboy in need of the necessary. She looked over at him. He was intensely focused on prodding at the grain of the table in front of him. Her jaw went a little slack. Was Jerry the fox in Reagan's story? But it seemed Reagan's story wasn't finished. Well, Felix was mighty pleased with this solution to saving his pebbles, but he hadn't forgotten that Wally wanted something in exchange for his idea. "So what is it you want in exchange?" asked Felix. Wally slyly folded his wolf arms and replied, "You give me 3/4 of the pebbles you save, and I won't tell the watchdog what you're doing." Charlotte couldn't withhold a gasp as her gaze flew to Mr. Olin. The man's fist was gripped so tightly on the table that his knuckles were white. Another glance at Jerry revealed that he had gone unnaturally still and was looking more than a little peaked. They hadn't. Surely. Both the men's wives were bouncing looks between them and each other in surprised horror. It seemed everyone had caught on to the real meaning of Reagan's story. Reagan drummed the table for another moment. His face remained impassive, friendly even, but Charlotte didn't miss the telltale anger that hardened his jawline when his teeth clamped together. This scheme went on for some time, but one thing that both the fox and the wolf forgot to consider was that the watchdog always finds out what's going on in his barnyard. Reagan sank rather cavalierly against the back of his chair and offered the room a cheeky grin. "Right. Well, that's my story. I think we can get on with voting over whether Zoe gets to keep her job as a schoolmarm. I think it would be most unchristian of us to take that young couple's main income from them. I vote that we allow her to remain on as Wyldhaven schoolteacher." He raised one hand. "Anyone else?" Charlotte blinked a couple of times, feeling like she was still running to catch up with all that had just happened. But her hand shot into the air. "Yes, I do too." They both turned to look at Jerry. Shoulders still slumped, he seemed awfully focused on his thumbs that were twiddling before him. "Yes, Zoe can keep her job." Mrs. Hines sputtered, and sputtered some more. Her gaze zipped between her defeated husband and Reagan's unwavering grin.
Well, yes, I think that would be the most charitable thing to do."
Charlotte eased against her chair in relief, even as both the Olans quickly agreed as well. Zoe was going to be so relieved to have maintained her job. But Charlotte couldn't stop a little shiver of concern over what Reagan's story might mean for the future of Wyldhaven. Why, their little town wouldn't survive without a mercantile. And though the bank was new, it sure had made financial matters a lot easier since it had come to town. "Wonderful." Reagan thrust back his chair and stood, taking up his hat and motioning for her to join him. "If you'll excuse me, I have some business to attend to. And we need to ride out to the Nolans to give Zoe the good news. Shall we, Charlie?" She stood, but not before snatching up the remainder of the cookies on her plate that she hadn't yet had a chance to eat. She'd worked hard to bake those to perfection and didn't want to see them go to waste.
Yes, thank you, dear. Would you like some cookies before we leave?
Why, yes, I think I would. Reagan maintained his cheerful attitude as he took up 4 cookies and stuffed one of them into his mouth whole. He held the door for Charlotte and then waved to the 2 couples still seated in stunned silence at the table. And then they were on the walk, and Charlotte was staring at him in disbelief.
Was all of that true?
Reagan's face immediately hardened into frustration. He took a moment to swallow the cookie, then offered, I was hoping I was wrong. Most of it was conjecture and suspicion. But now I have some legwork to do. You think you'd be fine to ride out to the Nolans alone? I need to visit the mercantile before Jerry and Priscilla have time to get there. Charlotte went up on her tiptoes and gave him a kiss.
Enjoy your cookies. And be careful, The most important thing to Isaiah and me is that you come home safely.
Reagan paused by their wagon and held out a hand to help her to the seat. I will. See you at home this evening.
Where I will expect a full explanation.
She took up the reins. He smiled. I'll know more by then. She clucked to the team.
See you later, then.
She headed the team out of town, and as she turned the corner at the end of the street, she looked back to see him already heading into the mercantile, with Deputy Joe and Marshal Zane by his side. She shook her head with a smile. He'd had that whole thing planned. How long had he known? Chapter 15. Reagan paused on the boardwalk in front of the mercantile as Joe and Zane pulled up in Joe's wagon and hopped down. Is it true? Zane asked. In one hand, he gripped the neck of a heavy gunny sack. Reagan waggled his head. They were squirming worse than 2 dogs with fleas, but of course that's not proof. Zane's shoulders slumped as he pushed open the door to the mercantile. Well, I guess we'll know soon enough. Reagan motioned for Joe to go before him and then followed the men inside. He lowered his voice. We'll know about the weights, but what troubles me is how we'll make the connection to Merl. A glance around the interior revealed that it was currently unoccupied. At least the store is empty. Thank the Lord for small favors. Jerry's not so hardened that he won't talk. Joe strode for the counter and pushed through the swinging gate that divided the front of the store from the area behind. Zane was right on his heels. He clunked his gunny sack onto the floor and started to open it.
Excuse me, may I help you?
They all froze as Mrs. King glided into sight from behind the curtained-off back area behind the register. She must have been tasked with watching the store during the board meeting. She had a newspaper in one hand, which she'd likely been using to occupy her time, what with no customers in the store at the moment. When she plunked her hands on her hips, the paper fanned out, bringing to mind the ruffled tail feathers of an angry hen. Reagan gave himself a shake. He'd apparently been telling too many barnyard stories of late. He stepped forward and held open the gate. This is a legal matter, Mrs. King. I'm going to have to ask you to vacate the premises. The store is closed for now.
It's what?
Her mouth gaped big enough to resemble a bass. At least that wasn't a barnyard critter. He hid his humor with a cough. Zane released the mouth of the gunny sack and straightened. He took the paper from her and set it on the counter, then grasped her gently by one arm. Right this way, if you please, Mrs. King. How is Ben doing these days? Been a while since I chatted with him.
Why, he's fine.
She held her skirts with one hand, while craning her neck to see over her shoulder what he and Joe were doing near the counter. But in his genteel southern manner, Zane kept right on walking. That's real good to hear, ma'am. Here we are. He opened the door for her and gently propelled her onto the walk. You have a good day now. With that, Zane pulled the door shut with a decided click. She cupped both her hands to her eyes and pressed her face to the glass, peering in at them. They all three simply looked back, waiting her out. Finally, with a little flounce, she marched off down the walk. Reagan couldn't help a grin. News'll be all over town inside 5 minutes. Zane brushed past him, retrieved his sack, and plunked it on the counter. He pointed Joe toward the scale that Jerry used to weigh out everything from nails to coffee for his patrons. Best we hurry then. We need our proof so we can arrest Jerry and get him talking. Reagan gripped the back of his neck as a thought struck him. You don't think Merl would... Both lawmen lifted their gazes to his. What, kill Jerry? Joe shook his head. He might be a crook, but I don't think he's a killer. Neither do I, Zane concurred. Reagan motioned for them to get on with it. Well, the sooner we have him behind bars, the sooner he'll be protected. So let's get on with it. Zane reached into his gunny sack. He pulled out a flat, heavy weight and read the amount stamped on the front. 1 pound. Ready? He looked to Joe. Joe fished around in the basket of weights that Jerry kept beside his scale and hefted the one that should be a match. Ready. Both men set the weights on each side of the scale. Reagan stepped closer to make sure he got a good look. If both weights weighed the same, the scale should balance. However, the scale quickly clunked down on Zane's side, revealing that his weight was quite a bit heavier than the other. Reagan sighed. He turned his back to the counter and hung his head. Blazes. I was hoping I was wrong about this. Sorry, boss. Me too, Joe said. All right. Well, let's see the others. Reagan leaned his elbows on the counter, feeling the weight of the world growing heavier and heavier, as one by one, Jerry's weights proved that they were lighter than they should be. With the final weights measured, he straightened, adjusted his hat, and gave his men a nod. Joe, you're with me. Zane, if you don't mind, catalog just how much each weight is off by and bring me a list. Mark our good weights and Jerry's bad ones, so there's no question later from the judge as to whose weights were whose. Zane concurred with a nod. Will do. Reagan felt just about as low as he'd ever felt in his entire life as he left the mercantile with Joe on his heels to arrest Jerry Hines. The man had a son only a little older than Isaiah. The day had been long. Very long. Zoe's back ached, unused to the manual labor she'd subjected herself to today. First, she'd been bent over rubble, and then she'd been bent over a wash basin. Even though Maud had helped her with quite a bit of the washing, her back screamed as she placed the last jar on the drying rack and pressed her fists into the offended muscles. Maud took up the jar and dried it with a towel. She smiled. One of my least favorite chores is standing bent over that low sink. Zoe flapped a hand and grabbed the plug in the bottom of the basin. I simply do too much sitting at my desk in the schoolhouse. A little manual labor is good for me. Thank you for your help. Of course. Maud set the last jar beside the others on the table and puffed out a breath. It's not much of a salvage, is it? Zoe suddenly felt tears prick the backs of her eyes. Her voice choked off when she offered, No, it's not much at all. She would not think about the fact that she'd lost all her worldly possessions. Her vision blurred with tears. She would not think about how much money Ma had spent so that she and Wash would be well set up to start their own home. After drying her hands, she lifted the hem of her apron and pressed it to her eyes. She would not think about the fact that she might not have an income any longer, or how they would go about recouping anything if that were the case. A sob caught her unaware. She kept the apron pressed to her face and attempted, but failed, to corral another outcry. Sorry. She was blubbering worse than little Helen Trivet during math class. Hey, it's okay to cry. Maud slung an arm around her shoulders, and tilted her head against Zoe's.
I don't know what I would have done if Jackson and I had lost everything on the same day we got married. It's just a lot to take in, you know?
She desperately needed to blow her nose. Lowering her apron, she searched the kitchen, but there was nothing to use. She sniffed instead, dashed some more tears from beneath her eyes.
I mean, there we were at the wedding, and Wash fell, and I could tell he was so embarrassed.
Maud tisked.
He handled it beautifully. You both did. I was right proud of you.
The comfort of Maud's arm was like an open invitation for all the emotions she'd been bottling up for the past 2 days.
And then we hadn't even left the churchyard yet, and we heard about the fire, and it was such a long day, fighting the flames and Wash yelling at Talby.
Zoe flapped a hand to brush away that line of thought.
Then we had to go to Ma and Papa's, and I have a tiny bed, and Wash was so tired that he fell asleep on the floor, and then yesterday, well, Wash did come to church, and that was wonderful, and he did go and apologize to Talby, and that was wonderful too. I heard. I'm glad he did that. We all knew Talby couldn't have set that fire. Come, let's sit at the table and have some tea.
Maud pushed the salvaged items away from one corner of the table and pulled out a chair, patting it to indicate Zoe should sit. She did, gratefully. The muscles in her back eased with one last rebellion. She propped her head on one hand, uncaring that her posture must be terrible, or that she continued to drip tears onto the tabletop. Maud slid a steaming cup of tea into her line of vision.
Sugar?
She nudged the sugar bowl closer. Zoe took up the spoon and added 2 heaping teaspoons to her cup. If Ma were here, she would chastise her for her rudeness. Sugar was expensive, but today she needed the comfort of a good, sweet tea, especially if she were going to work up the courage to ask the question plaguing her. It certainly wasn't something she would be comfortable asking Ma. And Belle wouldn't know the answer to this particular question. But Maud was recently married herself, and to Wash's brother. Surely she would know. Zoe lifted her focus to her friend across the corner of the table.
I have a question.
Maud sipped her tea quietly, looking at her over the rim of the cup.
All right.
Zoe's eyes felt gritty and puffy. Her face blazed hot. She lowered her focus to the steam drifting up from her cup.
When you married Jackson, did he... You see, Wash hasn't... Oh, my...
She flapped a hand at her heated cheeks.
Hasn't touched me since the ceremony, and...
She surveilled Maud once more, needing to see the truth on her face when she answered.
I'm just worried that I might have pushed him into something he didn't want, and now... Well, was that how it was with you and Jackson?
Maud's cheeks immediately blazed crimson. She plunked her cup into her saucer and turned her attention out the window. Zoe's shoulders fell. So that would be a no.
I see.
She turned her cup on its saucer until Maud's hand covered hers.
Our circumstances were different, Zoe. And I've seen more life in Wash over the past week than I did the whole months he was home before that. Also, if there's one thing I know about the Nolan men, it's that no one can force them to do anything they don't want to do. You said yourself that the last few days have been far from the norm. Give things time to settle, and I'm sure it will all work itself out. You're right, of course. Things have been far from normal in the past week.
Maud tilted her head.
There's something I wanted to offer.
Zoe lifted her gaze to hers.
Oh?
She motioned toward the back of the house.
There's Wash's old room, and it still has a bed, bureau, and wardrobe. The bed is good-sized, and we'd be more than happy to have you both here at the house. Lincoln has been sleeping in there since Wash left, but his old bed is still in Grant's room, and...
She lifted one shoulder.
I just thought it might be better than your room at your ma and papa's place. Thank you. That's very thoughtful. I'd hate to put Link out of his room. However,
she frowned, thinking of Wash's frown when she'd mentioned them staying in her room back home, thinking of how narrow her small bed was.
Let me talk to Wash and see what he says.
Maud agreed, just as the sound of a wagon pulling into the yard could be heard. Zoe caught a glimpse of Charlotte out the window. She leapt to her feet.
Oh, if Charlotte's here, that means the board meeting is over.
She tugged nervously at the ties of her apron and then hung it on the hook in the kitchen.
If you'll pardon me?
Maud shooed her on her way.
Of course.
Zoe flew onto the porch, hands wringing.
What did they decide?
Charlotte was already walking toward her, arms outstretched.
You get to keep your job, Zoe.
Zoe fell into her embrace, tears already flowing again.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jesus.
Charlotte's warm arms enveloped her.
There, Zoe. All's well. All's well.
And for the first time that day, Zoe felt like, perhaps, that might be true. The coffee Jerry had consumed before the start of the school board meeting had turned sour in his stomach the moment he'd registered the meaning of the sheriff's story. Horror and fear and dread and embarrassment vied for preeminence. The sheriff and Charlotte had been gone for several moments now, and neither the Olens nor Priscilla had spoken. They had all remained in their seats, staring into their cups, and processing, he supposed, what had just happened. And then, as if the dam of her anger finally broke, Priscilla leapt to her feet.
What have you done, Jerry?
He couldn't meet her gaze. He was numb, unsure where to go or what to do. Was his crime a hanging offense? At the thought of a noose settling around his neck, he leapt for the schoolhouse door, hearing the clatter and crash of his cup behind him. He lost his coffee over the side of the porch. When he was once more able to stand upright, he turned, wiping his mouth, to find Priscilla behind him, fists propped on her hips. Her beauty was her saving grace, for she had been shrewish from almost the first moment that he'd met her.
Well?
Defeat weighed down his shoulders. I did it for you. Her eyes narrowed. You came from such a wealthy family, and I never felt like you were happy with what I had to offer. Do you think that grand piano in the parlor was cheap? Or the walnut suite in the dining room?
You're an idiot, Jerry.
Priscilla snatched off her feather hat and whacked him with it. One of the feathers slapped him in the eye. Ow! He cowered beneath curled arms. She whacked him again.
Do you think I wouldn't have stayed with you if we had a homemade dining table or a smaller piano?
Sudden anger seeped in to take the place of his nausea. He straightened and snatched her hat, took a step toward her. Would you have? She blinked at him, dropped her gaze to her hat crumpled in his fist, and then returned her focus to his face. Her mouth opened, but no word emerged. Would you? Her chin trembled.
I don't know.
He thrust her hat against her chest. And that's why I did it. Tears filled her eyes as she fiddled with the crumpled feathers.
What are we going to do now?
Her chin trembled. A tremor worked through him as well. His mind was blank. What were they going to do? He'd never thought ahead to what might happen if he got caught. How had the sheriff figured it out anyway? That didn't matter now. What did matter was that if they didn't act quickly, he was going to be arrested. The sheriff had known all the details. A thrumming rhythm of guilt and fear echoed in his ears. Beads of sweat dotted his brow. There was only one thing to do, and that was to make their escape while they still could. Where's David? Priscilla's shoulders hunched. She looked across the creek toward the town.
Off with the boys somewhere, I would imagine.
Jerry took her by the shoulders. Prissy, we're going to get through this, but I need you to trust me, understand? She tucked her lower lip between her teeth, looking unconvinced. The sheriff won't come after you, at least not yet.
She gasped.
What do you mean, not yet? I had no idea what you were doing.
He flapped a hand to shush her. They'll still want to ask you some questions, but they'll want to arrest me first. I'm not sure why he didn't arrest me on the spot, but maybe that was a mercy. Find David. Find him as quickly as you can, and then meet me at the fork in the road that leads to Clay Elm. Don't go back to the store for anything, hear me? Her teary eyes widened a little, but she acknowledged his instructions with a nod. He squeezed her shoulders. Good. Take the carriage and go. Quickly now. She dashed at her tears and gave him another nod before settling her hat atop her head, lifting her chin, and gliding down the schoolhouse steps to their waiting carriage. Jerry rolled his eyes. She looked like she was descending into a royal ballroom, not off to find his son so they could make their escape from the law. But he had no time to focus on his wife's idiosyncrasies right now. After a quick perusal of the area to make sure no lawmen were hiding nearby, Jerry dashed off the porch and into the brush that ran parallel to the creek. He was going to have to get his feet wet. He couldn't risk taking the bridge into town in broad daylight. Why, oh why hadn't he listened to his conscience and refused to work with Olin when the man had made his suggestions all those months ago? He hurried far enough down the creek to avoid being seen if anyone was on the bridge. To his favor, the creek wound through several curves not too far from the bridge, so he didn't have to jog too far. After wading through the creek, he climbed the embankment and dashed across the open lot next to the post office. After that, he ran behind the stores until he reached his own. He paused at the back of the mercantile and peered around the corner toward Main Street. No one was there. His scrutiny fixed on the large hydrangea at the back corner of the lot. Could he risk it? The area seemed empty, but he knew Sheriff Callahan. He only had moments. The man was probably already searching the town for him. He ran for the bush and dropped to his knees, his trembling fingers sinking into the dirt. He tossed a glance over his shoulder. Still clear. Why hadn't he thought to bury the box behind the bush instead of on this side, where he would be seen if anyone stepped down the alley from Main Street? Each handful of soil dug painfully into the skin beneath his nails and felt like a weight upon his conscience. He hesitated for the briefest of moments. Maybe he should simply turn himself in? His neck prickled, and he swallowed convulsively at the imaginary feel of hemp against his skin. No, he couldn't risk it. He could simply leave the tin. They would have nothing, but they could start over. He shook his head. Priscilla would never speak to him again if he did that. Only a few minutes more. The last place Sheriff Callahan would think to look for him would be here in his own backyard, right? Especially since he'd left him at the schoolhouse. With renewed fervor, Jerry ignored the small rocks cutting into his skin and kept clawing at the dirt. As soon as he retrieved the box, he would make his escape. Chapter 16. Merl Olin looked at his wife as the Hineses dashed from the room. Betsy fiddled with the lace at her collar. "What have you done, Merl?" Weariness cloaked the words. He rose. "Nothing that they have proof of." She narrowed her eyes, standing with him. "You don't think Jerry will talk?" A wave of his hand dismissed the idea. "They'll have to catch him first." And he was going to ensure that didn't happen, but Betsy didn't need to know that. He reached over and took her hand. "Please don't worry. I have everything under control. I was careful with the accounting, and they'll have a very hard time proving I had any part in this. Why don't you run on home and pack a bag, Carmen has the week off from school. You and the children can jaunt over to Seattle for a few days." That ought to give him time to settle everything without her underfoot. She narrowed her eyes and pinched her lips. I'm not a fool, Merl. I know you're not, which is why you are going to take the children to Seattle, like I said. He let the ring of his authority remind her where she stood. Unless, of course, you would like to leave Carmen here with me. As he'd known she would, she broke eye contact, studied her fidgeting fingers. No, it's fine, of course, Merl. You're so thoughtful to give us a little time away. Satisfied, he straightened his vest, checked his pocket watch. Perfect. Just enough time to get them to the station for the evening departure. Be quick. We have an hour and 15 minutes. Betsy nodded. Yes, dear. Beyond her shoulder, through the window, he saw Priscilla Hines drive by in a carriage. Alone. Interesting. Betsy's feet dragged a little as she left the school, but he couldn't worry about her now. He first had to avoid the law, and then he had to catch up to Jerry. Where would he have gone? Wash had finished with the harnesses and sat in the shade of the maple, feeling every bit as useless as he was. His heart had skipped a beat when Charlotte pulled into the yard, but now he felt himself relax a little as she smiled and threw her arms around Zoe. They spoke for a moment, and then Zoe dashed excitedly back into the house. Charlotte placed one hand to her forehead and swayed slightly. Wash frowned and was just leaning to the side to climb down from the wagon to see if she needed help when she straightened, tugged at her sleeves, and walked toward the group of women who were helping to sort things by the barn. He eased back to his seat. She must be fine. Perhaps it was just her joy at having good news for Zoe that had made her seem woozy for a moment. Based on their interaction, it was certainly joyous news. He rolled his shoulders to release the tension he suddenly realized was cramping his neck. They would at least have a little more income than his disability pay. That thought brought a frown. He'd been getting regular offerings from Clint Royce's father after Clint had accidentally shot him in the leg. Not that he'd asked for them, but the family was of means, and Mr. Royce had promised to continue supporting him. But since he'd come home, leaving his forwarding address with the infirmary where he'd been receiving care after his injury, he'd received not one payment. Not that he felt the man owed him anything. It just seemed odd that the payments had stopped so suddenly just as he'd left California. And if Mr. Royce was still sending the money, well, that meant that the doctor who'd kept him medicated out of his senses wasn't forwarding the funds. Perhaps he should have Kin look into it for him. Jackson stopped by the wagon. Hey, got time to slaughter a few chickens? Pa wants to put 'em on to roast so we can feed everyone lunch as a thank you for all their help today. Wash nodded, relieved to have something to do. Plucking feathers wouldn't be too taxing on his leg. Jax thumped the wagon with the side of his fist. Thanks. I'll get a good hot fire going in the smokehouse. Wash's mouth watered at just the thought. One of his favorites of his pa's meals was his specially roasted and smoked hens, with potatoes baked right in the coals of the fire. Put some corn on to soak, too. We can boil that up. Jax pumped his brows. I'm fairly salivating just thinking about it. Plug fast. Wash chuckled. I could always plug faster than you. Jackson wrinkled his nose. That's a point I'll just have to concede. I'll have Maud put the pot of boiled water on the stump out the back door. Thanks. Wash worked his way down from the wagon bench, hopping for one moment on his good leg until his crippled one got used to the new position and quit screaming so loudly. Who was he kidding? His leg had been screaming like a banshee all week long. He clenched his teeth, thought again about Dr. Polson's offer of a surgery. As he hobbled his way toward the chicken coop, he angled a look at the sky. Lord, I promised Zoe I would pray about that surgery. You know that it's a burden to me not to be able to provide for Zoe, and a surgery will surely cost a lot of money. I need some real direction before I wade into something like that. The chicken coop loomed before him, diverting his thoughts from prayer. He eyed the cluster of clucking hens and rolled his eyes. He was slow. Chickens were fast. How was he ever going to catch enough of them to feed the crowd of people that had arrived to help with their work today? His answer arrived in the form of Zoe, who dashed around the house calling his name. He turned to look at her and was struck by her beauty all over again. Her face was glowing brighter than the sun. "I get to keep my job." He smiled. He already knew that, but he was genuinely happy for her. "I'm glad, Zoe. The kids will be too." He reached out an arm and relished the way she settled her head right beneath his chin. She wrapped her arms around him and released a happy sigh. "God's gonna take care of us, Wash." He swallowed, blinked a few times. This was a good woman he'd gotten, who didn't mind heading off to work to support him. Standing there in the backyard of Pa's place, by the chicken coop, he promised himself that he would do everything in his power to one day be able to support her instead of the other way around. And that was the answer to his prayer, wasn't it? If he were ever going to be able to do that, he had to at least try the surgery. For the past week, he'd been gutting out the pain, but he couldn't fathom trying to do this for the rest of his life. If the surgery helped him, he would be that much closer to figuring out what job he could do. "Zoe?"
Yeah.
She remained settled in his arms. He pressed his lips into the hair just above her ear. Today, he could barely catch a hint of the lavender smell he liked on her so much. Today, she smelled like smoke and hard work, and somehow that made her all the more attractive. Best he get on with the conversation before he got too sidetracked. "I think I want to try that surgery." She jolted back to look up at him.
You do?
Happiness lit her eyes.
But just a bit ago you said—
"I know what I said. It scares me a little, you know? I don't want my hopes to get built up and then have the surgery not create an improvement, or worse yet, cause further injury." Zoe reached to touch his face.
You are the bravest of men, Wash. You've walked through the valley of the shadow of death, and I'm so proud of the man you remain despite it all.
His throat hitched with a tight emotion. "I wouldn't say I've been living much in a way to be proud of lately." Her hands remained around his face.
Wash Nolan, you sell yourself short. I know you've been in a lot of pain and worried over how your injury will affect your future, our future.
She released him and instead settled her palms against his chest.
We can talk to Dr. Polson and find out the risks before we decide further. How about that?
He worried his lower lip. Why hadn't he thought of that? "Yes, that sounds like a good idea."
How about we go into town after lunch? I believe Mondays are his days. In the new town office, he talked Doc into setting up.
Wash's stomach clenched. This was all happening very fast. But he supposed the sooner he got it over with, the sooner he would know what the future held. And there was no winning in a fight with her. "Okay."
Wonderful.
She looked around.
Why are you standing here by the coop?
He quirked her a smile. "Want to help me wrangle some hens to slaughter?" Her face fell as she turned to look on the red hens scratching at the leftover vegetables that likely Maud had tossed them earlier.
Oh, dear. I do so hate picking out the ones for the pot. It hurts my heart.
Wash tugged her to him and pressed a kiss to her temple. "You've such a soft heart." She looked up at him again.
Is that a bad thing?
He shook his head. "Not in the least." He felt such a love fill him, such a wonder that, despite his reclusive anger, the Lord had brought this woman into his life. He touched her face, lowered his lips to hers, but only allowed himself the briefest of kisses. She was too much of a temptation, and there were still too many questions about their future. Releasing her, he stepped back. I'll ask Maud.
Zoe's expression filled with relief.
Oh, thank you.
He chuckled and waved to her over his shoulder as he made his way to the back door of the kitchen. Harland stood on the hill with his binoculars pressed to his eyes. He cursed.
Why are all those people down there helping them?
No one answered. He looked at Ted.
You certain that Olin denied them the loan?
Ted bobbed his head.
He sure did. But apparently the oldest son had some money set aside. And what with all the townsfolk pitching in to help, I don't see how they're planning to go anywhere anytime soon.
At Harland's cowing look, Ted ducked his head.
Sorry, boss.
Harland watched the activity in the valley for a few more moments and finally registered that Ted's feet kept shuffling.
What is it, Ted?
He snapped.
I got further bad news, I'm afraid, boss.
Harland lowered his field glasses and turned to assess the look on Ted's face.
Well?
Ted sucked his teeth, grimaced.
Heard that the banker's in some bit of trouble with the law.
Harland's heart gave a stutter.
Over my deal with him?
Ted's eyes widened.
Oh, no, I don't think they know about that yet. It was some situation he had going on with the mercantile owner.
Harland's dread mounted with each passing word, but it was one word that struck him straight in the chest and bored in like a barbed arrow.
What do you mean they don't know about me yet?
Ted lifted one shoulder.
Word is that Olin will soon face some serious scrutiny over his dealings at the bank.
He scratched his neck.
You think he might have written anything down about your little deal?
Harland's blood ran cold.
He wouldn't have done that if he were smart.
Ted lifted one shoulder amiably.
Well, sure, boss. Only I was thinking.
He jutted his chin toward the small spread in the valley.
Nolan down there's on friendly terms with the law in these parts, and it wouldn't take more than a word or two from him to have them wondering why Olin would deny a man like him a loan. I mean, he's a sure bet.
Harland raised a hand for silence, glowering at Ted. Ted gave him a nod of recognition that he'd heard enough. He shuffled away to slump against a tree trunk in the shade. Harland raised his glasses to his eyes again, but now all he could think about was the lump of apprehension in his gut. He wanted that place down there for Maisie. Well, and because it ought to be his anyway. But now it looked like he might not get it. He ground his teeth. No, he would get it. He just had to figure out a way. Maybe it was time for that confrontation with Butch Nolan after all. Wash was just plunging the last of the chickens into the scalding water when Zoe came back around the side of the house with a garbage pail. She pitched in and started scooping the feathers into the bucket. She'd been there for several moments when he realized that she hadn't said anything the whole time. Certainly not like her. Thanks. He watched her face. She tucked her bottom lip between her teeth, but only nodded and kept picking up feathers.
What is it, Zoe?
He shook a handful of damp feathers from his hand and set to work plucking the last bird. She hesitated, mouth clamped, gave him an uncertain look. Pink stained her cheeks. Well, now she really had his curiosity up. He arched a brow. I forgot to mention something to you earlier.
Okay.
Maud, well, she offered that we could move in here to the main house and have your old room.
Ah.
It would certainly be a more comfortable bed than her floor had been the past 2 nights. But the thought of sharing a bed with her and yet not... Well... He coughed, focused on the bird.
What are your thoughts?
She picked up several feathers before she finally offered, Well, it would be a sight more comfortable than my room back home.
but I hate to ask Link to give up his room." Wash frowned, considered. "These are trying times. We all have to make sacrifices to help each other in times such as these." "Yes, I understand that. What do you think?" He chuckled. "I think it's a better option than me continuing to sleep on the floor in your room." Her face flamed. "Well, yes." She kept her focus shyly on her task. Hang, but she was going to be a temptation he was going to have a hard time resisting. He'd let her talk him into marrying her, but the line had to be drawn there. She would be able to care for herself if something happened to him, and he couldn't leave her with anything. But he didn't want to bring a child into the picture until he was certain he could provide for them. He cleared his throat. "I'll talk to Link." "Do you think he'll mind terribly?" Link would hate it, but he would do it for them. "He'll be fine," Wash reassured her. Chapter 17. Reagan stepped out of the empty schoolhouse and paused next to Joe on the porch. He scanned the town across the creek, discouragement and frustration with himself warring for top place in his emotions. "Guess we should have known they'd make a run for it," Joe offered. "Yeah, I guess I thought I knew better than I did. I thought he would be man enough to face his crimes and deal with the consequences." "You figured out how we're going to catch Olan yet?" Irritation welled up inside him. He shook his head. "Working on it. I have a feeling he's some smarter than Jerry, and will be harder to nail down." Joe dipped his chin and adjusted his Stetson. "Several of the town boys have been playing baseball recently in that flat field by Grady Gulch out toward our place. Yeah, good thinking. Jerry wouldn't leave town without David. I at least know him that much. You head out there and see if you can find him. Meanwhile, I'm going back to his mercantile, and then if he's not there, I'll ask around town to see if anyone's seen what direction he might have gone." "Sounds good." They trotted down the porch steps, and Joe mounted up beside him. "I'll meet you back at the jailhouse in, say, an hour?" Reagan reined his mount toward town. "I'll leave you a note if I can't be there." "Ha!" His horse's hooves clattered across the Wyldhaven Creek Bridge, with Joe's right behind him. Joe angled for the road out of town at a gallop, and Reagan pulled up in front of the mercantile, meeting Zane just emerging with the 2 bags of weights. Zane glanced toward the schoolhouse. "Made a run for it, huh?" "Yep. I was just checking to see if he may have come back here." Zane shook his head. "Not inside. And I just checked around back a few minutes ago to make sure there weren't any extra weights back there. Didn't see anyone. Let me drop these in the jailhouse." He hefted the burlap bags. "And I'll help you search." Reagan was at a loss as to where to start, but they should split up to cover more ground. "Zane," he called. The marshal paused on the other side of the street and turned to look at him. "Start down at the livery. I'll start on the north end of town." Zane waved his acknowledgement and hurried to deposit his bags in the jailhouse as Reagan headed toward the mill on the banks of the creek. Wash caught up to Lincoln after lunch. His brother had inhaled his food and then escaped to his room, Wash's old room, as soon as he finished. He was already leaning against his headboard, engrossed in a book, when Wash tapped on the door. Pa wouldn't let him lounge in his room for long, but Link was a student at heart and always snatched every minute he could to immerse himself in study of one form or another. Lincoln looked up, muttered something inaudible, dropped his book onto the bedside table, and adjusted the pillow behind his back to a more comfortable position. "What are you reading?" Link narrowed his eyes. "Book about animal husbandry. Might as well ask me what you're here to ask and not beat the wheat with a needle." Wash couldn't withhold a smile. "I'm here to ask if you'd mind moving back in with Grant for a bit, so that Zoe and I can have this room." Link sighed. That's what I figured would happen."
Wash propped himself against the doorframe to take a little of the weight off his leg.
"I know it's not ideal, but we're all facing challenges after the fire. Zoe and I need a place to stay, but we won't be here long. It's temporary, I promise."
Lincoln crossed his arms, irritation evident.
"I can't believe I have to bunk with Grant again. His snoring could keep the cow in the barn awake. I mean, providing we still had a barn. She's probably thankful to have the barn burnt down so that she can have a few peaceful nights of sleep out in the pasture."
Amusement crinkled Wash's eyes.
"Just consider it an adventure. Think of all the stories you'll have about surviving Grant's snores. And don't forget about his smelly feet."
He gave his brother a wink. Lincoln rolled his eyes, but a smirk tugged at his lips.
"Oh, joy. I can't wait to add that to my list of thrilling feats. No pun intended."
Humor over his own wit notched up the side of his mouth. Wash laughed outright. He hoped his brother would one day understand his appreciation.
"Thank you for understanding, Link. It means a lot."
Lincoln grumbled under his breath, but gave a reluctant nod of acknowledgement.
Yeah. Just get your cabin built quick, okay? Otherwise, you'll be left standing at my funeral having to acquiesce to your culpability in my demise."
He arched a hand through the air.
"Here lies Lincoln Nolan, killed by the stench of his brother's sweaty feet."
Wash laughed again. If his brother didn't become an orator of some sort, the world would be missing out on a great talent. He promised to find a more permanent solution as soon as possible. With begrudging acceptance, Link stood from the bed and began gathering his belongings.
"Might as well get it over with, I suppose."
Wash clapped him on the shoulder.
"Thanks, Link."
With that task concluded, he resisted the temptation to fall onto the bed himself and lose his pain in a good long nap. He needed to find Zoe and ease her mind over where they would stay tonight, and of course they were heading into town to talk to Dr. Polson in a few minutes. He was already dreading the jostling trip in the wagon. After Betsy had left earlier to go pack for herself and the children, Merl had fled from the schoolhouse and hidden beneath the Wyldhaven Creek Bridge. It was low and cramped, but experience had taught him that no one would expect a man like him to choose a place like that to hide, which of course was what made it the perfect hiding place. Even though he hadn't been under the bridge for long, he hadn't been able to get high enough on the embankment to get out of the water, and now he was soaked and irritated, and Jerry had a good head start. But Merl would have to give the sheriff credit. He'd returned to the school in record time with his deputy, even if he was disappointed to find neither of them there. Now, he and his deputy had just thundered across the bridge heading back to town, and Merl felt he could risk leaving his hiding place. As he'd sat beneath the bridge, he had plenty of time to ponder. He felt certain that Jerry would want a nest egg to help his family start over. Certain also that the man wouldn't leave town without it. The only question remained, where had he hidden it, and how long would it take him to retrieve it? It was imperative that Merl find him before the law did. Priscilla had ridden away in the carriage alone, for he'd seen her from the schoolhouse window while he and Betsy were still speaking. That meant that Jerry had gone somewhere on foot, and Merl would bet his life savings that the idiot had his nest egg somewhere on his own property. It was at least a place to start his search. And Lord help Jerry if he was actually there. Merl only hoped that he could summon some of the skills he'd had to hone in prison. He hadn't been that man since he'd come to Wyldhaven. And honestly, he had no desire to be that man, even now. But Jerry and his lack of finesse were forcing his hand. How had the sheriff got wind of their scheme anyhow? It was near perfect, and had been humming along for months now. Whatever had put him onto them didn't matter. All that mattered was that Merl needed to be long gone before the law arrived to find Jerry deceased. The sun hovered over the mountains to the west when he poked his head from beneath the bridge and assessed the area. No one nearby. Perfect. Now he just had to make sure Jerry escaped a chat with the law. He felt for the matches in his shirt pocket and was pleased to find that they'd been high enough to avoid the soaking that much of the rest of him had taken. Keeping as low as he could so that the creekside brush would keep him hidden from town, he hurried once more toward the schoolhouse porch. Reagan searched from building to building along both sides of Main Street, making his way south. It felt like a futile effort. He should have arrested Jerry on the spot, but he had always hesitated to ruin a man's reputation on hearsay alone. He'd wanted to verify his suspicions with evidence before dragging Jerry into the jail. Wyldhaven was a small town, and news like that would travel like an unruly horse heading for the barn. It was easy to second-guess himself, however, now that he had the evidence. Dixie had just allowed him to search in each room of the boarding house, the dining room, and the kitchen. No sign of Jerry hiding out anywhere in Dixie's place. He'd already searched the post office. That meant the alehouse was next. McGinty gave him a nod from where he stood wiping down the bar when Reagan entered. "Sheriff?" Reagan searched the faces of each man in the room. Jerry wasn't here, Merl either. After taking a look behind the bar, he pointed toward the stairs. "You seen Jerry or Merl come in here?" Much as Reagan disliked it, Ewan's girls upstairs kept pretty busy with men coming and going. Ewan shook his head. "Nah, neither of them are in here." "Need to take a look in your rooms upstairs anyhow." Ewan tossed down his rag. "Come on now, Sheriff. You know having the law snooping around is terrible for business." Reagan narrowed his eyes. "I don't much care if your place goes out of business or not, Ewan." He started up to the second floor. Ewan grunted his frustration and called, "The girls is on a break anyhow. Just knock and go easy like on the Hedges." Reagan only glowered before he lost sight of him as he reached the second level. Not long ago, he'd been looking for a perpetrator and had needed to kick in some of Ewan's doors, which his girls kept locked when they were busy. Tonight, however, a knock seemed sufficient. Each of the women opened their respective doors and allowed him to look around the interior and under the beds and in the wardrobes. As Ewan had said, there were no men in the rooms. No Jerry, no Merl. After leaving the last room, he paused on the landing. Ewan used to rent these rooms to respectable citizens like Doc and Joe, but it seemed that the women made him more money. One of them sidled up to him and dallied a finger on his shoulder.
"You should stop by sometime when you're not on duty, Sheriff. We could make it worth your time."
The other women tittered seductively. His cue to depart. Reagan strode for the stairs without responding. What was the woman's name? Edith? Edwina. He descended and gave Ewan a wave before bursting onto the boardwalk once more. His gaze landed on the mercantile across the street. It was the next building on his route. He was tempted to skip it, since Zane had said only a few minutes before that he hadn't seen Jerry there, but a sweep wasn't much good if he didn't do it in a proper fashion. He stepped off the boardwalk.
"Fire! Sheriff, look!"
Dixie Griffin stood on the boardwalk in front of her diner, pointing toward the schoolhouse. Smoke spewed upward from the building. From behind the church, Merl Olin watched with satisfaction as townsfolk streamed toward the schoolhouse with buckets and urgency. Seeing the sheriff and the marshal among them was just what he'd been hoping for. Kin burst from inside his office on the next lot over, and Merl ducked out of sight behind the large tree until he sprinted past. "Buckets!" someone yelled. "Bring buckets!" As soon as the way was clear, Merl hurried down the brushy hill that led to the back of the buildings on the near side of Main Street. He slipped and slid on the steep, grassy slope, but when he arrived behind the Mercantile, he wasn't disappointed. For standing wide-eyed in his own backyard, staring toward the column of smoke streaming into the sky, was Jerry Hines. His hands were caked in dirt, and in one he gripped a large, dirty tin that likely once held coffee. There was zero chance that was what it contained now.
"Jerry,"
Merl whispered. Jerry gasped and spun to face him. Merl motioned for him to follow. "We have to get out of town. I set the fire to lure the sheriff away from his search. We only have moments. Come now." Jerry pointed to the smoke. "That was you?" Merle's impatience surged. "Yes, now come on." He waved, trying to tamp down panic. Jerry seemed to give himself a shake and finally surged into motion. Thankfully, because obviously he couldn't shoot him here or anywhere nearby where the sound of the shot would carry into town. "Wait!" Jerry exclaimed as they ran behind the buildings toward the livery. "Was it you who set fire to the Nolan spread?" Merle's gut hitched. "No, of course not." He wouldn't mention that he had a very strong suspicion about who actually had set that fire. "I only started the porch on fire at the schoolhouse to give us time to escape. Hurry!" All he had to do was get Jerry far enough out of town. Then he'd be home free. Chapter 18. Zoe sat on the seat of the wagon beside Wash as they trundled along the road toward Wyldhaven. Mr. Nolan had caught up with them just as they were leaving the spread and asked to join them. While they were at Dr. Polson's, he planned to purchase a few more things they would need for the reconstruction from the mill. Many of the townsfolk had dispersed after lunch anyhow, so Butch wasn't necessarily needed out at the spread. Wash had seemed relieved when his pa asked if he could join them and had quietly passed him the reins. He'd been quiet for most of the way into town, his hands gripping the seat until his knuckles turned white, and Zoe had a feeling that he was in quite a bit of discomfort. Her concern mounted. "Please, Lord, let Dr. Polson be able to help Wash heal through another surgery. And if that's not possible, then I know that nothing is impossible for you. With one word, you could make him well again. I don't understand why you don't always just do that for us. But help us to be faithful and keep trusting you, even through the hard times." They topped out on the rise above Wyldhaven, and Zoe gasped at the sight that greeted them. The schoolhouse was on fire. No, not another one. Her school. Wash took her hand, his fingers warm and comforting around hers. "Ha!" Butch slapped the reins against the horses, and the wagon lurched forward. Townsfolk streamed toward the schoolhouse, several of them already forming a brigade from the creek to the school. Butch hauled the team to a stop beside the boarding house. Zoe scrambled down. "What happened?" she asked Dixie, who was standing at her door, giving pails and bowls of every sort to those running by. Dixie shook her head. "I don't know. I just stepped out a moment ago and saw the smoke." Old Bill Giddens tottered by with a heavy coil of hose over his shoulder. "Someone fetch the pump from the livery." No one seemed to be paying him any mind, each too focused on their own tasks. Wash started toward the livery with his cane, but Zoe placed a hand on his shoulder. "I'll get it." She lifted her skirts and took off at a run for the other end of the street, too late realizing that Wash might consider her desire to help an insult. She surged into the livery and into the little compartment beside the tack room. The town had invested in an iron forge pump on a barrow a few years ago after hearing about the great Seattle fire that had burned down much of the heart of that city. The pump could be rolled with ease to any building in town. They'd also invested in a long length of hose to go with it, which was what Bill had been carrying a moment ago. Zoe grabbed the handles and trundled the pump out of the livery. Oh, heavens, it was heavier than she'd expected it to be. She supposed with its brass and solid steel construction, she should have expected that. The handles dug into her palms. Her lungs burned and her hands rebelled against the pain. But she had to save the school. She leaned into the work. Come on, Zoe, push! Merl Olin and Jerry Hines suddenly burst into sight in the livery yard. Oh, hello. Could you help me with... The two men ignored her and kept running in the opposite direction of the fire. Zoe hesitated and looked after them for a moment. Well, that was rude. She gave herself a shake and resumed pushing the heavy pump up the slight incline of Main Street. Ewan McGinty appeared by her side. I'll take this, little lady. Zoe gladly gave him the task. Oh, thank you. He rushed ahead of her. By the time she reached the creek, the men already had the hose hooked up, and Talby had the pump handle worked into a blur. Blessed water sizzled against the few remaining flames that she could now see had thankfully only destroyed part of the porch. That, at least, wouldn't be too hard to repair, and it looked like they would soon have it snuffed out completely. Wash called to her from the place where he was holding the suction hose into the deepest part of the creek. You okay? She gulped several lungs full of air as she strode to him, taking in the flurry of work. Yes, it was just some heavier than I expected it to be. Thank you. His words were spoken quietly. She looked at him. His lips were pressed into a grim line. He obviously had realized that he wouldn't have been able to bring the pump. She slipped her hand onto his shoulder. Ewan helped me. It's fine. Unlike Mr. Hines and Mr. Olin, they ran right past me and didn't even pause. What did you say? Sheriff Callahan, who'd been standing nearby waiting for his turn at the pump, whirled to face her. You saw Jerry and Merl? Zoe was taken aback by the venom in his tone. She gestured toward the livery. I was just coming out and they ran past me, heading out of town. Didn't even pause. Zane, with me, the sheriff called, already running in that direction. Zoe watched the lawmen, perplexed as they all raced down the street. What was that about? Wash lifted a shoulder. You got me. Merle knew the moment that Zoe called to them that his time was up. If he wanted to save his bank, and maybe his marriage yet again, the sheriff could not speak to Jerry. The man was weak. It would only take him 5 minutes in a cell before he would be blathering everything. If he did that, Merle would soon be in the cell with him, and Betsy would leave him for certain this time. He needed to act now, because if Zoe happened to mention that she'd seen them, the law would be on them in moments. So, not a shot then. It would have to be something quieter and out of sight. As Zoe resumed pushing the pump up the street, Merle thumped Jerry on his shoulder. In here. He angled toward the livery and ducked into the shadows of the interior. He bent and propped his hands on his knees like he needed oxygen, but he was busy searching for any sort of weapon. There was a pitchfork. He grimaced. Jerry wasn't tall, but he was beefy. Did he have the strength to thrust him through? The tines were dulled with years of use. Plus, he could get spattered with blood, and that would be hard to explain away. Not the pitchfork, then. There, a pile of old horseshoes. What are we doing? Jerry asked. We need to keep going. I have to meet my wife and boy in just a few minutes. Merle waved him onward. I just needed a moment to catch my breath. Thought we could cut through here. Keep going. Jerry frowned down at him where he remained propped on his knees. Everything all right? Fine. I'm right behind you. He would need to be fast. As Jerry started for the far side of the livery and the door that would take them out the other side, Merle reached carefully for one of the horseshoes. He picked it up carefully so that it didn't clank against the others. Jerry reached the sliding doors and inched them open, peering out to make sure no one was on the other side. With his attention focused away, it was the perfect opportunity. Willing himself to be quick, Merl gripped one side of the horseshoe in his hand and ran at Jerry's back. With all his might, he sprang forward and swung at the side of Jerry's head. There was a hollow thud, and a zip of sharp pain ricocheted through Merle's hand. Instinctively, he dropped the horseshoe. It jangled to a stop a few paces away. "Ow!" Jerry whirled on him. His tin fell and bounced with a clatter. "Why, you—" Anger glimmering in his eyes, Jerry raised a meaty fist and took a step toward him. Merl ducked beneath his arms and retreated. He'd swung hard. How was the man still standing? "What did you—" Jerry toppled like a felled tree right in the middle of the livery's aisle. "You cut through there. I'll go round this side." The yell came from just outside. Merl fell into a crouch, panic threatening to steal his faculties. Marshal Holloway, and whoever was with him would be coming in here within seconds. With the marshal apparently skirting around one side of the livery, Merl was trapped. He dove for the nearest stall. Thankfully, it was empty at the moment. Merl sank into the darkness of one corner and willed himself to stop shaking. Reagan slowed as he entered the danger of the livery. Lots of places for a crook to hide in here. Would either Jerry or Merl hurt him? After all, they'd been part of the same community for at least several years now. He stepped immediately to the side of the door so that he wouldn't be outlined against the light and an easy target for anyone who might want to make him one. The doors at the other end of the livery were parted slightly, and in the light streaming through the crack, he caught a glimpse of a head full of red hair. His teeth clenched. "Jerry, are you all right?" Despite his concern, he remained where he was. He would do Jerry no good if he rushed ahead and got himself hurt while trying to help him. Whoever had felled him must have done it recently, because Zoe had just seen him with Merl Olin only moments earlier. He tried to resist jumping to the obvious conclusion that Merl had done this. The man deserved to be considered innocent until proven guilty. He ground his teeth. Maybe. Easing forward, he checked the tack room. "Zane," he yelled. "In here. Careful." As he checked the first stall, the doors at the far end of the livery slid open a little more. Reagan was thankful for the extra light. The stall was empty. He motioned for Zane to check Jerry as he eased to the next stall. Zane bent to feel for a pulse. Soft and thready, but he still has a pulse. A sound like a sharp inhale came from the stall nearest to Zane. Reagan and Zane met each other's gaze. Reagan motioned for him to hold steady a moment. He needed to quickly check each stall. That sound could have been a trap of some sort. Zane gave him a nod, falling into a crouch and quietly drawing his gun. As quickly and quietly as he could, Reagan cleared each stall until he and Zane were standing on either side of the door to the last stall. "Merl Olin," Reagan called. "You in there? You come on out now, and the first thing I better see is your empty hands coming through that door." So much for assuming the man innocent until proven guilty. Jerry moaned loudly from his spot on the wood-chip-covered ground. For one long moment after that, there was silence. "Merl, if Zane or I have to come in after you, we're going to come in shooting, understand? Happy as I would be to put some holes in your hide about now, old Bill won't be happy with me if I put holes in the walls of his livery, and I'd like to stay on his good side." Zane thunged his pistol against the stall wall. "I, on the other hand, would be happy to put some bullet holes in Bill's walls if I could get a rat in the process, Merl." "Don't shoot." Reagan gave Zane a wink. Come on out real slow, Merl. Real slow. Trembling hands came into view. I don't have a weapon. Don't shoot. Reagan slapped a cuff onto the nearest wrist and spun him till his hand was behind him. On your knees. Zane, call Polson. Zane waited only until Reagan had both of Merle's hands cuffed behind him, and then he sprinted for the doctor. Seeing that the fire was under control, and there was nothing more they could do here, and feeling his pain mounting with each moment, Wash rose, leaving the hose in the creek. Zoe, shall we head down to Dr. Polson's place? He reached a hand toward his wife. She likely needed a distraction from the near destruction of her schoolhouse anyhow. She'd been whimpering a little, still stood gaping at the school with discouragement in her eyes. After a long moment, she replied, Yes, I suppose we should. Wash threaded his fingers with hers as they started to walk. Don't worry. The men'll have the porch repaired in no time. Likely Eklund would even have the lumber already on hand. Where is this clinic of Polson's? It really showed how isolated he'd been keeping himself when he didn't know something as important as that. Zoe motioned distractedly. Over on 2nd, just past Jacinda's dress shop. It's just strange, don't you think? She glanced over her shoulder at the burnt porch. 2 fires within a couple days of each other? Wash leaned heavily on his cane with each step, willing himself to breathe through each stab through his knee. All the way to the other end of 2nd was a long way to walk. It does it that. Let's cut through here. He thrust his cane toward the alley that cut between the alehouse and the sheriff's office to 2nd Street. Sheriff Callahan has always done a good job of keeping us safe. I'm sure that he'll get it all figured. Wash! Paul called from down the street. Both he and Zoe paused in the entrance to the alley and turned to face him. Eklund says we can have 6x12s for the same price as the 4x12s. What do you think? Wash tilted his head in thought. It felt good to have Pa asking for his opinion again. He hadn't done that for a long time. That one beam we salvaged was a 4x, so maybe the ridge beam can be larger, but keep the other side beam the smaller size? Pa concurred. Yes, good thinking. I'll do... His words cut off abruptly as his gaze widened on something just behind Wash and Zoe. Wash frowned, turning to see what it was. A man stood on the alehouse porch, hands propped on his hips, as he glowered down the street at Pa. Nolan? He snapped. Been a long time. He spat a stream of tobacco that landed in the dust near Wash's cane. Wash looked back at Pa. He knew this man? Pa strode closer, motioning for Wash and Zoe to come toward him. Wash nudged Zoe, his pulse kicking up at the glitter of caution shining in Pa's eyes. When they reached him, Pa stepped forward as though to shield them from the man. Harlan White. Never thought I'd see you around these parts again. There was no welcome in the words. White spat another stream of tobacco. Surprise. Pa never took his eyes off the man as he asked, You have something to do with the fire? White's gaze drifted lazily to the schoolhouse. Nope. Been right here in the alehouse all morning. The barman'll testify to that. That's not the fire I was referring to, and you know it, Pa snapped. The man smirked. Now, would I do something like that? He laid a sun-spotted hand against his chest. I'm downright offended that you would think so. We own that land fair and square, Pa snapped. We want no quarrel with you. Something hardened in the stranger's eyes. Well, now, we don't always get what we want, now do we? With that, He turned and slammed back into the alehouse.
Pa?
Wash asked.
What was that all about?
Pa's whole demeanor seemed to sag with weariness.
We need to talk to the sheriff.
Just as they started toward the sheriff's office, Reagan, Zane, and a prisoner appeared at the far end of the street. Wash's brow shot up, and beside him, Zoe gasped. Pa asked,
Is that Olin?
It is. What in the world had the banker done to get himself arrested? Pa headed down the street at a rapid clip, and Wash did his best to keep up. Zoe was uncommonly quiet as she walked beside him. He looked over at her.
You all right?
She flapped a hand. I just feel as though the world has gone completely crazy, you know? He settled his free hand at her back as they passed the alehouse. He glanced up to see the stranger glowering at them through the window as they walked by. Wash couldn't quite comprehend it. Zoe was right. The world had gone completely hooves over horns in the past few days. Zoe could hardly believe all that had happened in the last few days. And now, on top of it all, there was a stranger making subtle threats against Butch. And Mr. Olin? Arrested? The lawmen were taking the banker into the jailhouse now. What in the world could that be about?
Sheriff, I need to speak with you.
Butch led them into the sheriff's small office. Reagan was already locking Mr. Olin into one of the 2 cells that took up the back third of the room.
Can it wait, Butch? I'm kind of in the middle of something here.
The cell door clanged shut, and the key turned with a metallic finality. Mr. Olin sank onto the edge of the cell's cot and rested his head in his hands. The sheriff's office was much too small for the 5 of them, plus the desk and wood stove. Zoe stepped further into the corner of the room, allowing Butch and Wash to take the space in front of her. Marshal Zane and the sheriff stood behind the desk.
Afraid it can't wait, Sheriff. It has to do with the fires out at my place.
Movement at the corner of her eye caught Zoe's attention. Mr. Olin's head had snapped up. He was listening with great interest now.
I got a story.
Butch persisted.
I promise I'll make it as short as possible.
Reagan sighed and folded his arms.
Fine. Let's have it.
Leaning into his heels, Butch hooked his thumbs into his back pockets.
Before I came to Wyldhaven, my family, Pa, brothers, and I, lived over in the Idaho Territory, before it became a state. That was back when the Nez Perce were still battling for their freedom, and I was in the cavalry.
Zoe felt her jaw go slack. She hadn't known that Butch had also been in the cavalry. And by the surprised look that Wash leveled on his father, he hadn't known either.
Pa, you never told me that.
Butch scratched at the back of his neck.
I know, son. Those days weren't my proudest moments. We were asked to do some god-awful things in the name of our country.
Zoe heard, more than saw, the sheriff hang the cell keys on the hook behind his desk.
And this has something to do with the fire out at your place, how? In my unit, there was a man named Harlan White. He reveled in tormenting those Indians, and I couldn't abide it.
Butch's weight shifted. He hung his head, and Zoe could see a tremor working through his shoulders.
I turned him in for one particularly heinous act.
He cleared his throat and gripped the back of his neck. Zoe knew they wouldn't discuss the details in front of her, but she could well imagine any number of scenarios that might have happened to make kind Butch Nolan loathe that stranger so much. Butch continued.
He was summarily arrested, and while Harlan whiled away his time in a jail cell, his brother, Gregory, lost their family spread in a poker game.
Silence hung heavy in the room. About that time, my pa was done with the dealings in Idaho. Our place was burned out by Indians as they retreated toward the Canadian border, and Pa said it was time to move on. We came further west, and by a crazy twist of circumstance, we stopped at a boarding house in Clay Elum, and in the dining room there met the gambler who had won the land from Harland's brother.
The floorboards squeaked beneath the shuffling of Butch's boots.
Pa bought our spread from the man.
Zoe let the wall behind her take her weight. So Harland White got out of jail, and you think he started the fires at your place as revenge for you buying that land?
Butch's shoulders sagged. It's more than that. I think he's been trying to run us off for months. We've been fighting little things for a long time. Cut fences, animals killed, water drainage ditches caved in, that sort of thing. Why didn't you come to me? The sheriff asked. I didn't want to bother you, Sheriff. At first it just seemed like a string of bad luck. He's been careful. But when I saw him on the street just now...
Reagan jolted upright, and between Wash and Butch's shoulder, Zoe saw him exchange a glance with Zane.
You just saw him? What's he look like? White bushy hair that's on the long side, big mutton chop sideburns, red face, Wash said. He just went into McGinty's. Claims he's been there all morning. Well, I'll go talk to him, the sheriff said. As you can see, I've got a bit of a situation going here, but I think it's controlled enough that it can be put on hold for a while. I've got information for you about him, Sheriff.
All eyes turned toward the cell, where Mr. Olin was now standing with his hands wrapped around the bars, peering earnestly toward Reagan.
Oh, yeah?
Olin shifted. Of course, I'll want my freedom in exchange for this damning, very damning information. Reagan didn't look impressed.
You just spill your information and let me decide just how damning it is.
Oh, no. Olin shook his head. You've got to offer me something better than that. Zoe wondered what he'd done. Surely he must be in a good deal of trouble if he was scrapping so forcefully for his release. Wash blew out a breath.
Pa, if you'll excuse me, Zoe and I were just headed to speak with Dr. Polson.
Butch stepped to the side of the doorway with a nod of acknowledgement. Zane moved to join them.
I'll come with you to check on our other prisoner.
Zoe blinked. Someone other than Olin? Why, that had to be Jerry Hines, right? After all, she'd seen the men together only a few minutes ago. She'd known Jerry almost her entire life. What could the man have done to get himself arrested? And that was when another realization hit her. If Jerry wasn't here in the jailhouse, and Zane was talking about visiting him in the clinic, something must have happened to him. Her gaze settled on Olin before she slipped out the door with Wash and Zane. Likely something to do with that man. Lord forgive her, but she hadn't liked Mr. Olin since he and his family had moved to town a few years ago. Chapter 19. Zoe had never been inside the new clinic since it had been built at the end of last year. Dr. Polson had been, and still was, a wonderful addition to Wyldhaven, and Dr. Griffin was even seeming more rested these last few months, since he was having to ride out to the surrounding logging camps less as people learned of the clinic in town. When they stepped into the main room, Zoe was impressed. The walls were stark white, and everything looked pristine and clean. Several beds lined each wall, and at the back of the room partitions had been erected so that more than one patient could be examined at once. At the far back corner of the room, a door led to what Zoe had heard was the dedicated surgery room. My, how modern Wyldhaven was becoming. Dr. Polson and Marshal Zane, who was seated by Jerry Hines, were the only other occupants of the room. The doctor worked quietly at a desk opposite the entry,
But Jerry sat in a chair against the far wall, one arm handcuffed to the armrest, and the other holding a bloody rag to the side of his head. Zoe's eyes widened. Zane stood beside the man with his arms folded over his chest. Jerry's eyes were closed, and his head lolled a little. He looked awfully pale. What in the world had happened to him? He'd been running through town when she'd seen him a few minutes ago. Did he fall? The words blurted out before she could think better of them. Zane shook his head, his lips thinned to a grim line. No, but he did have a run-in with a hefty horseshoe. A horseshoe? One hand involuntarily went to her chest. Why, that must mean that Mr. Nolan— Oh, heavens! She was still trying to process all her thoughts when a door to an exam room on the back wall opened, and Dr. Griffin and Mrs. Callahan emerged. Concern tightened Zoe's chest. Her gaze flitted from the injured man to Charlotte and back. What was Charlotte doing here? She'd seemed fine earlier this morning when she'd been out at the spread. Had she been hurt during the whole ordeal with the fire? Just then, Dr. Griffin and Mrs. Callahan beamed at each other. Dr. Griffin patted Mrs. Callahan's shoulder with neighborly affection. "I'm very happy for you, Charlotte." "Thank you. I can hardly believe it," she replied. "Well, I'll be—" Zane's grin nearly split his face. Charlotte's cheeks blazed as she suddenly seemed to realize she and Dr. Griffin were not the only ones in the room. She looked down and fiddled with her gloves. "Marshall, I'll ask that you allow me to speak to my husband before you go blabbing anything to your wife." She pegged him with a stern look, though the humor dancing in her eyes probably took any sting from it. The marshal pressed one hand to his chest. "Why, Charlotte, you know I'm the soul of discretion." "I'm counting on it. Good day to you all." She set about tugging on her gloves. Dr. Griffin motioned for her to lead the way. "I'll follow you home in my own carriage if it's all right, just to make sure you get there safely, since Reagan is a bit tied up at the moment." "Thank you." Charlotte gave them a nod as she passed by with Dr. Griffin on her heels, and it was the sheer joy in her eyes that brought a grin to Zoe's lips. She would bet her bottom dollar that within a few months there would be a little Callahan joining their community. She looked up to find Wash scrutinizing her. Her joy immediately dissipated, and she lowered her focus to her clasped hands as the outer door clicked shut behind the pair. Would Wash ever be willing to give her such a happiness? She pressed her lips into a thin line. Talking him into having this surgery might be her only hope in that regard. With Dr. Griffin and Mrs. Callahan now departed, Dr. Polson looked up from where he had been scribbling something in a ledger. His focus settled on the marshal. "He will live, but I'm very concerned about that blow he took. Go easy on him, will you? And I'd like to monitor him for a few more hours at least, even overnight if you think you can allow him that." The marshal spun his hat through his fingers, his perusal on the patient. "Can he talk?" "Oh, sure. I'm not certain how coherent he'll be, but—" "I'll be coherent." Jerry's words were spoken slowly, with a slight slur. Zoe exchanged a look with Wash. He lifted one shoulder in a gesture that said he was just as much in the dark here as she was. Dr. Polson suddenly seemed to notice her and Wash. He rose from his desk and strode toward them, hand outthrust. "Washington Nolan, I'm so glad to see you here." There was a hopeful note in the words. "Zoe, good to see you." He offered her a nod and a smile before returning his attention to Wash. "How can I help you?" Wash swallowed and fiddled with the head of his cane. "I've been thinking about your recommendation. Just here to have a chat about that." "I'm so glad to hear it. Would you be willing to let me take a look at your leg?" Slowly, Wash agreed. "That'd be fine." "Wonderful." The doctor motioned toward the partitions at the back of the room. "Your wife can wait here. We should only be a moment." Wash didn't move. "I'd like her to come with me, if you don't mind." The doctor didn't miss a beat. "Of course, that's fine. Right fine." He smiled. Zoe's heart warmed to hear Wash say that he wanted her with him. She fell into step behind the doctor and then moved into the little room with the curtain pushed to one side that he indicated. The middle of the room held a narrow table with a piece of cloth folded neatly on the near end. There was a wash basin and one extra chair. The cubicle was narrow with hardly any room to move. After Wash joined her in the small space, the doctor set to pulling the curtain closed. "I'll just fetch a few instruments and return in a moment. Your breeches can go on that chair there." Zoe couldn't withhold a gasp, but thankfully the doctor had already made his retreat, and maybe the sliding of the curtain rings on the rod had disguised the sound of her shock. She and Wash looked at one another, eyes wide for a moment. Wash grinned, whispered, "Sorry about this. I didn't know that he would want me to, you know, but for better or for worse, right?" He reached for his belt buckle. Zoe whipped around to present him with her back. Oh, heavens, were her cheeks as red as they felt? She felt sure they were, and only hoped she could regain her composure before the doctor returned. He couldn't have known that they hadn't shared any intimacies yet. "Would you prefer that I step out?" she whispered. "You're fine, Zoe." His belt clanked against the wood of the chair she'd glimpsed, and then she heard the rustle of him settling onto the small table. Oh, goodness, she most certainly was not fine. Wash bumped her arm with the back of his hand. "You can turn around now." She hesitated, preparing herself for what she was about to see. What would his leg look like? "It's fine, Zoe. Honest." She turned slowly, willing away the embarrassment of seeing him sitting on the table in his shirt and with only that piece of cloth across his lap. Her focus fell to his injured leg, which was the one nearest to her. "Oh, Wash." The words of sympathy were out before she could even think to stop them. He lifted the leg with a wince. "Yeah. It's a doozy, huh?" A long scar puckered the skin from his knee all the way to his ankle. Closer to the joint, on the fleshy part of his leg, a large red welt marred the skin. It was the size of her fist. Crooked white slashes and red trenches fissured through the flesh like an explosion. At the center, there was a large concave dent where it seemed part of his leg was missing altogether. No longer embarrassed by his state of undress, she leaned forward and pressed her fingers to the scar. "Wash, I'm so sorry. I had no idea it was as bad." She lifted her gaze to his. His eyes held a soft glow that drew her nearer. "I was half afraid the sight of it might send you running." She shook her head. "Never." He leaned toward her, hesitantly. Paused, just before his lips touched hers. She breathed him in for a moment, hardly able to believe that, after all the months of anguish and missing him, he was finally here, right here, and her husband. She leaned forward, closed the gap, and pressed her lips to his. She didn't linger long, but when she retreated and touched his face, she hoped he could read all the emotions she was feeling in her eyes. Love, sorrow, horror, but most of all joy to finally have him sharing himself and his hurts with her. "Thank you, Zoe. All right, I believe I have everything I need." Zoe barely had time to step back before the doctor breezed through the curtain. He was all business and immediately focused on Wash's leg, even as he set a few of his tools on the little washstand table on the other side of the cubicle. He bent to get a closer examination of Wash's leg. That was a doozy, wasn't it? Zoe pressed her fingers to her lips, still feeling the lingering brush of Wash's lips. He winked at her above the doctor's back. Dr. Polson took Wash by the ankle and lifted his leg to get a better look. He prodded and poked and manipulated the joint until at one point Wash hissed. Sorry about that, so sorry. But the doctor kept gently palpating the injury. He lifted an instrument that looked for all the world like some type of ruler and began measuring the size of Wash's scars and muttering to himself. Finally, he carefully released the leg to a relaxed position. It appears the past surgeons were rather haphazard in their approach. Wash snorted. Let's just say that cavalry surgeons aren't known for their finesse and gentleness, Doc. Zoe gripped her husband's hand. She had suspected as much, but to hear it confirmed sent a pang of anger and frustration through her. Dr. Polson's eyes filled with empathy. Your injury was severe. Can you tell me, please, where you feel the most pain? Wash lifted his leg gingerly. Most often in my knee, I guess. Sometimes it feels like someone is thrusting a red-hot branding iron right into my bones. But the muscles cramp something fierce, too. Dr. Polson tilted his head, a light of empathy in his gaze. As I move your leg, I can feel a slight grating in your joint. Have you felt that before? Wash nodded, brows nudging up. Often, yes. The doctor pressed his lips together. I believe that some of your pain is the result of a bone fragment or two that is still inside your leg. Zoe felt a little sick at that description. But when Wash's hand tightened against hers, she knew she wouldn't choose to be anywhere else, no matter how many gruesome details she might have to overhear. The doctor was still talking, and she realized that she'd missed some of what he said. While the road to recovery won't be easy, I strongly believe that a carefully planned surgery can alleviate some of your suffering. It won't be a quick fix, and there will be a recovery period. But with time and careful ministration, I'm hopeful that we can significantly lessen your pain. Zoe's heart pattered with anticipation. Wash stared at his knee, and she could tell he was in a bit of a quandary, torn between the desire for relief and the fear of undergoing yet another invasive procedure. She squeezed his hand, hoping he could feel her support and understanding. I know how hesitant you are, but Dr. Polson is not a cavalry butcher. She wanted to press him further, but suddenly knew that she could not and resisted the temptation. She felt shame for having wanted to push him into this. With all that he'd been through, he deserved to make this decision himself. Wash's gaze flickered to Dr. Polson. You said you're hopeful that there'll be less pain. But will there be? Dr. Polson waggled his head. I can't promise you anything, but if those are bone fragments I'm feeling in your joint, I can tell you that removing them will result in a great improvement. As to what else I might be able to fix while I'm in there, well, I won't know that until we do the surgery. After a moment of contemplation, Wash let out a weary sigh. If it were your leg, Doc, tell me honestly, what would you do? Dr. Polson set to scrubbing his hands at the wash basin. Knowing what I know now, after a few years in the medical profession, I would do the surgery without question. Wash's shoulders slumped under the weight of his decision. What'll the recovery time be? The doctor pondered as he dried his hands on a towel. If there are only minor repairs needed, I would guess about 6 weeks. That should at least have you back to walking reasonable distances again. If there are more extensive repairs needed, it might be longer. But I can assure you that I will do everything in my power to make the recovery as easy as possible, while at the same time giving you the best results for your years to come. Can it make me worse?
Zoe's heart stuttered, and she snapped her focus to the doctor. They had talked of that. Would the doctor have an answer? Dr. Polson shook his head.
The chances of that are very slim. But we can never say for certain. Any surgery carries risk.
Zoe felt her tension release a little. Wash exhaled slowly, turned to look on Zoe.
What do you think?
She wanted to scream, yes, 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 but renewed her resolve to keep silent. This couldn't be up to her. This must be your decision. I will support you no matter what you decide. He hung his head, staring down at the map of trauma on his calf. Finally, he looked up.
All right, Doc. I'll trust your judgment.
He raised Zoe's hand to give her knuckles a quick kiss. Hope surged in Zoe's heart. She squeezed his hand, blinking back tears of happiness. The Lord is our shepherd. We shall not want, no matter the outcome. He will always be there for us. Wash's brow crimped. But before she could ask him why, the doctor spoke again.
Wonderful. We'll begin preparations for the surgery right away. Both Doc Griffin and I are slated to be here at the surgery tomorrow afternoon. Shall we say 1 o'clock?
Zoe felt the immediate tension in Wash's grip.
That soon?
He swallowed.
The sooner the better,
Dr. Polson replied. He laid a hand on Wash's shoulder.
We will do everything possible to improve your quality of life.
As they left the office a few minutes later, Zoe's pulse thundered with a mixture of optimism and concern. For the next several hours, she needed to guard her emotions and make sure that Wash only saw the optimism. Chapter 20. Zane paced the small clinic, trying not to overhear too much of what was going on behind the curtain as he waited for Wash and Zoe to vacate the place before diving into his interrogation. With only the thin curtain partitioning them, he felt it was only fair to allow Jerry as much of his sorry dignity as possible. As soon as Wash and Zoe left, Zane grabbed a chair and turned it around backward in front of Jerry. "Doc, mind giving me the room for a bit?" "Certainly. I'll stop to give the sheriff an update on his condition and then go speak to Dr. Griffin about tomorrow's surgery." The door creaked open, then clicked shut, and his footsteps retreated. Zane leaned over the back of his chair and checked Jerry's cuff to make sure it wasn't too tight. "Can I get you anything, Jerry?" Jerry opened his mouth, but before he could speak, a knock sounded on the clinic's front door, and then Joe poked his head inside. "Hey, I've got Priscilla and David here. Reagan said I should bring 'em down to see Jerry." Zane tamped down his frustration. So much for his interrogation. He rolled his hand in a motion for them to enter. "Come on in." He rose and tugged his chair back from the patient. Priscilla was the first one through the door when Joe swung it wide. She shrieked so loudly that Zane couldn't stop a wince. He jiggled a finger in his ear as she rushed past.
Jerry!
She fell to her knees in front of her husband and reached a trembling hand to cup his cheek.
Oh, darling, what did he do to you?
David, who had trailed in quietly behind his stepmother, froze the moment he saw the purple bruise spreading across the side of his father's face. He folded his arms and leaned against the wall nearby.
Jerry tilted his head away from Priscilla's probing fingers.
Don't touch it. I'm fine. I'll be fine.
Priscilla climbed to her feet, fists clenched on her hips.
You tell them everything, you hear me? Everything. Why he tried to kill you.
Jerry rested his head against the wall and dabbed his rag gingerly to his temple.
If I talk, well, I don't know what'll happen to me, Prissy.
Zane had to give the woman credit. He would have guessed that she would have been a sobbing heap by this point of the conversation. Instead, she thrust her chin in the air.
Then you make a deal. You're just a little fish, Jerry. You make sure they know how sorry you are, how sorry we are.
She turned big doe eyes on Zane. He exchanged a look with Joe. It was true that Jerry's crimes were not as heinous as trying to kill someone, but neither could they simply let a man go when he'd purposely been stealing from his neighbors for who knew how long. He stepped forward and took her arm. Mrs. Hines, you take David on home now. I'll come and give you a full report just as soon as Joe and I are done talking to Jerry. She tugged a hanky from her sleeve and dabbed her eyes.
Thank you, Marshall.
She gave another glance at her husband, who had closed his eyes and tilted his head against the wall. She lowered her voice.
He is going to live, right?
Zane nudged her toward the exit. The doctor seems to think so, yes.
Oh, thank the good Lord. David, honey, come on, let's go home.
With one last worried frown in his father's direction, David followed his stepmother from the room. Finally, alone with their suspect, Joe and Zane both pulled up chairs. Zane straddled his backward, then leaned forward and rested his arms across the back. Jerry cocked one eye open.
Can I ask a question?
Zane nudged out his lower lip. Don't see's how it could hurt.
How did you all find out?
Joe leaned into the slats of his chair, stretching his legs out and crossing them at the ankles. The sheriff likes his coffee, Jerry. The man frowned.
I don't understand. I never tampered with diluting the coffee, or any other of my products for that matter.
He gave Zane a pointed look. Zane felt a headache tapping at his temples. You'll forgive us if we aren't awed by your wonderful morality, Jerry. You may not have cut your coffee, Joe continued, but Reagan keeps his coffee in a tin on the little shelf right by the stove in the jailhouse. The same tin that he's used ever since he started working in Wyldhaven. Jerry frowned. And? Zane exchanged a look with Joe. Jerry wasn't the brightest tool in the shed. And the last few pounds of coffee that you sold him kept falling shorter and shorter of the spot in his tin where he knew a pound should reach. Jerry rested his head against the rag in his hand with a wince.
I shouldn't have cheated the sheriff, but I didn't want to give him too much by measuring in more.
Zane shook his head, finding it hard to summon up any sympathy for the man. Tell us how it started. Jerry gave his head a little shake of regret.
Olin came to me. Because he had access to my accounts at the bank, he could see how much I was spending on foodstuffs. He was mighty friendly at first, suggesting how much money I could save. I was reluctant, but for months he kept after me. He would drop little hints every time I went in to deposit or withdraw money. And Prissy...
He flapped his bloody rag before readjusting it and pressing it to his head again.
She was never quite satisfied with the life I'd been able to give her here in Wyldhaven.
He scrunched his forehead.
I'm not proud of it, but I gave in to the temptation. The weights have those felt patches on the bottom, and that made it easy to pry one off, carve out a little of the lead, and then just cover it back over with the felt. The first week I was terrified. But when no one noticed, I carved out a little more the next week. and a little more the week after that. Pretty soon, the savings really started adding up.
And what did you do with the money? Zane prodded him.
Well, at first I bought things for Prissy. A grand piano, a walnut dining suite, our new carriage. But then Merl came around and threatened that he would tell the law if I didn't pay him half of my savings each month.
Zane glanced at Joe. So they'd been right. That had been the man's motivation for encouraging Jerry to cheat his neighbors. A portion of the proceeds. How many other merchants had he compromised in town? He voiced the question, but Jerry shook his head.
If he did, he never mentioned anything to me about it.
So when Merle threatened you, what was your response? Jerry worked his mouth like he was thirsty. Joe hopped up and poured water into a tin mug from the pitcher on the doctor's desk. Jerry downed half the glass, then handed it back to Joe.
Thanks.
Joe nodded and set it on the floor between Jerry's chair and the bed next to him. I'll just leave it right here. Zane tamped down his impatience. What did you do after his threat, Jerry?
Instead of taking it all to the bank, I started putting some into a mason jar in the pantry. And then one day I realized that wasn't very smart, so I took an old coffee tin and buried the money in the backyard under that big old hydrangea.
His eyes suddenly widened.
Where's the tin?
Zane frowned. He looked at Joe, but he shook his head. They looked back at Jerry.
I had it with me in the livery when Merl,
he motioned to his head,
did this.
Joe rose without a word and headed out. Zane didn't think Merle would have had time to grab it. He'd been cowering and hiding, so they must have come upon the scene fairly quickly.
We likely saved your life, you know that?
Jerry winced and touched the side of his head.
Yeah, I didn't ever consider that he'd stoop so low.
Zane only pressed his lips together. The man was a fool not to have thought it, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Can you think of anything else you ought to tell me? Jerry's eyes closed and his brow furrowed.
Not that I can think of.
One last question. How long has this been going on? Jerry's eyes remained shut. His brow scrunched further.
Nigh on 6 months now.
6 months. Zane hated that crime had been taking place in their town for such a length of time, and none of them had caught on until now. Thank God for Reagan's observant nature and his hankering for coffee, even if he did make it strong enough that it could wade into a swamp and tackle a gator. He let Jerry rest then, and Joe returned only moments later with a dirty coffee tin in his hands. It had fallen into the shadows behind a bale of hay. You're not going to believe this. He gave the tin a little shake, but it didn't make a sound. Zane frowned. Is it empty? Joe shook his head.
Oh, no.
He opened the tin, and Zane's eyes shot wide at the sight of the tight-packed stacks of $100 bills. He glanced over at Jerry. You made this much money off your little scheme? Jerry worked his jaw back and forth and grimaced as he touched it gingerly with the pads of his fingers.
I do a lot of business.
Zane supposed he did, what with his store being the closest one to many logging camps for miles around. He just hadn't realized that the mercantile kept that busy. Joe pressed the lid back on the coffee tin. Not anymore, you don't, Jerry. Not anymore. As Wash and Zoe left the clinic, Wash directed Zoe across the street. What he really wanted to do was fall into the back of the wagon and take the pressure off his leg. But with the surgery happening tomorrow, he needed to take care of this today. He pointed with his cane to the path that led up the hill to Kin's law office. Let's see if Kin is back at work. I don't see him down by the schoolhouse anymore. Indeed, only a few men remained by the building. And already, Wash could see Talby tearing some of the burnt boards from the porch. Ewan and Doc Griffin were helping him. The town would have the schoolhouse porch rebuilt in no time. Zoe's small hand settled into the crook of his arm, and with her walking by his side, he felt like he could face anything that came his way.
Should we take the wagon up the hill?
Until she went and said something like that. His spirit sagged. But soon this would all be over. He hoped. He quickly quashed the hope so that he wouldn't be disappointed if the surgery did nothing to improve his circumstances. He reminded himself that she hadn't meant to make him feel inadequate with the question. She was only concerned for his well-being. I'll be fine. Let's just take it slow. He rested his hand over hers. Swallowed. There was something he wanted to bring up anyhow. Zoe, if something happens to me tomorrow...
Wash!
She gasped.
Don't talk like that. Everything is going to be fine.
She refused to look at him. No, listen. You heard the doctor. Every surgery has risks. So if something happens to me, you go to Kin. I don't have much, especially now after the fire, but he'll help you get everything settled, understand? She dashed at her cheeks.
I don't like to hear you talking like that.
He let his thumb caress her knuckles. I'm sure it'll be fine, Zoe. It's just a precaution. But there would be a widow's pension that comes to you from the cavalry because of my injury.
Well, I won't want it.
But I want you to have it. He smiled down at her. Just promise me you won't use it to build Jinx a palace. She laughed. Just what he'd been hoping for. With a bat of her eyelashes, she said,
But Jinx is such a good dog. He deserves a palace.
Wash winced dramatically. That's what I was afraid of. Zoe gave him a tart look as she started up the steps to Kin's office porch.
Well, I guess you'll just have to stick around for years to come to make sure that doesn't happen.
He gave her a nod, certain she could see the humor dancing in his eyes. I'll do my best. The office door opened, and Kin stepped into the doorway. Well, this is a nice surprise. What brings you two up my way? He stepped back and gestured for them to join him inside. Business or pleasure? Business, I'm afraid. Wash took off his hat as he stepped into the room and sank into the seat next to Zoe. Kin's office chairs were upholstered in red leather that molded to his body, and when he stretched out his leg and propped it on the footstool, he felt like he could happily settle in for a nap right here. He grinned at Kin. You ever have clients fall asleep in these chairs? Kin chuckled as he resumed his place behind the desk. Can't say that's happened yet. I might be the first. Kin folded his hands on the top of his desk. It was cluttered with all sorts of papers. You got any whipped cream, Zoe? She laughed. I'm sure we could whisk some up. She glanced over at Wash fondly. He reached for her hand. I guess I better stay awake if I don't want to find my head slathered in a mound of sticky whipped cream. Kin let the humor die out. I presume you came for something serious. What can I help you with? Wash shifted in his chair. When you found me in California and brought me home, was anything mentioned about a man who had been paying me a stipend each month? His son was the one who accidentally shot me. Kin was already nodding. Yes, I left instructions that any more money they received should be forwarded to the Wyldhaven bank. And then when we got here, I sent a letter directly to the man informing him of your move. He replied. Kin opened a drawer in his desk and filtered through several files. He pulled out a manila folder and dropped it on the desktop before him. He flipped through some of the papers and then pulled one from near the middle. Here. He thrust the letter across the desk toward Wash. As you can see, Kin continued, he said he'd be happy to begin sending the money here. I arranged it all with Olin. and he said he would begin depositing the money into your account forthwith."
Wash frowned. He returned the missive to Kin.
"Maybe the man changed his mind?"
Kin shook his head.
"It didn't sound like he planned to do that."
Wash looked at Zoe. She lifted one shoulder.
Mr. Olin did just get arrested for something. Maybe, well, I hate to speak ill of the man."
Kin's brows arched.
"Cora's uncle has been arrested?"
Zoe tipped her head toward town as she nodded.
"They were just putting him in a cell a few minutes ago when Wash and I were heading over to talk to Dr. Polson."
Kin's gaze darted to Wash.
"You gonna let him give you that surgery he's been pestering you about?" "You knew about that?"
Kin shrugged.
"The other night in the diner, he was lamenting his inability to convince you." "Well, I've been convinced."
Kin's brown eyes softened with kindness.
"I'm glad. It's been hard for many of us to see you in so much pain."
Wash felt all his hesitancies rise up inside him.
"There are no guarantees."
Kin pushed out his lip, gripped the back of his neck.
"I understand that. But even though Polson might not be my favorite person in town—"
Zoe's giggle cut Kin off mid-sentence. Wash looked over at her, puzzled first by Kin saying he didn't really like the man, and then by Zoe laughing about it.
"What is it?"
She gave him a wink.
Polson was interested in Cora before Kin returned to town, but Kin somehow managed to win her over.
"Ah."
He'd been away and had missed all that interaction. He gave Kin a knowing shrug.
"Well, Talby Eklund isn't my favorite person either."
Kin laughed as Zoe smacked Wash's arm.
"For shame."
"Anyhow, as I was saying, I think Polson is a very skilled physician, and from what I've heard, that also carries over into his surgical skills. When's your surgery?"
Wash sighed.
"Supposed to be tomorrow." "Wow. Well, Cora and I will take time to pray this evening that all will go well, and that he'll be able to bring as much healing as possible."
It warmed Wash's heart considerably to hear his friend's assurances. It was wonderful to watch him growing and maturing in his relationship with the Lord. Wash gave him a nod.
"I appreciate that. Any thoughts for me on where I should start to try to sort out this situation with the money?"
Kin rose from his chair and came around to open the door for them.
"You just leave that to me and concentrate on simply healing from your surgery tomorrow, okay? I'll check in with you in a few days to let you know what I find out."
Wash stood and gave his friend a nod.
"Thank you. I appreciate it. And if anything happens to me, it all goes to Zoe. Got it?"
Zoe made a sound of disgruntlement and smacked him again.
"Will you stop that?"
But Kin didn't even crack a smile. His serious gaze bored into Wash's.
"I got it, friend. Rest easy."
Wash released a breath.
"Thank you."
With that, he settled his hat on his head and navigated the steps down to the path. Tomorrow was an unknown. Between now and then, he simply wanted to spend as much time with his family as possible.
"Let's go home, Zoe."
She nestled her hand in the crook of his arm once more, and he relished the feel of her small, warm fingers beneath his own. Chapter 21. Harland knew it had probably been a mistake to step out and confront Butch. He hadn't planned to have his confrontation in broad daylight, especially not right in the middle of town, but when he'd seen the man walking down the street, he hadn't been able to remain in his chair. Now, however, it was time to get out of town. He lifted his jacket from where he'd draped it on the back of his chair.
"Let's go, man."
Ted stood right away, but the rest of them hesitated,
as though waiting for an explanation. When he spoke, they ought to jump. However, he didn't want to draw attention, so he merely turned and marched out the rear door of the saloon. They'd tied their horses at the back so as to be less conspicuous, and right about now he figured that was a good thing. His men could have their small moment of rebellion today. However, he couldn't keep tolerating their insubordination if he wanted to maintain control for much longer. One problem at a time. First, he would get Butch off his land, and then he would decide what to do about his men's lack of respect for his authority. They mounted up and rode out of town, taking the branch of the Y that led to the west, toward the Nolan spread. He felt satisfaction as he glimpsed several men across the creek already rebuilding the schoolhouse porch. Yes, this was a good town. It would be a good place to settle. Maisie would like it. Anja arrived at the mill to treat Talby's burns, only to find him next door at the schoolhouse ripping up burnt porch boards. She stormed up the steps, plunked her hands on her hips. "What are you doing?" Yesterday, she'd been quite pleased with the thin film that had formed over his burns, and he'd informed her that the doctor had said she should keep nursing him. Now he was here, undoing all her careful work. Talby froze. He knelt by a hole in the porch, with a hammer in his hand and a saw by his side. He looked up at her guiltily. A new board was being measured and marked by the barkeeper. Talby motioned to the man. "There was a fire. We are fixing it." Anja reached out a hand for the board that the barkeeper tried to hand to Talby. "I can already see blood seeping through your shirt. You're not doing anything except destroying all my nursing of your wounds." The barkeeper grinned at each of them in turn, causing Anja's chin to jut higher. Maintaining his grip on the board, he stood and set it to one side. "Talby, friend, you've been holding out on me." Anja folded her arms, refusing to acknowledge the wave of warmth that filled her at the sight of Talby's ears turning pink. "Not holding out, Ewan," Talby said. "Just for dear life holding on." Ewan laughed. Anja had heard enough. "Up, up! I have salve for your burns. If, after that, you want to destroy all of my attempts at healing, then you may do so." Why was she so upset about this? The man owed her nothing. She pivoted on one heel and marched from the school's porch to wait for him on his own. A few minutes later, he lumbered up the stairs and paused before her with a contrite look. "I do not wish all your healing to undo, Anja." She tipped her chin into the air. "Then you should think before you try to be a hero to a woman who chose another." Realization hit her. So that was why she was so upset about this. She spun away and folded her arms. She hadn't even realized until the words slipped past her betraying lips. "'Tis well able I am to remember the rejection, and I wasn't trying to impress anyone." Stone-hard anger chiseled each word. He'd never spoken crossly to her before. She twirled to face him. Froze. His head hung, and he scuffed a toe at a knot on the porch. His face scrunched into an expression of apology. "I am sorry, Anja, but the fire I saw from my window. In the house I could not stay. I went to help, for the children, for the town, but not once of Zoe did I think. This I am surprised to say." He flapped one hand through the air as though to dismiss the subject. "Yet it is true." His expression softened. She released the air trapped in her lungs and stepped toward him. "I shouldn't have said that. I, too, apologize." His gaze leveled on her. "Say it you did, however. Why?" "Foolish, Anja. Now she was in it up to her neck. She did not want to lose her friendship with this man over her silly feelings. They had only known one another for a few days, and yet when she was with him, she felt as though she had arrived home. It would push him away if he could discern the strength of her feelings. She brushed aside his question and concentrated on pulling the salve from her basket. "You are a friend. I should not like to see you hurt again, that's all. Now, please, off with your shirt. This has already taken too long. Uncle Zeb is home alone." He studied her as he slowly undid the buttons down the front of his shirt. "Honest, you are not being with me, little Anja." She snorted. "You think I have time, all day, maybe, to wait for you?" He thinned his lips and slid his shirt down to his elbows, presenting her with his muscled brown shoulders. "Disagreeable you are determined today to be, yeah?" She tucked her lower lip between her teeth and focused on the task at hand, dipping her fingers into the salve jar. "Call it what you want." He spun toward her so quickly that she didn't have time to retreat before he had gently captured her hand, salve and all, in his. "And if attraction is what I want to call it." He curled his hand around hers and drew her closer. "Jalousie, even." "Nonsense." She couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze. "Me? Jealous?" He reached up to brush back an escaped strand of her hair. "Yeah, Anja. Maybe." She closed her eyes. This couldn't be happening. She was in Wyldhaven only to take care of her uncle. Then she would return east. The thought was torture. But she firmed her resolve. She didn't have time for courting, and yet she could not deny the strong connection between them. "You need time. 'Tis only confusion." He stroked a hand over her hair once more. "Aye, a great deal of confusion there is. This is true." He released her then and presented her with his back again. With trembling fingers, she dug out more salve and tried to ignore the flinch of his skin as she began to smooth it over the healing burns. Reagan had just been stepping out to go over to the saloon and look for this Harlan White to ask him some questions when Dr. Polson arrived on his doorstep to give him a report about Jerry. Then, by the time he'd reached the alehouse, the man hadn't been inside. Edwina, who'd been manning the bar while Ewan was over helping out at the schoolhouse, seemed to know nothing about the man, and since she made Reagan uncomfortable with her forwardness, he'd returned to the jailhouse. Merl had refused to share what he knew about Harlan White unless Reagan gave him immunity for his crimes. Reagan certainly wasn't ready to make that deal. He finished his paperwork about the arrests, Jerry's injury imminently prior to his arrest, and the carefully counted money in the tin Joe had found in the livery, $14,700. It was a staggering sum that left Reagan's mouth dry, especially considering the fact that he himself made just over $100 a month now after years of faithfully serving Wyldhaven citizens. In a few months of stealing from the town's hard-working citizens, Jerry and Merl had taken over 20 times the amount of Reagan's annual salary. Well, maybe not quite that much if Jerry really had been holding out on Merl. Joe had quietly informed Reagan that Jerry had claimed as much. All while Reagan had been doing the paperwork, Merl had sat quietly in his cell. But he had risen to his feet and stared a bit wide-eyed at the stacks of bills as Reagan purposefully counted them slowly. Then he'd cursed and returned to his cot. For that reason, Reagan figured maybe Jerry had been telling the truth and really had been holding out on Merl. Merl certainly wasn't happy to realize it only now. That made Reagan smile a little on the inside. After letting the banker stew in his juices for a good long while, Reagan finally looked up from the papers on his desk. "You ready to share what you know about this Harlan White?" Stretched out on his cot, Merl folded his arms and stared at the ceiling. "I'm ready for some dinner." Reagan propped his boots on the corner of the desk. "Missed lunch, did you? Hard to find time to eat while you're running around starting fires and planning to kill your partner in crime, I suppose." Merle only huffed. A knock sounded on the door, and Reagan called for them to enter. Ben King poked his head through the crack. "Got that telegram you needed." Reagan held out his hand. "Thanks, Ben." With a nod, the man handed him the paper, gave Merle a cursory, curious glance, and then left, pulling the door shut behind him. Earlier, when Reagan had searched the post office, he'd asked King to wire for information on both Jerry and Merle. As he read the response, his brows nudged up. "Well, now, this is interesting, Merle. There are a few things you didn't disclose to us a few years ago when the town council agreed to let you start a bank in our town, aren't there?" Merle sighed, scrubbed a hand over his face, made no reply. "You know the judge in our county doesn't take kindly to repeat offenders, Merle. Not kindly at all." He dropped the telegram on his desk. "However, if you should decide to be forthcoming with regard to another criminal in my jurisdiction, I think I could perhaps persuade the judge to go a little easier on you." He rose. "I'll go get your dinner now." He would take his time. Maybe the man would be willing to talk when he returned. Reagan stepped out onto the porch and closed the door behind him, leaving Merle alone in his cell. Belle stepped out of Dixie's boarding house on her last day of work, ready to head for home. She felt downcast and discouraged. Her departure for Seattle loomed on the horizon, and she'd requested all of the next 2 weeks off so that she could pack and be sure to do some extra things around the house so that Ma wouldn't be left with all that work. Lord knew the twins and Aiden weren't very helpful most of the time, and with Zoe off to her own household now, Belle didn't want Ma to overwork herself. However, it had been such a topsy-turvy day. First, the sheriff had come through asking to search the place, and Dixie had needed to help him, leaving Belle to manage both the kitchen and the dining room through the lunch rush. Then there had been the fire at the schoolhouse, and since Dixie had handed out many of the containers from her kitchen to help put out the flames, there had been a huge amount of cleanup afterward when everyone brought the containers back. She was very thankful there hadn't been more damage to the school than there was. Also very thankful to hear that the board had voted to let Zoe keep her job. But it felt like a chaotic note to leave on. She'd spent additional time cleaning up the kitchen to make sure Dixie didn't have any extra work the next day, and now her feet practically dragged on the way home. As she entered the shade of the trees near her wildflower field, she decided to take a moment to visit her favorite alcove under the spreading branches of the large tree at the back of the field one more time. It was the place where she'd been putting the finishing touches on a family portrait on the night that her father had died. She'd stayed out all night, hoping to finish it before he passed, and had failed. It was also the place where, years later, she had desperately painted a portrait of dear Pa for fear that she might one day forget his face. The place where Cain Carver had heard her sobbing and come to see if she was all right. The place where she'd first fallen in love with him. But now, as she approached the path that cut through the wild lilac and rose bushes, she heard the whuffle of a horse and the jangle of a bit. She looked up and smiled to see Cain's horse contentedly cropping grass from where he was hobbled in the field. Cain sat on a stump just beyond the horse, his gaze warm on her face. "Hi." He stood with a smile. Thought I might have missed you there for a few minutes. Okay, more like an hour and a half.
Belle covered her mouth. You've been waiting for me for an hour and a half?
He dipped his chin. I have, and the sight of you makes it worth every moment. She felt suddenly shy at the blatant compliment that was unlike him.
I'm sorry. It was such a day.
I don't even know where to begin to tell you about it.
I had to stay late to do some cleaning.
No matter now that you're here. Do you have a few minutes?
For him?
She had all the time in the world.
I do.
He reached out a hand. Her heart gave a thump as she settled her fingers into the warmth of his grasp. He led her through the field to her little hideaway, and when they pushed their way under the tangle of intertwined branches and canes, Belle gasped.
Oh, Kane.
On the grass, he'd spread a blanket, and atop that, he'd placed a picnic basket. I know you'll be right busy packing and helping at your parents' place over the next week. I wanted to have a little time with you to myself before all that. She wished she felt the freedom to sidle close to him and give him a kiss. She thought he might welcome it, but wasn't sure she could handle the hurt if he didn't. So she remained where she stood and hoped he could read the appreciation in her eyes. Her stomach gave a loud rumble, and she slapped a palm over it in embarrassment.
Oh, do forgive me. I didn't have time to eat lunch.
Well then, we'd best dive in right away. Kane pointed to the blanket for her to sit, and when she did, he immediately joined her and set to pulling plates from the basket. The plates were followed by a small basket of apples, a tin of cold fried chicken, and another of baked potatoes. He touched one, grimaced. I'm afraid they are somewhat colder than I planned them to be. Belle never remembered feeling happier.
Cold potatoes are lovely, one of my favorite foods.
She swept her tongue along the inside of her cheek. He angled her a look. I have a feeling, Miss Kastain, that you aren't being completely honest with me. She couldn't withhold a chuckle.
It'll be fine. Life is a wonderful adventure. And if we have to eat cold potatoes sometimes, well, then it just allows us to enjoy the days with warm potatoes all the more.
He set the tin of potatoes to one side and leaned toward her, planting one arm behind her. You are a wonder, you know that? She held her breath. He was so close, she could feel the warmth of him, see the small scar on his chin that prevented his beard from growing there, and the smaller one that lay at the outer corner of his eye. Kane's gaze trailed across her forehead and over her cheeks to pause at her lips. Belle felt her heart stutter in her chest. Her breathing stilled. Her pulse raced. He leaned forward and brushed her lips with his own, sending a wave of warmth through her. She angled into the contact and settled one hand against his cheek. His lips were soft and warm and gentle. The stubble on his cheek prickled the tips of her fingers. Her stomach rumbled loudly again. Kane pulled back with a chuckle, and Belle hung her head, tucking her lower lip between her teeth. But it was probably a good thing to have the interruption with their current isolation. Kane gave her a wink. The stomach has spoken. He handed her a plate and held the tin of chicken toward her. After she'd taken a piece, he offered a potato. Cold potatoes? I hear they're a great aid to adventure.
I love adventures,
she offered as she lifted one onto her plate. After he'd given her an apple, they quietly set about eating. Belle wasn't sure if she'd ever tasted anything as good as that cold chicken. Even the potato went down easily between bites of apple. She saved the last bite of chicken for the end and savored it as she wiped her fingers on the cloth Kane had provided.
I think that's the best chicken I've ever had.
Maud is a wonder in the kitchen, and that's certain. Kane reached for the cloth and wiped his own fingers. Feeling better now? Belle rested a hand on her stomach.
I am, thank you very much.
Good, because I have a question to ask you. His expression sharpened with sudden seriousness. He tossed aside the rag, moved their plates, and shifted until he was leaning on one knee before her. His focus never left her face as he unbuttoned the flap on his shirt pocket and reached inside to pull out a gold ring. With his arms propped against his knee, he held the ring up, angling it back and forth between two fingers. Her eyes shot wide. She scrambled upright until she, too, was on her knees and resting on her ankles. Her hand trembled as it fluttered to cover her lips. For the longest of moments, all she could do was stare at that lovely golden circlet. Finally, she lifted her focus.
I thought you said...
He tilted his head. I know what I said. But I couldn't stand the thought of sending you off to Seattle and all those fancy men who will be vying for your hand without my ring on your finger. I love you, Belle, and I want you to come home to me and only me. She wanted to reach for the ring and slide it on her finger, but she made herself stay still, simply enjoying the sight of it for a few moments longer.
Did you speak to Papa?
She couldn't stop the tick of humor that tugged at her lips. He pumped his brows. I did.
And what did he say?
He gave us his blessing, but not until after giving me a near attack of angina by pretending that he was unsure.
Belle felt her cheeks bunch. Have ye recovered, then, from this attack?
Humor sparkled in his brown eyes. I'm not certain yet. It's still lingering as I wait for an answer. She quirked a brow at him.
Mr. Carver, a girl cannot answer a question that has not yet been asked.
His cheeks flushed. Did I forget to ask a question?
You did indeed.
He leaned toward her. Belle Kastain, would you do me the honor of becoming my wife? She breathed out relief and stretched out her left hand.
The answer to that is a very emphatic yes.
With happiness glittering in his gaze, Kane slipped the ring onto her finger and then stood, pulling her with him. He kissed her then, slow and steady, with his hands cupped around her cheeks. She relished the caress of his lips, the warmth of his chest beneath her fingers, the lilac-scented air swirling all around them. After a long moment, he eased back. I will always look forward to adventures with you, Belle. She rested one finger against his chin.
Just promise me one thing.
His brow crimped as he searched her face. What's that?
Next time, we'll have warm potatoes?
He threw back his head on a laugh, then pulled her to him and settled a kiss against her forehead. I promise I'll try to do my best.
She chuckled. Well then, that's all that a girl can ask.
With that, she settled her cheek against the beat of his heart and relished having his arms around her here in this place where she'd first fallen in love with him. Her heart was filled with anticipation for a lifetime of growing in that love as his wife. Chapter 22. By the time Zoe and Wash met Mr. Nolan at the mill and then made it back to the spread, most of the townsfolk who'd been helping with cleanup had headed on to their own places and chores for the evening. Zoe was surprised and grateful at the amount of work that had been completed while they'd been away in town. The rubble that had once been Wash's cabin had all been cleared away. The stone foundation was still discolored by the fire, but stood clear and clean, ready for their new house. Much of the rubble at the barn had also been cleared. She was once again filled with gratitude that they lived in such a supportive community. Maud had a meal of fried chicken and baked potatoes, keeping warm in the warming drawer. As soon as they stepped into the house, she started putting food on the table that was set and ready. Jackson, Grant, and Lincoln all appeared, hunger shining in their eyes. "'Bout time you all got home," Grant groused. "A man's work is never done, son," Butch replied, sinking into his seat at the head of the table with a weary sigh. "Yes, Pa." Grant quietly pulled out his chair, and everyone sat down. After Grace, Maud held the plate of fried chicken to Zoe first. Her eyes crinkled at the corners.
"My brother was by earlier and asked me to pack a picnic that he hoped to share with your sister."
Zoe's gaze sharpened on her.
"Oh?"
She took a piece and handed the platter on to Wash. Maud nodded.
"And from the round circlet that I caught a glimpse of in his shirt pocket, I'm guessing he had a particular question in mind, too."
Zoe's heart soared.
"Oh, that would be wonderful."
Maud's eyes crinkled with joy.
"I'm quite pleased myself. Finally." "Finally, indeed,"
Zoe concurred. Wash shared the news about Dr. Polson wanting to do a surgery the next day. Jackson stilled and looked at him. "You're okay with that?" Wash lifted one shoulder. "He seems to think that he can lessen my pain. If he's right, then I feel I ought to try." Butch gave Zoe a grateful look as he spoke to his son. "You should. I, for one, am glad you're taking him up on his advice, son. I hope and pray that it will be the solution you need. In fact, I would like for us to pray as a family, if you don't mind." He stretched his hands out to Lincoln and Grant, who sat on either side of him. Lincoln grumbled as he set down the chicken leg that had already been halfway to his mouth. "We're never going to get to eat." After a few chuckles, they all turned serious. And Zoe only felt a little guilt over the fact that when everyone else bowed their heads, she kept her eyes open to relish the sight of this family that she'd so recently joined, bonding together as one to petition the Almighty on behalf of the man she loved. Butch's voice was sincere and deep. Wash's fingers were warm around her own. He swallowed hard and used his shoulder to swipe away a tear that escaped. Jackson and Maud bobbed their heads and murmured some amens in response to Butch's prayer. Lincoln and Grant were quiet, but kept their heads bowed respectfully. And most heartening of all was to see Wash's features relax as his father lifted him before the throne. The furrows in his brow eased, the lines of tension around his lips smoothed, and by the time Butch said his amen, Wash's grip on her hand had even relaxed. Zoe sighed in contentment. This was a good family the Lord had allowed her to be part of. They ate in silence then, all of them weary from the strain of the past few days. When plates were empty, Butch placed his serviette on the table and looked between Lincoln and Grant. "Boys, get your evening chores done, and then I want you in bed right away tonight. Gonna be an early start in the morning, and then we'll all head to town to wait word on Wash's surgery." "Pa, you don't have to." Butch raised his palm. "We won't be anywhere else, son. Nowhere else." Wash swallowed and blinked hard a few times. "Thanks, Pa." Zoe rose and helped Maud clear the table. While Wash and Jackson settled beside the chessboard, she helped with the dishes. Her nervousness increased with each dish that she dried. Tonight would be the first night that she and Wash shared their own room with a real bed, one they could both fit into. And with Wash's surgery happening tomorrow, this might be the only night they would share for some weeks to come. Surely he would respond differently tonight after all the ways they'd connected today. She hoped he would respond differently. though she could see even from her place here in the kitchen that he was in a great deal of pain. His stance was no longer relaxed, and he kept rubbing his lower leg as he studied the chessboard, waiting for Jackson to make his move. Jackson moved his queen just as Zoe and Maud entered the living room. With a grunt of satisfaction, Wash nudged his own queen one space. "Checkmate." Jackson groaned. "I'm a dunce. I should have seen that." Maud approached her husband and wrapped her arms around him from behind as she bent to drop a kiss on his cheek.
"Come on, dunce of my heart. Let's say our goodnights. I'm tired, and tomorrow isn't looking any shorter than today."
Jackson rose, pointing a finger at Wash. He resisted the tug of Maud's hand as she tried to pull him out of the room. "I demand a rematch." Wash chuckled. "I'm sure there'll be plenty of time for that when I'm laid up in bed recovering from surgery." Jackson pumped a fist and finally gave in to his wife's tugging. He called over his shoulder as they disappeared down the hall, "I'll be whipping you in 10 moves by the time you're healed up." Wash only chuckled. His gaze collided with Zoe's then and turned serious, thoughtful. "You ready to get some sleep?" She stepped closer.
"I am."
Boldly, she stretched her hand toward him.
"You coming?"
His brow crimped. He ignored her hand and scrubbed at the hair at the back of his neck. "Last room down the hall, on the left. Go ahead, and I'll be down in a few minutes." He didn't seem to want to look her way after that. Zoe's shoulders fell. She dropped her hand. He really didn't want to be with her. Discouragement weighted her feet as she slowly made her way down the hall. A new toothbrush and a new red metal tube of Colgate's Ribbon dental cream waited for her on the washstand inside the door. A clean, full-length nightgown was laid out on the foot of the bed. Lord bless Maud's thoughtfulness. The tears started to flow when she was only halfway into the nightgown. By the time she'd thrown herself onto the bed and scooted as close to the wall as she could, under the covers with her back to the door, she was silently sobbing in earnest. It was only a few minutes later that Wash tapped lightly on the door and she heard him ease it open. She gathered her composure and kept her shoulder planted firmly into the feather mattress, pretending to be asleep. If he didn't want to be with her, she would leave him to himself. But just the thought of facing years like this made another sob escape. She tucked her lips between her teeth and scrunched her eyes tight.
"Please don't let him have heard that."
Behind her, the sounds of Wash's movements ceased. After a moment, he whispered, "Zoe, you okay?" She didn't respond. Let him think that he'd just imagined it. His belt buckle clanked against the bureau top. She needed to sniff, but refused to do so. Tears from her top eye pooled into the curve by her nose and spilled over. They joined the tears from her other eye to soak the pillowcase beneath her cheek. It was uncomfortable. Still, she didn't move. The bed dipped as Wash sank onto his side of the mattress. One by one, his boots hit the floor. The mattress moved again. She remained still, frowned, quieted her breathing, tried to hear what he was doing. And then his voice spoke from just above her ear. "Ah, Zoe, you're tearing my heart out here." His hand smoothed the tangles of her hair away from her face. Her eyes flew open. He was on one elbow, leaning over her. He tugged on her shoulder to roll her to her back, and then smoothed the hair from the damp side of her face as well. Confusion swelled through her at the compassion filling his eyes. He shook his head. "I know what you're thinking, and you couldn't be more wrong."
She narrowed her gaze. I think you've made yourself pretty clear. He shook his head again. No, I apparently haven't. Her body betrayed her, because while she wanted to remain angry with him, her pulse thrummed with her love for him as he continued to brush his fingers through her hair, thumb the tears from beneath her lashes, and study her with that soft look in his eyes. He leaned toward her. You've no idea how hard you are to resist. She felt tension tug at her brow. Finally, she let herself sniff. You seem to be doing a fair job of it. He made a dismissive sound. I'm not resisting you because I don't want to be with you, Zoe. In fact, I want it so much that I'm weak with it. His thumb trembled against her bottom lip. She reached to cover his hand with her own. Then why? He exhaled sharply and flopped back on his pillow, tugging her with him. Come here. He wrapped one arm around her, and she settled her cheek against his chest. He scooped the fingers of his opposite hand into her hair and simply held her. When he spoke, his voice rumbled in her ear. Earlier at the doctor's office, you quoted from Psalm 23. The Lord is our shepherd, we shall not want, you said. A few years ago, I might have agreed with that sentiment, Zoe. But I'm not certain I understand what that means anymore. The Lord was my shepherd that day that I was simply walking through camp, and a new recruit accidentally discharged his weapon into my leg. The Lord was my shepherd through 2 previous surgeries, neither of which fixed my problem. The Lord has been my shepherd in all the years since, but I still want, Zoe. I don't know how not to. I want to sleep through the night without waking in pain. I want to be a man who can support his family. I want to be able to walk down the aisle with my bride without... His voice hitched, falling on my face in front of everyone. He paused, but Zoe sensed that he wasn't finished, so she held her silence and merely listened. His chest rose and fell beneath her cheek. The sound of a bullfrog chorused through the background. Finally, he continued. I want to be a father to my children, Zoe. But I'm not guaranteed that will happen. You're not guaranteed that will happen. And I don't want to leave you in a position where you regret, I could never just listen. His thumb brushed gently against the skin of her arm. If something happens to me tomorrow, it'll be hard for you. But it would be so much harder if you were left with a child to raise on your own. She pushed up onto her elbow and glowered into his face. Nothing is going to happen to you. He shook his head. You don't know that. Haven't you been listening to me? She frowned and plucked at a tie on the quilt. I think the meaning of that verse is not that we'll never have hard times, Wash, but that we realize that God will take care of us through the hard times. We may have wants, as in we wish that things were different, but if we trust Him through the hard times, we see how all things work together for the good of those who love Him and are called according to His purpose. She pressed a hand to his arm. Even that psalm I quoted talks about the valley of the shadow of death. There are hard times, but God will comfort us, provide for us. In the valleys, that might be hard to see, but I believe it is true. There was ire in the gaze he turned on her. And you think that I don't? She shook her head. I didn't say that. He relaxed, tucking one arm beneath his head. It's so easy to say, Zoe. And so much harder to trust when you are the one flat on your back looking up at a brazen sky.
I just want life to be easy for you. Not like, well, not like this." He thrust a frustrated gesture that encompassed his injured leg and then returned his arm to the position behind his head.
And what if I would want a son or a daughter to remember you by?
She felt flames lick her cheeks, but refused to break eye contact.
A child, your child, would never be a burden, Wash. I would consider it a blessing.
With his near hand, he wrapped a strand of her hair around his finger, caressing it with his thumb. "You say that now, but you can't know that's how you would always feel. Besides, it would be irresponsible of me. A child needs a father, and selfishly, I wouldn't want my child raised by someone else."
So I get no say?
He closed his eyes and tugged her back down. "Not this time. Please, try to understand. We have a long day tomorrow."
Try to understand? Oh, she understood. He was completely selfish and uncaring of what she wanted. He was angry with God and taking that grudge out on her. And on top of it all, he felt she wouldn't be capable of raising his child on her own. Not to mention that the chances of her getting with child were slim after only one night together. Maybe she simply hadn't made herself clear enough. He said she was a temptation. Perhaps she could convince him. With her lower lip tucked between her teeth, she stroked a hand over the shirt he still wore. His breath hitched, but other than that, he didn't move. She eased closer to press a kiss against his cheek. He angled his eyes toward her but remained stiff. Next, she kissed the stubble of his jaw, the soft corner of his mouth. In one swift move, he grabbed her hand and rolled toward her so that she was once more on her back as he leaned over her. But instead of holding her hand in a caress, he pressed it tightly to the mattress on the other side of her, as though to keep her from touching him. Fire lit his eyes, and his chest rose and fell. His focus dropped to her lips. He swallowed hard. For one moment, she thought she'd won him over. Then his jaw hardened, and his eyes glittered as they returned to hers. "You know, Zoe, sometimes a man likes to be the leader in a relationship." He flopped away from her, leaving her with only the view of his broad back. "Go to sleep, please." His breaths were ragged and rapid. After a few moments, they slowed, and then quieted. She grew more riled with each breath she listened to him take. They grew longer, deeper, softer. She lay beside him until the wee hours of the morning, feeling deeply the sting of his continued rejection, the pain of his anger toward God. However, she had no one to blame but herself. It was her impulsive behavior that had gotten her into this position. He'd told her he didn't want her, yet she'd practically forced him to marry her. Well, he could have his leadership. She wouldn't make herself vulnerable to him again. She ground her teeth and flounced onto her side, glowering at the dark wall. Sometime in the morning hours, the gentle rhythm of his breathing lulled her to sleep. When she woke with the sun, he wasn't on the bed beside her. And in the light of morning, she couldn't seem to summon her anger from the night before. Despair over a lonely future? Despondency over his lack of attraction to her? Rejection? Yes, she felt all those things. And the worst of it was, she was now faced with a decision. Did she truly believe the words she'd spoken to him the night before?
That God worked all things for the good of those who loved him and were called according to his purpose? Because here she stood, smack dab in the middle of what certainly felt like a valley of the shadow of death. Death of her dreams. Death of her love. No, never her love. She would love him until the day that she died. But how long would he cling to his anger? Even if the surgery was a success, there were other accidents that could take him from this earth in a blink of an eye. Was he thinking about those? She and her siblings and mother certainly knew a little about that kind of tragedy. She tilted her face toward the ceiling, closed her eyes. Lord, I trust you. But please, help me to see the good in this. Because it's true what Wash said. I'm having a hard time finding it right now. She rose wearily to dress. One thing she knew. She would never make herself vulnerable to him again. She only hoped that she would be able to keep both his family and hers from knowing how deeply his rejection had hurt her. Chapter 23. Harland had sent one of his men back to the alehouse the night before. It had been a risk, but not a great one, because he'd made sure to move camp as soon as the man had left for town. And the risk had been worth it, because they'd connected with him again this morning, and he had returned with news. It seemed that Butch's oldest son would be having a surgery today. And it was perfect timing, because Harland was done playing around. He'd tried subtle, also tried not so subtle. None of it had worked. So now it was time to go to the mats. Yesterday there had been a red-headed woman with the men. She had to be the woman that Butch's oldest son had married on the day of the fires. And there was, of course, the other wife, too. She looked a lot like Maisie. So until now, he'd left her alone. But she was not Maisie. He would remember that. He could remember that. Maisie wasn't here. Not Maisie. If the Nolan men hadn't cared about their damaged fences, if they hadn't cared about dead animals, and if the entire town had shown up to rescue them when he'd burned their buildings, well, maybe it was time to do something that they would care about, something the town couldn't rescue them from. Maybe killing their women would get the point across. It had certainly changed him, hadn't it? Made him move on. But he shook his head. He would not think of that today. Today, he would focus on the plan. Wash was sitting at the breakfast table with Pa's Bible open before him when Zoe emerged from their room. No one else was up yet, and he knew the moment he looked at her that she was still riled. Her footsteps faltered, but then she smiled and continued toward him. "Good morning." Her voice was cheery, too cheery. "Morning. You're up early." "I figured I'd better make myself useful around here." Jinx rose from his spot on the rug they'd placed for him near the fireplace. He patted over, tail wagging, and Zoe bent to give him a scratch. "Come on, boy, let's get you your breakfast." To Wash, she added, "I'll just get the coffee going. How did you sleep?" She breezed past him and sailed into the kitchen, which was only divided from the table by a sideboard. He nudged the Bible away and folded his arms against the cleared space. "Slept fine, thanks. You?" He watched her move to the sink and put the pump handle to use. Had she heard anything he said last night? Believed him when he said that she was temptation itself? By the way she was working that pump handle like she might be flailing a rattlesnake, he didn't think so. She moved to the stove and plunked the metal coffee pot onto the center. "Slept fine, too. Thanks for asking." That was a lie, because when he'd woken with the first rays of the sun, She'd been shifting and murmuring restlessly and had even whimpered a time or two. He'd fled the room before he could give in to the temptation to comfort her. Then he'd come here to delve into the passage in Ephesians about how husbands ought to treat their wives like Christ loved the church. That meant sacrificing his own wants and desires for her greater good. So far, he was doing okay at that. But thank the Lord his surgery was today, because he wasn't sure how much longer he could hold out. If things improved, well then, maybe. He coughed and refused to let his thoughts go there. Zoe scooped coffee grounds into the pot so fast that her hand was a blur of motion. That done, she tamped the lid into place. There. Now it's your turn, Jenks. The dog's whole hind end wiggled when he wagged his tail. She bent to cup the critter's face. Who's a good boy? Jenks is a good boy. Come on. She stood and hefted the bucket of kitchen scraps and boiled corn mush that Jenks was fed from. The dog followed her happily onto the porch, and Wash could hear the sound of her voice murmuring to the dog as she scooped food into his dish. The screen door squeaked open then, and she returned the scrap bucket to its place. I'll just head out to the coop and fetch the eggs. Be right back. She snatched up a basket and disappeared through the kitchen door again. Wash hung his head and gripped the back of his neck. Lord, I'm afraid that in trying to do what I felt was right, I've hurt her. Is she right? Have I not been trusting you like I should? I feel like I've been trying to trust you. But you, of all people, know that I'm pretty good at failing. No doubt this has been the hardest thing I've ever faced. But then, I think you know that too. Just help her to know that I truly do love her and value her and want to be a good husband. Maud stepped into the room from the hallway, tying an apron at her back. Oh, good morning, she smiled. You're up early. He raised a hand of greeting. Zoe's out collecting the eggs and already got the coffee going. Wonderful. I'll just start the bacon frying then. Wash closed Pa's Bible and returned it to the little table in the corner of the dining room. I don't have much of an appetite this morning, so nothing for me, please. I'll just go out and see if Zoe needs any help with the eggs. Maud smiled conspiratorially. Sure. He let her think what she wanted and went in search of his wife. He paused outside the coop and watched her leaning into the roosting boxes. Her basket already contained several eggs. Zoe, what's going on? He leaned against the chicken wire, his fingers looping through the holes. What do you mean? I'm collecting the eggs like I told you I was. She smiled, forced cheer ringing in her voice. Then, after breakfast, if you don't mind, I'd like to head into town and pay a visit to Jacinda at her dress shop. I have no clothes, and if I'm to return to teaching next week, we can't have that. She giggled. It grated on his nerves. Anyhow, I need to get her working on some skirts and blouses for me. It'll be a bit of an expense, but I should have enough put by to— Zoe, stop. Her attention flew to him. Her brows shot up, and this morning's first true revelation of her emotions etched little grooves into the skin around her lips. The kitchen door opened. Zoe, Maud called, if you hand me just a few of the eggs, I can get 'em started. Her snapping eyes still on his face, Zoe stepped out of the coop and purposely latched the door. By the time she turned to face Maud, her false smile was back in place. I was just finished. She extended the basket. Several good layers, I see. Yes, Jackson bought those hens from— The women disappeared into the kitchen, leaving Wash standing by the coop, with discouragement sweeping through him. By the time he returned to the house, his siblings and father had all joined the fray, and Zoe seemed determined to be the life of the party. At the breakfast table, where he sat despite his lack of appetite, She teased his younger brothers about all the homework she was going to have to assign to catch them up after their week off from school. The boys groaned good-naturedly, and everyone laughed. After that, she barely settled into her seat by his side for more than 10 seconds at a time. She would take a bite and then hop up to fetch Pa more coffee. Then another bite, followed by a declaration that the boys needed more milk, which she fetched from the icebox in the kitchen. Jackson asked Maud about jam for his toast, and Zoe leapt up before anyone could move, saying she would get it. Wash wanted to kick his brother under the table, and might have, if it wouldn't have sent a shock wave of pain through his own leg. Jackson scarfed down his toast, then mentioned that he had to put in some hours at the mill today due to a large order from Clay Elam. He said he would meet them all at the clinic later. Zoe jumped at that declaration. "Would you mind dropping me off at Jacinda's, Jax? I need to get her sewing some clothes since all of mine went up in the blaze. Then I can just walk over and meet you all at the clinic come time for the surgery." His oblivious brother nodded. "Sure, I'm ready whenever you are." Zoe stood. "I should help Maud with the clean—" Maud waved a hand. "It's fine, you go on." "Well, all right then." Zoe's hand settled on his shoulder ever so briefly. "I'll see you in town." And with that, she was gone, followed by Jackson out the door. "Lincoln, Grant, get to your chores, boys," Pa said. As his younger brothers moved to obey, Maud cleared a stack of plates into the kitchen and started washing them. Wash felt a little sick. He studied his folded hands on the tabletop. In trying to do what was right by her, he'd obviously— well, he wasn't sure what he'd done, but she certainly hadn't been herself this morning. Pa turned his coffee mug in a circle on the table. "She's just worried about you, son. She'll settle after your surgery, you'll see." Wash gripped the back of his neck, forced a smile. "I'm sure you're right." The problem was, he wasn't sure. Not at all. And the future stretched out before him, one long canvas without a dab of paint on it to give any guidance of how this might play out. Zoe's morning passed in a haze. Jacinda, of course, had been more than happy to set aside her project to take measurements and help Zoe pick out new materials. But that hadn't taken long, and then the remainder of the morning had stretched interminably. She'd gone to the schoolhouse and was pleased to see that, other than a coat of finish, the porch had already been repaired. Gratefulness filled her. She wasn't sure if she could have handled another tragedy. And losing the schoolhouse and all her books certainly would have been that. After that, she'd gone to Dixie's for a cup of coffee and a muffin. She hadn't been able to eat much of a breakfast, what with trying to keep up her good humor and avoid Wash's narrow-eyed scrutiny, and her stomach rumbled with appreciation at the sight of the raspberry confection. She dawdled over that for as long as she could, even to the point of rudeness before she finally left her payment with Cora and stepped onto the boardwalk once again. There was still plenty of time before she needed to be at the surgery, so she decided to go for a walk. Wyldhaven Creek was beautiful this time of year, with the cool, clear water burbling over mossy rocks and the banks burgeoning with green grasses that waved in the breeze. She crossed the bridge and meandered toward the east, simply enjoying the quiet solitude of nature. Harland kept well back in the trees as the redhead moved farther and farther from town. He hadn't expected it to be this easy. Certainly hadn't expected her to wander right to him all on her own. Only another mile or so, and she would be far enough from town that he could be well clear of the area by the time anyone in town could pinpoint his shot and get help to her. She would be long gone before anyone could reach her. Then they would see just how committed the Nolans were to remaining on their spread. And this way, he didn't have to hurt Maisie. He frowned. No, not Maisie. Maisie wasn't here. He carefully maneuvered around a large ponderosa, ducking under the branches as he tracked parallel with her. He was mindful of each step, treading lightly. He once tracked a Nez Perce squaw in just such a manner, and it filled him with a thrill of excitement to be on the hunt once again. Chapter 24. Reagan went first thing in the morning to the post office and had Ben send a wire for information about Harlan White. The postman had promised to bring it over as soon as he heard anything back. The evening before, Reagan had brought Merl Olin a meager meal, but the man had refused to talk without a deal. Reagan hoped that he would be hungry enough this morning that the temptation of a hearty breakfast might change his mind. That, and the news about all that Jerry had told them, might be enough incentive to make him realize that he needed some leverage. As a banker in Wyldhaven, he was finished, but if the man was smart, he'd want to save his life. And with the new information he'd read this morning about who would be on the circuit this month, if Merl wanted to do that, he was going to have to share something useful. Reagan walked into the jailhouse with Zane and Joe on his heels and plunked the newspaper through the bars onto the floor of Olin's cell. Page 5. Read it. Olin rose slowly from his cot and took up the paper. Reagan waited only until he'd opened it to the right page before continuing. Yesterday I told you that the judge in our county doesn't take kindly to repeat offenders. That was Judge Green. Unfortunately for you, Judge Green seems to have been taken sick with consumption. He's been reassigned to a warmer climate for his health. Merle's eyes lit up until Reagan lifted a finger. That's bad news for you, Merle, because look who's replacing him. Judge Palmer. When comparing these two judges, saying that Judge Green didn't take kindly to repeat offenders would be like saying that he didn't like lemon drops. Merle frowned at him in confusion. Reagan looked at Zane. Did I say that right? Zane shook his head. Not sure you got it quite right, Reagan. He angled himself so that Merle wouldn't see his wink. A look at Joe revealed him also shaking his head, humor dancing in his eyes. Merle still looked confused. Let me put it another way. If Judge Green didn't take kindly to repeat offenders, Judge Palmer would like to strap every repeat offender to a barrel of liquid nitroglycerin and make them hike a shale path down the steep side of a cliff. Merle's eyes widened. Is that clear enough? The man nodded. Reagan looked at his deputies. I think he gets it now. Zane patted him on the shoulder. Good job. He gave Merle a sympathetic swing of his head. Tough break for you, Merle. Reagan poured himself a cup of coffee and then sank into his chair, propping his boots on the corner of his desk. Tell you what, Merle. He deliberately sipped his coffee loudly. I'm hungry. Zane and Joe are hungry. We're going down to the diner to enjoy a nice, leisurely breakfast. And when we come back, I'm going to have a plate of Dixie's biscuits, smothered in sausage gravy, with a couple of eggs and some bacon on the side. Merle pretended interest in the paper, but Reagan heard his stomach growl. When I walk through that door, if you're ready to tell me what you know about this Harlan White you mentioned yesterday, then that plate of breakfast will be all yours. But if not, well, there's a stray dog that's been hanging around. I'm sure he'd be happy to scarf it up. Reagan stood and took another sip before plunking his tin cup onto the stove beside the coffee pot to keep warm. While you're pondering how hungry you are, I'm begging you to also seriously ponder the state of your future. I like Judge Palmer. Judge Palmer likes me. One word from me to him on how helpful you were in the apprehension of a man who may have burnt down one of our citizens' spreads? Well, That would go a long way to softening the judge's stance on your future, I'm sure. Joe nudged Reagan's arm with his hat. You should also let him know how helpful Jerry Hines was in his chat with us yesterday. He was very helpful, wasn't he? Zane and Joe agreed heartily. Hear that, Merl? How helpful Jerry was? He had some interesting things to say about you, by the way. Very interesting, Zane added. With that, Reagan followed Zane and Joe from the jailhouse, leaving the man to read the paper and ponder his future. Think it'll work? Joe asked as they headed toward the diner. Reagan shrugged. We'll see how smart he is. Elijah Harrow was in his clock shop, helping Aurora Clay and her charge, Tommy, when, through the window, he saw Zoe leave the boarding house porch and head across the Wyldhaven Creek Bridge. He frowned. He didn't like to see her wandering alone like that, especially not with all the strange happenings of late. Aurora was still bent over the case of pocket watches, trying to decide which one to purchase for Preston for his upcoming birthday.
That one looks nice,
Tommy pointed.
It does.
She hummed.
Do you think he'd like the wolf or the bear better?
Bears are nicer than wolves, but wolves are purtier.
Aurora smiled.
True enough, Tommy. They're the same price, so it's just a matter of choosing the design.
Elijah could no longer see Zoe from the windows of the shop. For some reason, more tension than the situation warranted filled his chest. Mrs. Clay, if you'll pardon me, I've just seen Zoe walking alone. Will you two be okay if I leave the shop for a few minutes?
I like Zoe,
Tommy proclaimed. Aurora smiled.
We know you do.
To Elijah, she said,
Of course. Take your time.
Thank you. He snatched up his hat and hurried from the store, leaving the bell jangling behind him. By the time he reached the bridge, Zoe had wandered so far that he still couldn't see her. He hurried in the direction that she'd taken. Lord, I'm not sure why I'm feeling so concerned. Please, just keep her safe. It was the silence that first sent a prickle of unease down the back of Zoe's neck. She paused on the creek bank and tilted her head to listen. No birds chirped. No squirrels chattered. Not a chipmunk had stirred across her path. She looked up and down the creek and rotated in a circle to take in the brush and trees all around, but no one seemed to be near. Still, perhaps she'd wandered far enough from town on her own, especially with that foul man Harlan White in the area. She ought to have thought about him before roaming so far. Her tangled thoughts had been so focused on Wash and his continued rejection that she'd meandered far longer than she'd intended to. It was time she got to the clinic anyhow. His surgery would be starting soon. She truly did want to be there for him, even if his rebuff had cut her to the core. Not back toward town. Something had spooked her. Harlan slung his rifle off his shoulder. They weren't as far out of town as he would have liked, but he would be quick and vacate the area as soon as he took the shot. He hurried through the trees to get ahead of her and find the perfect location. It wasn't long before he found a tree branch that protruded from a trunk at just the right height and angle to function as a rest. A break in the branches between him and the creek provided the perfect small opening he needed. He settled the barrel of his gun onto the V of the branch, took a calming breath, and sighted in. As soon as she stepped into his crosshairs, it would be done. He drew in another slow breath, in slowly through his nose, out slowly through pursed lips. He could hear her footsteps now, rustling softly in the grass. He closed one eye. Ready. Zoe! He jolted upright. Someone calling to her from closer to town. But they were too late. He focused once more on his task. She stepped forward. He could see the white material of one of her sleeves now. Calm. Be calm. In. Out. One more step. And there she was. She lifted her arm in a wave.
Hi, Papa.
Harland squeezed the trigger. Just as Zoe lifted her arm to wave to Papa, her foot landed on a fist-sized rock on the path. It rolled beneath her boot.
Oh!
She flailed her arms to keep herself from falling backward. Something bit into the back of her arm with a sharp sting. And then she was on the ground, with all the air knocked out of her, listening to the sound of a gunshot reverberating through the air. Gunshot? Surely not. She must have been stung by a bee. Maybe a wasp, because it certainly hurt more than a bee sting would. "Zoe!" She heard Papa's cry as if from a long way off. Her ears rang and the ground was damp beneath her arm. She tried to sit up. "Stay down, Zoe. Stay down." Papa Harrow dove on her, pinning her to the ground. With one hand pressing one of her shoulders to the ground and his pistol gripped in the other, he lay beside her in the tall grass that wavered along both sides of the path.
What happened?
Zoe reached for the pain at the back of her arm and blinked when her fingers came away bloody. "I've got a gun," Papa yelled, searching the area all around them. "Just show your face, you coward. Just show your face."
Papa? Somebody shot me.
"Shh, Zoe, I know. Just stay still." Harland slammed his teeth together. With the tall grass on either side of the path, he could no longer see his quarry. He would need to get closer to finish the job. But he was too close to town. They would have already heard his shot. And whoever that man was, her pa apparently, he claimed he had a gun. Harland hadn't survived this long by risking his hide in stupid confrontations that he might not win, and he wasn't about to start now. Blazes. He hated not completing a kill. He withdrew into the trees and quietly slung his rifle strap over his shoulder once more. When he'd gone several paces, he viciously kicked a pine cone. It jounced off the evergreen needles and sent a covey of quail cackling in all directions. His day would come at another time, but that didn't mean he had to like the delay. Zoe lay quietly next to Papa. She was starting to perspire beneath the blazing sun. He lay beside her, searching the brush and trees from which the shot had emerged.
Papa, I'm feeling a little woozy, like I did the time I broke my arm. Do you think we can go into town now?
"Not yet. Let me take a look." He bent to see the back of her arm. She saw him wince. He tugged a silk hanky square from his jacket pocket and set to rolling it into a strip. "It's a miracle you're alive, Zoe. What were you thinking, walking out here all alone?"
She felt a little sheepish. I wandered farther than I planned to. Just a lot on my mind today, I suppose.
But then her anger surged.
But this is Wyldhaven, Papa. I walk from the house to the school by myself all the time.
He tilted her a thin-lipped look. "You always have the twins and Aiden with you." She had to concede that his point was true enough.
Well, a lot of good they would do me if someone started shooting at us. Who would want to shoot me?
She gasped as she remembered the man, Harland, once more.
Yesterday, Butch had a run-in on the street with a nasty man named Harland White. Do you think it could be him? Why would he shoot me? I didn't even speak to him.
Papa shook his head. "I have no idea, but I'm hoping the law heard that shot and will be here in a moment. I suppose that's as good of an explanation as any. I'll mention it. Here, raise your arm a little if you can." Pain seared through the muscle as she followed his instruction. That was followed by another, more intense zing when he cinched the silk bandage into place. Behind them, she heard hoofbeats. She raised her head, thankful to see Reagan, Joe, and Zane riding their way. The men reined up and leapt down. Zane aimed his shotgun toward the tree line and searched it with a wary eye, while Joe came to her side with a canteen. "Here you go, Zoe. Are you okay?" She sat up cautiously, a tremor vibrating through her.
"I think so."
She tried to keep her head below the level of the grass as she sipped some of the cool water.
"Should we be worried that they might shoot again?"
Joe exchanged a frown with Reagan. The sheriff stepped forward. "Tell me exactly what happened." Zoe waved a hand.
"I came for a walk. I just turned around to head back to town when I heard Papa call to me. I slipped on a rock. I think that's what saved me."
She lifted her arm to show them how close the bullet had come. "Much too close. I'm glad you're okay, Zoe," Sheriff Reagan said. "Tell him about Harlan," Papa said. The sheriff's gaze sharpened on her.
"Harlan what?"
Zoe waggled her head.
"You already know that he had a run-in with Butch. I just can't figure out who might want to take a shot at me. His name was the only one to come to mind."
"Could this have been an accident?" Papa Harrow shook his head vehemently. "No, this was no accident." The sheriff cocked a brow at Joe. Joe gave a shrug of one shoulder.
"Revenge, maybe?"
Reagan turned and swung into his saddle.
"Well, I don't like people taking pot shots at my citizens. Let's find him and ask him what his motivations are."
Joe moved to join his boss, and Zane mounted up as well. Papa Harrow waved a hand in the direction of the trees. "The shot came from somewhere over there."
"You get Zoe back to town, and we'll see if we can track this varmint down."
The sheriff put his heels to his mount's sides and ducked beneath a branch as he disappeared into the trees with Zane and Joe right behind him. Papa stood, holstered his gun, and reached down to help her stand. She swayed for a moment before feeling her balance return. He offered his arm, then settled his warm, sun-spotted hand over hers. "The law will take care of this now. Let's get you to the clinic. All that matters is that you get taken care of."
"Papa, I don't want Wash to know about this before his surgery. I'll go to the boarding house, and Dr. Griffin can see to my arm there. But I want a clean blouse before I go to the clinic to see Wash. After his surgery will be soon enough for him to hear of this."
Papa's brow furrowed, but he nodded his consent. After a few steps, he asked, "Want to tell me what's on your mind? What brought you out on your walk, I mean?" She flapped a hand to dismiss his concern. Of course, she couldn't tell him the whole of the matter.
"Just concerned for Wash's surgery, I suppose. Concerned about the fire at the Nolans. Concerned about the fire at the schoolhouse.
And now concerned about being shot at."
"Sheriff Reagan and Zane and Joe will catch whoever it was. Oh, please, Lord, keep them safe."
She tossed a glance over her shoulder to where the men had disappeared into the trees. "Yes, we have good lawmen, don't we? It seems that Olin set the fire on the schoolhouse porch to buy time for him and Jerry to skip town, but the sheriff still managed to catch them."
"I was there yesterday when it happened. Have you heard what they did that got them arrested?"
Elijah shook his head. "No, nothing." Zoe pondered for a moment before saying,
"It must be something serious, because I got the impression yesterday that the marshal was waiting to interrogate Jerry until Wash and I left the clinic."
Elijah rubbed her hand. "It's never good when the law is after you."
"I suppose not."
They crossed the bridge into town.
"Thank you for coming after me, Papa."
She felt another tremor work through her.
"I don't know what I would have done if—"
Papa patted her hand. "The Lord was with us. I just felt an urge to go after you, so strongly. I Even left poor Mrs. Clay in the store by herself. I'm just so thankful that I listened." He thumbed at the moisture glistening in his eyes. "Now," he helped her up the boarding house steps, "into the dining room and sit. I'll have Dr. Griffin come right down." Zoe rose up on her tiptoes to give him a kiss on the cheek. She stopped him with a hand to his arm.
"Wash and I were just talking about how the Lord works all things for the good of those who are called according to his purpose. Papa, you are one of those good things that the Lord did for our family. I love you."
He sniffed and dipped his head to give her a kiss in return. "I love you too, sweet girl." He flapped a hand. "Now go. Sit. I'll be right back." With that, he left her, taking the street at a jog. Zoe stepped into the entry, and Cora gasped the moment she caught a glimpse of her.
"Zoe!"
Zoe glanced down at herself, surprised to see how much blood was on her blouse. She held up her good hand.
"I got shot. Papa went for Doc. I just need a place to sit."
"Here, right here." Cora motioned her to the bench that sat to one side of the check-in desk.
"Will you be all right if I go and fetch you a tumbler of water?"
Cora eyed her dubiously. Zoe smiled.
"Yes, thank you."
Cora was off like a flash of lightning.
"Dixie, that shot we heard was not a hunter."
It was only a moment later that Dixie and Cora bustled back into the entry with water and clean rags, and Dr. Griffin and Papa were not far behind them. Doc cleaned her arm and shook his head several times as she conveyed what had happened. "This is a deep scratch, Zoe. It bled a lot. But it sure is a miracle that it's not worse. I don't even think it requires stitches, though you'll have quite a scar there from now on." He bandaged her arm with a long white strip of cotton and tied the ends of the strip in a neat knot. "There. I'll want to take a look at it in a couple of days, but I have a feeling we'll be out to your place anyhow to check on your husband's leg." He smiled. Zoe darted Papa a look.
"He didn't see, did he?"
Papa raised his hands. "I was discreet." Zoe turned her attention to the doctor.
"I don't want Wash to know about this until after his surgery. Can you please not tell him?"
Doc scratched behind his ear. "I don't suppose I need to say anything to him, considering you're fine. But he is waiting for you. Wanted to see you before he goes into his surgery."
"Yes." She stood. "I'm rather late, aren't I?"
Dixie held out a white blouse.
"Thank you."
Zoe accepted it and moved into the little water closet near the base of the boarding house stairs. She emerged a moment later wearing the clean blouse and feeling more like herself again. Papa, Doc, and the two women remained where she had left them. She smoothed her hands over her skirt.
"I'll head to the clinic now."
She took in the women with a glance.
"Please be praying that Wash's surgery goes well."
"We will," Dixie assured, as Cora nodded beside her. Papa walked with her onto the boardwalk and then gave her a hug. "I'll be praying too. Your mother and I have been, ever since the news reached us through Aiden last night." He hesitated. "Did Belle have a chance to speak to you?" Zoe grinned.
"No, but I have a strong inkling that she might have some happy news to share. Kane had Maud pack a picnic lunch yesterday, and there was apparently a circlet in his pocket. Maud was pretty excited to tell me about it last night."
Papa chuckled. "I'd best keep my lips shut. Just try to find her when you have a moment." Zoe had no idea when she might find the time, but all she said was,
"I'll do that."
He motioned toward his shop. "I have customers waiting, so I need to get back inside. Dr. Griffin will walk with you down to the clinic to ensure you don't get lightheaded." Zoe offered the doctor a smile of gratitude and then followed him down the street, steeling her emotions for the afternoon ahead. Chapter 25. Wash was relieved to see Zoe enter the clinic right on the heels of Dr. Griffin. After the way she'd left the house this morning, he really wanted to speak to her before going under the anesthesia. He was already dressed in a long shirt that looked more like a gunny sack than anything else. The doctors had placed him on a table that had wheels, and there was a stack of pillows at his back. He felt conspicuous and nervous with his whole family gathered around him. Even Jerry, who was still handcuffed to one of the other beds, kept looking at him. Zoe's gaze settled on him, and he reached a hand toward her, needing to feel her there by his side. Surprise lit her eyes for a moment before she moved, but then stepped forward and settled her hand into his. He gave her fingers a gentle squeeze. "Hi." Before she had time to respond, Dr. Griffin and Dr. Polson arrived at his side. Both of them wore clean cotton breeches and long-sleeved shirts rolled up to the elbows. "Hello, Nolan family." Dr. Griffin smiled and then reached out to touch Wash's good leg. "Wash, how you doing?" He lifted one shoulder. "Good as can be expected, I'd guess." Doc smiled. "You're in good hands. I've assisted Polson with a number of surgeries in our new surgical theater now. I can assure you that his skills are a wonder to behold." Wash swallowed, glanced over at Polson. "I've done my praying, so now I'm in God's hands and yours." Dr. Polson smiled. "My hands aren't quite as skilled as the great physicians, but I'm pretty good for a mere mortal." Everyone chuckled nervously. Dr. Griffin stepped forward once more. "We have a room with several chairs and some books, and Dixie has assured me that she'll have dinner delivered to you all in a few hours." "A few hours?" Zoe gasped. "How long is this going to take?" "Well," Dr. Polson tilted his head to one side, "that's hard to answer before we get in there and see what we're facing. Rest assured that we'll move as quickly as we can, while at the same time doing our best to give Wash the healthiest possible future." Wash's stomach curled. He didn't hold out much hope, and the talk about having him sedated for hours reminded him that he needed to speak to his wife. "I'd like to talk to Zoe alone for a few minutes, if that's possible." The doctors indicated that was fine and stepped to one side. Wash hugged each member of his family and then watched as Dr. Griffin led them down a hallway, apparently to the room where they would wait. Dr. Polson strode over and pulled a curtain around Jerry's bed to block his view of them, and then he vacated the room himself. It wasn't completely private, but it would have to do, he supposed. He turned his attention to his wife. Beside him, Zoe was working her trembling lips in and out and all around. Her hand quaked in his grip, and she blinked rapidly to hold back tears. Her voice was low when she spoke. "I'm sorry. I was so snippy this morning, Wash. I don't claim to have all the answers where tragedy and trials are concerned." "Neither do I." He let his thumb graze over her knuckles. "I love you, Zoe. Do you believe me?" She frowned, sniffed. "I want to believe you." "Want to?" He tugged her closer until he could urge her to sit on the side of his bed. It rolled a little, causing her to squeak with surprise and readjust. They both laughed. He leaned forward then and touched the side of her face. "Don't want it, Zoe. Know it. It's true." She poked his chest. "Don't you dare die on that operating table." He sat back, relaxing at her bossy normalcy. "I'll do my best not to." He crooked his finger for her to lean closer, and when she did, he kissed her, slow and sure and completely. The way her lips moved beneath his had his heart racing like a locomotive. Behind her, Dr. Polson cleared his throat. "Everything is ready, and we really should get started while there's plenty of light." Zoe gave him one more peck and then stood and stepped out of Dr. Polson's way. "See you soon," she said. This was it. It wasn't too late to change his mind. Dr. Polson stepped in and pushed his bed until it turned Wash's back to the room. He tried to crane his neck to see Zoe above the stack of pillows, but the doctor pushed him through 2 swinging doors, and she was lost from his sight. His mouth felt dry, and his pulse rushed in his ears. Still not too late, but no. He wasn't turning back. He was going forward. He would do this for Zoe, for the hope that they might one day be able to have a somewhat normal future. They trundled down a hallway and past several rooms to another set of double doors at the end, and then into a plain white room. Other than all the surgical instruments that lay on a steel tray, the only thing that was different about the room was the vast number of windows. Even the ceiling had some windows in it. "The windows give us the most amount of light possible and make it easier to see what we're doing." Dr. Griffin must have seen him studying them. He approached and urged Wash to sit up before tugging the pillows from behind his back. "Today's a perfect day for your surgery because there's a light cloud cover that allows plenty of light but will prevent harsh shadows. Lay back." Wash forced his hands to lay relaxed by his sides, willing down the panic as he remembered the severe pain he'd been in after his last 2 surgeries. His breathing was fast and shallow, and the braces between the window panes wavered a little. Dr. Griffin rested a gentle hand on his shoulder. "It's all right. In just a moment, we'll give you a little cup to breathe into, and then the next thing you know, you'll be waking up." Yeah, he remembered that part. Across the room, Dr. Polson scrubbed his hands in a basin of water. Dr. Griffin joined him and did the same. Only a moment later, they returned to his side. Dr. Griffin stuffed a wad of white material in a cup-like contraption and then dripped several drops of a liquid from a glass vial through a little hole. "Ready?" he asked Dr. Polson. He nodded. Wash swallowed. Too late to back out now, even if he wanted to. Dr. Griffin smiled down at Wash. "Just breathe easy, Wash. You're in good hands." He placed the cup over Wash's mouth and nose, and the last thing Wash saw was Dr. Polson picking up one of the shiny metal knives. Several yards into the forest, Reagan swung down from his mount and motioned for Zane and Joe to do the same. Up to this point, they had been following the hurried retreat of whoever had taken that shot at Zoe. The man hadn't even been trying to hide his tracks, but here there was a fork in the path. A large boulder that had fallen to the base of the foothills forced either a trek to the east or west to skirt around it. And the trail had gone cold. Smart man. The 2 paths didn't merge again for several miles, not until the other side of Hunter's Knob. And there were any number of trails off each branch of the path where a man could make his escape. It was imperative that they choose correctly if they had a chance of capturing their quarry today. Reagan squatted and searched the path carefully for any sign of someone passing this way. Nothing. "See anything?" he whispered to Zane and Joe, who were both searching farther down each branch. They had to be careful and speak minimally here, as sound carried easily in these mountains, bouncing from rock to rock. Zane shook his head, but Joe lifted a hand and pointed to something on one side of the trail. Reagan motioned for Zane, and they both approached. "He's brushing his trail." Joe kept his voice as quiet as possible. And sure enough, there in the dust of the path lay a partially brushed-out footprint that had been missed in the man's hurry to hide it. Reagan clapped Joe on his shoulder and gave a nod. With a jut of his chin, he indicated that they ought to keep moving down this side of the branch. They'd only taken a few steps, however, when an uneasy premonition swept over him. He held up a fist for his men to stop. They both looked at him, brows raised. What better way to throw them off his trail than to manufacture a sloppy brush-out while actually doing a good job of covering the way you truly wanted to go? Was this man smart enough to try something like that? If only they had a little more information on him, They might know the answer to that. As of a few minutes ago, there had been no response to Reagan's telegram. Going out alone was a risk, but in this instance, it was one that had to be taken. He motioned for Joe and Zane to go ahead on the current path, and that he would take the other and meet them on the other side. Zane shook his head vehemently. "We stay together." The blaze of passion in his eyes had more to do with the fact that the marshal didn't want to have to return home to his wife and report that her son had been killed today, Reagan would bet. Well, he couldn't blame the man. Ma could be downright formidable when she wanted to be. He didn't want Zane going off without backup any more than Zane wanted him to, and neither would he risk Joe's life either. He pointed back to where the trail had been sloppily brushed out. That could be a setup to throw us off his trail. Joe and Zane exchanged a glance of understanding. Joe tilted his head. "True. You think he's that smart?" Reagan lifted his shoulder. "I don't know." Zane glanced around. "If you brush your trail, there's normally a branch that you toss aside, right? I mean, he's not going to drag it with him the whole way." "Right," Reagan said. "Okay, we go this way for a mile. If we haven't come across more prints or his rake, we double back and check the other way." They moved ahead at a trot, each of them searching the ground and the sides of the trail for evidence of someone walking the path recently. At the end of the mile, they'd found nothing. Hang it. Reagan could almost feel the man slipping through his grasp. "Double time, fellas." They turned and raced back the direction that they'd just come, with their horses trotting behind them. Reagan prayed they wouldn't be too late. Harland figured that his old trick must have worked to fool the lawmen. It had been at least 10 minutes since he'd heard them on his tail. He hurried forward with satisfaction. Simple solutions for simpletons. He tossed aside the branch that he'd been using to wipe his trail and took the smaller trail toward the west at a run. He had to get to the men in camp and get them moving out of the area. Once there, they would take a few days to rest up and let things simmer down, and then they'd be back. He burst through the brush that hedged in the canyon entrance where they'd made their camp and paused to prop his hands on his knees. Hooey! He needed to do more riding and less running, and that was certain. He only took a moment to catch his breath. "Pack up, men. We ride in 5 minutes." As usual, most of them were slow to respond, though Ted jumped up and went to work, saddling his mount and Harland's. Harland drew his pistol and aimed it at the head of the nearest man, still lounging against his saddle by the fire. "I said we pack up. Now." The man put his hands up and clambered awkwardly to his feet. All right, boss. Give a fella a few seconds to adjust to new information, would you?" Thankfully, all the others were moving now, too. Harland holstered his pistol. "When I give an order, you don't have to think. You just have to do." "Yes, boss." The man hefted his saddle into his arms and started toward his horse, which was picketed with the others near the canyon wall. Harland stormed toward Ted and quickly set to shoving his effects into his knapsack. Razor blade and piece of shiny metal, coffee cup, yesterday's shirt that he'd washed and left to dry on a nearby sage bush. "What happened?" Ted asked. He was cinching the last saddle into place. "Law's coming." That was all Harland was willing to say about the matter. Ted didn't need to know everything. When he'd left earlier, he'd instructed everyone to stay put. He'd hoped to have the whole Nolan situation in hand by the time he returned. Would have, too, if it hadn't been for that gal's snoopy pa. Reagan had begun to feel downright irritated by the time he reached the footprints on the other branch of the trail. They'd fallen too far behind. The man had a much longer head start now, and it would take some doing to find him. He wasn't brushing his trail anymore. They'd found his broom a way back. But despite that, the man was being careful about where he put his feet, and following a trail always took longer than making one. They needed to be moving faster or they were going to lose him. He'd been on foot, which meant he had to have a horse hiding back in these hills He was on foot. Zane and Joe pulled up and looked at him. That means he likely had a camp nearby, don't you think? Joe tilted his head. Seems likely. His eyes lit up. There's a nice box canyon up in the hills not too far from here. Had to stay there one time when I got caught out in a storm. Has a good overhang, plenty of fuel. It would sure make a good... Take us to it. Reagan motioned for Joe to lead the way. Reagan, are you sure? Zane always did like to do things methodically. Reagan looked at Joe and indicated the direction they'd been running. Is this the most logical way to get to that canyon? Joe nodded. Then I'm sure. We're already behind in the race. If he's there, we might catch up. But if not, well, I guess we can come right back here and start again. Let's go. Harland's men were idiots. Every last one of them. Well, maybe except for Ted. Several of them were still getting their saddlebags tied to their horses, and another couple were still cinching saddle straps. One was filling his canteen from the creek. He ought to just ride off and leave them. But if the law caught up to them, Harland had no doubt that every last one of them would testify that he'd been the one to burn the Nolan spread. Plenty of them had helped, but they'd still pin it on him. At least none of them knew he'd tried to kill the girl. Killing a woman wasn't something even his men would likely put up with. That was why he'd gone out alone. But now, if the law showed up and they heard about the shot, well, the timing would be a mite suspicious. Let's go, let's go, let's go, he yelled. That made a few of them give the appearance of some hustle. He grunted and slapped his reins into one palm. Ted, do you think I'm being foolish to want this property so bad? I mean, Gregory was a fool, and he did lose the property in a card game, and the Nolans bought the land fair and square from the gambler that won it. Ted didn't reply. He was a good listener. I just wanted to do it for Maisie, you know? She'll like it here. Ted glanced over at him. His brows notched up. For Maisie, boss? Yeah. Don't you think she'd like that land? Pretty rolling pastures, a nice little creek meandering through, headwaters of a creek no less. Good control over the rest of the spreads with that. I can just see Maisie sitting and rocking on that spacious front porch. Maybe I'll screen it in for her. Ted seemed intent on studying the pommel of his saddle. It is a right pretty little spread, that's certain. I'm sure she'd like it. In fact, why don't we ride out and fetch her right now? Harland shifted uneasily, but he couldn't quite pin down what had made him uneasy. Ted's words had been casual, and he certainly would like to bring Maisie out right away, but can't. He'd better not say more than that. Can't? Why not, boss? Ted searched his face. Harland busied himself with adjusting the saddlebags on the far side of his mount. Just can't, is all. Now stop pestering me with questions. Fortunately, Ted didn't comment further. Well, it made no never mind. The last man had just swung into his saddle, and they were ready to ride. Let's move, he called. Chapter 26. Reagan and his men had just reached the entrance of the boxed canyon when they heard a man's voice yell, Let's move! He motioned for Zane and Joe to take cover, one on either side of the path. Then he planted his own shoulder into a tree and leveled his rifle on the trail. If they timed this right, they'd have the outlaws surrounded before they knew what hit him. A group of 7 riders emerged from the boxed canyon. Only one of them had bushy white hair, long sideburns, and a red face. Reagan centered his sights on that man. Everybody put your hands up. We've got you surrounded." The group of riders pulled their mounts to a stop, and several hands shot into the air. The one who had to be White looked around in a panic. "Don't move, White. I've got a bead right on you, and I'm a good shot. I won't miss." "Neither will I." Reagan blinked. One of Harland's men, the one riding right behind him, had pulled a pistol and had it aimed at his boss's back. Reagan hadn't even seen the man move. Harland looked more shocked than any of the rest of them. "Ted, what are you doing?" He swore. "You no good, dirty, rotten traitor." "Sheriff," the man with the gun called, "I'd like to reach in my pocket and get my badge if you don't mind." "You keep still," Reagan snapped. It could be a trap to throw them off. "The rest of you, down on your bellies in the dust. Toss your weapons." The riders complied right away, but Harland remained on his horse. Intently, he searched the forest. His horse bobbed its head from the tension on the reins. He was going to run. "Harland, I won't tell you again," Reagan yelled. "Down on the ground." Harland didn't listen. "Ha!" He put his heels to his horse. It leapt over the nearest man in a long, clean arc. "Don't shoot him!" the man named Ted yelled. But it was too late. Reagan's bullet took Harland in the chest before his horse had even completed the jump. Harland tumbled out of the saddle, fell with a loud whoomp onto a patch of sagebrush, and clutched at his chest. "You shot me!" Blood spurted from his lips. Joe was already on the man and disarming him. Reagan swung his rifle toward Ted, who still hadn't dismounted. "I'm a Pinkerton agent. I'm not a threat," Ted yelled, raising his pistol toward the sky. "Please come check my badge because I need to ask that man some questions before he dies." Reagan motioned with his barrel. "Throw down your weapons." The man immediately complied. "He's suspected of killing his wife. I was hired to find him and figure out what happened to her and where she is." Remaining where he was, Reagan gave the man a nod. "Show Zane there your badge." Zane stepped from his cover and looked at the badge. "Looks bona fide, Reagan." Reagan felt himself relax. "All right." He tipped his head for the man to move toward White. "Ask your questions." His stomach turned. He hated that part of his job. Taking a life was never easy. Never got easier, either. He and Zane went to work tying the hands of each of the men on the ground as they listened to Ted's questions. He fell on his knees beside Harland. "Harland, it's me, Ted. Can you hear me?" "Ted, you've been a good friend," Harland sputtered. "Afraid you got me wrong, Harland. I was no friend. Now, I gotta tell you something. I've seen wounds like this, and you're not gonna make it. Within moments, you're gonna be standing before your maker, so I'm giving you this one chance to tell me what happened to Maisie." "Maisie dead." Ted hung his head. "What happened to her?" Harland clutched at his chest as a gurgling sound filled his throat. His focus blurred into the distance. Reagan looked down. But Ted wasn't ready to give up. He shook Harland's shoulder. "What happened to her, Harland?" Harland's gaze slowly returned to Ted's. "She was gonna leave me. Couldn't let her." "I know that. What did you do with her?" She's buried." Harland's eyes fell closed this time. "Where?" Ted clasped his hands behind his neck. "Where, Harland?" Harland made no response. Ted violently pounded his chest. "Where did you put her?" Harland's eyes jolted open with a gasp. "In barn." Ted fell into a sitting position, with his arms wrapped around his knees. He rocked a little. "In the barn.
Tears tracked down his cheeks. Reagan gripped the back of his neck. It seemed the man had more feelings about the death of this woman named Maisie than a mere Pinkerton would. But they could deal with that in a moment. He motioned for Joe to keep an eye on the Pinkerton and then strode to the other men. "Listen up. Someone just took a shot at a woman from my town." Every last one of them looked up in surprise, even the Pinkerton. "I need to know if it was any of you." All of them shook their heads. One of the men lying on the ground spoke. "We've all been together here in this box canyon since last night. Not one of us left except for Harland, and he just rode back into camp a few minutes ago, said the law was on his tail and we needed to ride outright smart." The Pinkerton and all the others nodded to concur. "What about the fire a few days ago?" Reagan asked. "How many of you helped him with that?" No one seemed to want to answer that question. "Even you?" Reagan pinned the agent with a glower. "I didn't know what he was doing until it was too late. I'd ridden to Clay Ellum for supplies and to send an update to my boss. When I returned, the spread was already ablaze and people were there putting out the fire. That being the case, I chose not to blow my cover." Reagan swung his hand in a let's round it up gesture. "Let's get everybody into town and we'll get all their stories straightened out." Zane yanked one of the men to his feet and held on to him until he had his balance. "We need a bigger jail." Reagan sighed. Mostly Wyldhaven was calm and peaceful with no need for even one jail cell, much less the two they had. But this was definitely going to tax their quarters, and that was certain. Thankfully, the judge was due through town next week. Zoe paced the waiting room from one end to the other, unable to remain in any of the seats for more than a few seconds. Her arm ached, but thankfully she'd been able to keep her injury from Wash. Across the room, Lincoln and Grant worked on a puzzle. It was a map of the United States glued to a board and then cut out along the state lines. She made a note that she ought to get several for her classroom. It was a great teaching tool. Hours passed. Dixie came in with a rolling cart laden with wonderful-smelling dishes, but Zoe couldn't bring herself to eat a bite. Washington's brothers, on the other hand, had no problem tearing into Dixie's pot roast and potatoes. Even Butch ate a hearty plate. Maud approached a few minutes later and pressed a teacup into Zoe's hands. "Try to at least drink something." "Thank you."
Zoe wrapped her cold hands around the warmth of the cup. Despite the wondrous sunshine outside, she was feeling chilled and on edge. Time seemed to stretch on interminably, and the sun had turned the sky into a soft shade of mauve before the doctors returned. Zoe leapt to her feet from the chair where she had been sitting near the window. A tight fist of apprehension knotted her stomach. Then Dr. Polson smiled. "The surgery went just about as perfectly as any surgery could go. There were indeed bone fragments in his knee joint, and I was also able to clean up and do some repair to the muscle that was damaged by the bullet." He shook his head. "I'm not sure what kind of surgeons the cavalry is hiring these days, but it looked to me like they should be butchers, not doctors." Butch stopped by Zoe's side. "So, you think he'll be in better shape now, Doc?" "I'm quite confident of it." Zoe's gaze zipped to Dr. Griffin. The soft gleam in his eyes reassured her even more. "Dr. Polson did all he could to repair the damage. It's too bad he couldn't have been the original surgeon. Wash would have been in much better shape from the start. But now we can move forward from here." Zoe sank back into her chair with relief, but popped right back up again.
"Where is he? Can I see him?"
The doctor smiled. "He's in one of the surgical recovery rooms. He's still asleep, but should wake up any moment now. You're welcome to sit by his side." Following Dr. Griffin's long strides, Zoe whisked down the hall and rushed into the room. Wash lay on a bed with a thin mattress.
his jaw slack and his head canted to one side, but he was inhaling and exhaling blessed deep breaths. His chest rose and fell, and he had a pulse. She checked. Suddenly her tears began to fall, and her legs trembled to the point that Dr. Griffin helped her into a chair. She covered her face with her hands.
Thank you, Jesus. Oh, thank you for bringing him through.
Charlotte lay in her bed the next morning with one hand resting gently on the flat of her stomach. Was Dr. Griffin right? Was a child really growing inside her? It filled her with such a thrill, and yet overwhelmed her with such a burden for the future as well. Would she be a good mother? She hoped that Isaiah would answer yes to that question, because she'd tried to be the best mother she could to him. That brought on another worry. Would Isaiah feel less loved? They hadn't intended to adopt, but the Lord had brought him to town, and it had simply seemed the right thing to do, the thing they'd wanted to do. And my, how she loved that boy. But would that change with a child of their own in the house? Her eyes fell closed.
Oh, Lord, I don't want Isaiah to feel spurned or rejected in any way because of this.
Reagan stirred beside her. He hadn't arrived home last evening until well past midnight. He'd fallen into bed and been snoring before she could even find the words to share their good news. Now, in the pre-dawn light that filtered through the curtains, she turned her head to watch her husband sleep. He lay on his stomach, his head facing her, and his chest rising and falling in a deep, even pattern. She eased to her side and tucked her hands beneath her cheek so she might get a better look at him. He was still as handsome as ever, though there were some crow's feet crinkling the corners of his eyes now. From his interactions with Isaiah, she knew he was going to be a wonderful father, already was a wonderful father. He opened his eyes and pressed up onto one elbow. He squinted toward the window and then looked back at her. "You're awake early." He rubbed his fingers and thumb across his eyelids. She smiled gently at him.
I am at that. I've been enjoying watching you sleep.
He quirked a brow at her. "I'm sure you've got better things to do than that. Busy day today?"
Not really.
Her heart thumped with an upbeat rhythm. He groaned and hung his head. "Wish I could say the same." He started to climb from beneath the covers.
Dr. Griffin wants me to stay in bed and rest for a few days.
She tucked her lower lip between her teeth to hold back a smile. He froze, turned so he could look at her. She couldn't quite read his expression in the dim light. Maybe he hadn't heard her.
I said, Dr. Griffin wants me to rest.
"I heard what you said, Charlie. Why does he want you to do that? Are you sick?" He leaned toward her and placed one hand to her forehead. She couldn't withhold a chuckle.
I am not sick.
He frowned, then settled back on the bed with his elbows propping him up. He studied her for a long moment, puzzling through their conversation, no doubt. "Charlie, are you saying what I think you're saying?" She was having too much fun dragging this out.
That depends. What is it you think I'm saying?
He leapt out of bed and quickly lit the bedside table lamp, and then he was right back by her side and pulling her into a sitting position. "Are we having a baby?" He curved his hands around her face. "Please, tell me we're having a baby." A sparkle of hope lit the blue of his eyes. Her laughter rose from the very heart of her as she looked up at him.
You, Sheriff Callahan, are going to be a daddy.
Reagan's whoop surely would have Isaiah knocking on their door at any moment to make sure they were all right. He wrapped her in a bear hug and swung her from side to side. After only a moment, he set her back and gripped her shoulders. A streak of moisture shimmered on his cheek in the light from the lamp. "When?"
Not until January sometime.
Reagan threw back his head with another whoop, and then he hauled her out of bed and danced her across the room and back. With her hands on his shoulders, she laughed and shushed him. "You'll wake Isaiah for certain." "Well, he needs to know that he's going to be a big brother." Charlotte lowered her eyes. She forced her concern past her lips.
Do you think we can love 2 children equally, Reagan?
He slowed. "Of course we can. Why?"
She brushed at a wrinkle in his nightshirt. It's just that I love that boy so much, and I don't ever want to love him any less. With a child of our own— She waved a hand. Not our own. I think of Isaiah as our own, too. A child of our seed, maybe, is a better way to put it. Well, do you worry that we'll begin to love that child more? Because I never want that to happen. It would crush me to know I'd hurt Isaiah in any way.
Reagan eased her back onto the edge of the bed and cupped her face once more. "The wonderful thing about love, Charlie, is that it's an emotion that never runs out. No matter how many souls we have in our lives to lavish it on, there's never a short supply." She worried her lip with a frown. She supposed he was right about that, though she'd never quite thought of it in that way before. Reagan bent and settled a kiss against her forehead. "The very fact that you're concerned about it means that everything is going to be fine, Charlie. Isaiah will be thrilled, and our love for him will remain steady even as it expands for this other little person, too." She felt the tension in her shoulders ease.
Yes, I think you're right, but it relieves my mind to hear you say so.
Reagan suddenly straightened. "Doc has you on bed rest?" He tossed a horrified glance to where he'd just swung her around their room. "And I've just been dancing you all over the place." Charlotte reached out to gather both of his hands into her own.
It's fine. I've just been having some lightheadedness, and Doc said that can be common in the early days. I'm simply to monitor myself, and if I feel too tired, I'm to lie down and rest.
"Have you been nauseated?"
She shook her head. Not even a little. Only the small moments of dizziness, and they always pass quickly.
He stepped back from her then and danced around the room like a pugilist, punching his fists through the air. "I'm going to be a father." She laughed as she watched him until he once more spun into the space in front of her. He looked down with chest heaving and eyes gleaming. "Get dressed, Charlie. We have to wake Isaiah right now." Charlotte tilted him a look and pointed his attention to the clock.
It's not even 5 yet. Why don't you come back to bed and try to sleep for another hour before we share the good news?
Reagan's shoulders slumped, but he did snuff the lamp and then crawl back onto the bed beside her. He leaned against the headboard and pulled her into his arms, and Charlotte relished the steady beat of his heart rapping out a tattoo beneath her ear. Reagan rubbed her back and kissed her head, and Charlotte's eyes drooped closed as the surety of his love wooed her back to slumber. Chapter 27. Wash woke in the comfort of his own bed. A soft sunbeam streamed through the bedroom window, warming his feet beneath the down tick. He stirred, stretched. Beside him, movement drew his attention. He looked over to see Zoe standing beside the bed, smiling down at him.
Good morning.
She folded her hands before her.
How are you feeling today?
He lifted his leg and assessed it carefully. This was the 10th morning after his surgery, and until today he had continued to quash the hope that the surgery really had made a difference in his pain levels. But even on the first day after the surgery, he had been amazed at how much better he'd felt. He had chalked it up to the fact that he wasn't putting any weight on it yet. However, the next day, Dr. Polson had come out to the house and encouraged him to take a few steps. There had been pain, of course, but it had been dull and tolerable, not the sharp flames that he had lived with each time he took a step for the past year. Hope for the future had flared. He had again quickly banished it. But then yesterday, he had felt even better. And he'd been able to navigate the entire length of the hallway and living room and back again to his bed. He had almost cried tears of joy at the ease with which he'd accomplished it. Thankfully, he had managed to restrain himself. Now, he looked up at Zoe with a smile. I still feel weak as a newborn foal, but I'm amazed at how little pain I'm feeling. Well, Dr. Polson said it would take some time for you to regain the strength you've lost in that part of your leg over the past year, so that is to be expected. I'm just so relieved to see you recovering so well. Now, if you want to sit up, she hefted a pillow from the bed beside him. I'll bring you a tray of breakfast. For the first time, he let optimism over the future take control. It would take work to recover his strength, yes, but he'd never been one to shy away from hard work. What had discouraged him for so long was the impossible agony. Even if he continued to have this level of pain in his leg for the rest of his life, it felt manageable. And for the first time, he dared to let himself believe that he'd be able to provide for Zoe and a family in some way. He might not be sure what that way was yet, but the mere possibility of it raised his spirits. As he watched her lean close to tuck the pillow behind him, breakfast was the last thing on his mind. He waited until she'd stretched past him for another pillow. Then, while she was already off balance, he hooked one hand around her waist and tugged her down onto the bed beside him. "Oh!" she squeaked as she fell across his chest. He grinned at her. "And what if I'm not ready for breakfast yet?" Her cheeks flamed, and she lowered her attention to where her hand had propped against his chest. "Everyone's awake. The doctor'll be here any minute." "Let him wait." She pulled in a measured breath, lifted her gaze to his, and Wash felt his pulse ramp up. This woman, this beautiful soul, was his for the rest of time. He would cherish her and forever be grateful that the Lord had seen fit to give a fool such a treasure. "I love you, Zoe." She rolled her lips together. Tears of happiness gathered in her eyes as they searched his. "I love you too." He leaned toward her, brushed her soft lips with his own. Her eyelashes fell against her cheeks as she offered her mouth in a sweet surrender. He slid his hand further behind her back, drawing her nearer, and when she settled her hands on either side of his face, he swept his hands to her arms to urge her to hold him tighter. She gave a little gasp. He jolted back to assess how he might have hurt her. "Sorry. Are you okay?" Yes, I'm fine." She smoothed her hands against his nightshirt. His eyes narrowed. "What is it?" "It's nothing." A knock sounded on the door. "Wash?" Pa called. "Doc's here." Wash growled in good-natured irritation. Blast Polson's punctuality. Zoe scrambled from the bed, tucking in her blouse and smoothing her skirts. He lowered his voice and winked at her. "We could just ignore the door and pretend we aren't here." With a pointed look that said he ought to behave, she stepped over to open the door. "Good morning, Dr. Polson. Please, come in." She moved out of the man's way. He strode in and set his bag on the table inside the door. "And how are you feeling this morning?" "Feeling fine." Wash angled his eyes toward his wife. "Zoe was just bringing me breakfast." He liked the way her cheeks flushed prettily. Good. Glad to hear it. I'm very pleased with your recovery so far. Off with the bandages, if you please." Wash withdrew his leg from beneath the tick and set to unwrapping his bandages. "The sutures have been itching some. Is that normal?" Doc nodded.
Perfectly. In fact, it's a good sign of healing.
He bent over the incision.
Wonderful. I don't see any signs of infection, and everything seems to be healing up as expected. Very good.
He pressed gently against the stitches.
Any pain?
Wash shook his head.
Not really. Good. And here?
He pressed again. Wash shook his head.
Marvelous. Let me get you a clean wrap.
Polson stepped to his bag and withdrew a bandage. As he turned back toward the bed, he gave Zoe a look.
And how about you? How was your arm today?
Zoe cast Wash a bit of a wary, wide-eyed glance.
And your leg? I haven't had a chance to ask about that till now.
If possible, Zoe's eyes grew even wider. I'm fine, Doctor. Nothing to worry about.
What's wrong with you?
Concern tightened Wash's chest. Zoe tossed the doctor a bit of an irritated glance before turning a smile on Wash. Nothing is wrong with me. Let's just concentrate on you. You're the patient here. The doctor bent over him and began to wrap the clean bandage, blocking his view of his wife. Wash leaned to the side to maintain eye contact.
What aren't you telling me?
Nothing. If you'll excuse me, I'll let Dr. Polson finish up here and go help Maud in the kitchen. Then I have to be off to the school. I'll see you this evening. She breezed from the room, but there was a telltale wash of red creeping up her neck. Right. He'd forgotten momentarily that this was her first day back to work. She'd given her students an extra week off so that she could remain home to care for him, but today she would return to teaching. Wash pinned the doctor with a look.
What is she not telling me?
Dr. Polson winced ruefully.
I didn't realize that she wouldn't have mentioned any of it to you. I apologize. I didn't mean to step into the middle of something. Into the middle of what, Doc?
Dr. Polson sighed.
If you'll forgive me, Mr. Nolan, I think that should be between you and your wife.
He finished tying off the bandage.
Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to have you take a longer walk today. So, up.
Heaving a sigh, Wash stood and, with the doctor's help, dressed and donned his boots. For 30 minutes, the doctor had him walking all around the house, up and down the porch steps, and across the yard even. Through it all, Wash was amazed at how wonderful it felt to be able to walk with so little discomfort. He concentrated on all the doctor's instructions, doing the exercises as commanded. During the whole ordeal, he couldn't wait for the doctor to leave so that he could find Zoe, because he needed to talk to his wife. However, by the time Dr. Polson left, Zoe had already gone to the schoolhouse. Well, he would just have to figure out a way to get into town, because he wasn't waiting until this evening. She owed him some explanations. It took Zoe all morning to get the kids settled into even a resemblance of industriousness. First, she had the little ones sweep, while the older ones dusted cobwebs, washed windows and chalkboards, and blacked the stove. She maintained that a clean environment was the best aid to learning, and was satisfied with the job her students performed on this gloriously sunny Monday morning. Now, each of the students had been rewarded with a whole hour for reading. Zoe ought to be doing some lesson prep for the rest of the week, but her mind wandered. She felt light and free and wholly hopeful for the future. But she was also discouraged and weary. Exhaustion seemed rooted deep in her bones. The judge had arrived, and the trials had taken place over the past few days, and poor Mrs. Hines had been a ruin of weepiness every time Zoe had caught a glimpse of her recently. Poor Jerry had been sentenced to 10 years for his part in the cheating scheme. Zoe could still hardly believe that the man had been stealing from all of them for months now. How had he been able to look them in the eyes? Mrs. Nolan had left town before the trials had even started, taking little red-haired Carmen and her other children with her. and Zoe had no doubt that part of her fatigue was over the fact that she was going to miss that sweet little girl sitting in the front row each week and asking questions with her dear lisp. Zoe couldn't imagine leaving a town while her husband was jailed and waiting for a trial, but it had come to light that apparently this wasn't the first time Mr. Olin had been in jail, and she was thankful that Carmen hadn't been around to see her papa sentenced to 15 years, part of which had been because of his attempted murder of Jerry to cover his tracks. With her elbows propped on her desk, Zoe shuddered. Imagine, all these years their banker had been a crook, and none of them had known it. On top of that, he'd convinced a formerly upstanding citizen to cheat and steal. That also disheartened her. Though she hadn't attended any of the trial because she'd been home taking care of Wash, she'd heard that Kin had been a wonder in his role as prosecutor in each case. Even Harvey's men had each received 5 years for their part in burning the Nolan spread. Her gaze settled on poor David Hines, seated in the back row of the school. He was supposed to be reading, but was instead staring out the window, and Zoe couldn't bring herself to chastise him for it. So far, Priscilla had remained in town, but Zoe couldn't help but feel a burden over wondering what would happen to David if, likely when, his stepmother decided to leave. He wasn't Priscilla's son. Would she care for David? Or just skip town, leaving him behind? She obviously wasn't qualified to run the mercantile on her own. Zoe prayed the woman would do right by the boy. She also prayed that David wouldn't lose touch with his father completely. Despite all the man had done, she hoped he would come out of jail a better man for his punishment. "Hello, Mrs. Nolan?" Lincoln's voice pulled her from her reverie. Zoe bit back a smile at the sheepish look on his face as he waved for her attention. "Yes, Link? May we please be dismissed for the lunch hour, Mrs. Nolan?" His face flushed, but there was a bit of pride shining in his eyes to have her sharing his own last name now. Zoe glanced at the clock. Her brows shot up. "Oh, my. Yes, my apologies, children. You may be dismissed for lunch. And since I'm 15 minutes late in letting you go, you may have an extra 15 minutes on the other end of the hour. Be back at 1:15. Some of her students would hurry to their houses in town to eat, while others who lived farther away would remain in the schoolyard to eat and play. The schoolhouse soon emptied, and Zoe opened her desk drawer to fetch her own lunch. Her shoulders fell. She'd forgotten her lunch pail on the counter in the Nolan's kitchen this morning in her haste to escape before Wash pestered her with too many questions. She was thankful that he'd had a couple days to recover from his surgery and that his healing was going so well, but she'd wanted him to have a few more days before burdening him with the knowledge that she'd almost been killed. And since the bruise on her leg was almost healed now, she'd hoped never to have to mention that particular injury to him. Well, no matter. She'd passed days before without having a lunch, and she would survive this one, too. She decided to take a little break in the sunshine. She stepped out the schoolhouse door and paused on the bank of the creek. The path stretched before her, but she couldn't seem to make herself move. The creek rushed by like an army on a warpath. It filled her with trepidation simply to stand here, but determined to overcome the fear, she forced herself to remain where she was. It was just Wyldhaven Creek, simply water burbling over stones, nothing more. But the sound of it ramped up her pulse and made a thin sheen of sweat break out on her forehead. She drew in the calming scent of the nature all around her, willed her pulse to settle. The Lord had protected her, and she didn't want Wyldhaven Creek to forever hold terrifying memories. It did help to know that the man who'd taken that shot at her would never be able to do so again, even though it was a weight upon her to know that he'd been killed. The sheriff had said it wasn't her fault, and that her getting shot at had helped them track the man down in the first place. So she tried to be grateful for the way the Lord had worked things out, but it still weighed on her. "Zoe?" Wash spoke from behind her. She spun to face him, her eyes tearing up at just the wonderful sight of him there. He was dressed in a brown suit coat and tan slacks, looking kempt and handsome as he always used to. She could see the shape of the bandage around his knee and calf beneath his trousers, and he still had a cane in his hand, but his face looked rested and at ease, something that had been missing from his countenance, she realized, since he'd returned home. He lifted her lunch pail. "You forgot this. Jackson was headed to the mill and gave me a ride." She smiled. "My knight in shining armor. I was just lamenting that I'd have to go hungry till this evening." She motioned to the grassy bank. Knowing Maud, she packed enough for two. "Join me?" "Don't mind if I do." He settled on the grass beside her, but before handing her the pail, he looked over at her. "You, Mrs. Nolan, have been keeping things from me, it seems." He propped one hand on the grass behind her and leaned close until his shoulder touched hers. She hung her head and plucked a blade of grass. The creek still marched militantly. "Nothing so important as your recovery." He propped his chin on her shoulder, and when he spoke, his breath was warm on her cheek. "Zoe, nothing is more important to me than you, but no one will tell me what happened, so please put my mind at ease. Are you okay?" "Yes." She tilted her head against his. "I'm fine, honestly." He eased back and touched her chin so that she would look at him. "Good. Please tell me what happened. Start with your leg." She worried her lower lip with her teeth. So much for keeping that from him. "When we fell after the wedding, I whacked my leg on a pew, I think." He winced. "And nothing was broken?" "No. Dr. Polson checked it that very afternoon, right before we learned about the fire." Wash sighed, dropped his chin against his chest. "I wish you felt you could confide in me." This time it was her turn to touch his cheek to get his attention. "I do feel that I can confide in you, but I also wanted everyone to concentrate on you and your healing. My injuries are superficial." She batted her hand through the air. His eyes narrowed. "My injuries? Dr. Polson also mentioned your arm. What happened to it?" "Well," she cleared her throat. "I went for a walk before your surgery, just to clear my head a little, and I'm all right, and the situation's been taken care of, so there's nothing to worry about." "Zoe." She pushed a tremulous breath through her lips. "That man, Harlan White, took a shot at me." Wash stiffened. "He what?" Zoe angled toward him. "Wash, it was the craziest thing, but the Lord really protected me. I stepped on a stone, and it rolled beneath my boot. I threw my hands up like this to catch my balance as I was falling backward, and the shot just clipped the underside of my arm here." His eyes fell closed. "Dr. Griffin looked at it and said it might leave a scar, but that it'll heal up just fine." His head tilted toward hers, and he pressed a gentle kiss to her shoulder. "We really have had a tumultuous start to our marriage, haven't we?" Zoe laughed. "You could say that again." For a long moment they sat in silence, and then Wash draped his arm around her shoulders and drew her close. He spoke softly, his voice warm and sure. "The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Such peace washed over Zoe in that moment that her eyes filled with tears. The sound of Wyldhaven Creek seemed to transition from a rushing torrent to a soft, soothing song of contentment. Her thrumming pulse eased into a steady rhythm, and the tightness in her chest immediately relaxed. Thank you for that reminder. I'm ready for some green pastures and still waters. Me too. Wash pressed a kiss against her temple. God has our future firmly in his hands, though. I don't know exactly what it'll look like. We might have more trials to face, but I know we can trust the one who does know. I do too. Zoe could have quite contentedly spent the rest of the afternoon right there with her husband by her side, but she had students to teach and a rumbling stomach. Now, what about that lunch? Wash grinned at her. Oh, you thought I was serious? This is just an old tin bucket I found on my way here. She laughed. It is not. That scratch has been on my pail for I don't know how many years. She reached for it, but Wash playfully snatched it from her grasp. And as he teased and flirted, Zoe suddenly realized that she hadn't felt this level of contentment since Wash had quit writing to her all those months ago. He finally relented, but only because he was hungry himself, he proclaimed. And as she took a bite of her sandwich, she closed her eyes and angled her face toward the sky. Thank you, dear Father, for all that you've done for me, for us, despite my tendency to rush ahead and try to take things into my own hands. Keep leading and guiding us, and please provide a job for Wash that won't be too taxing on his leg. She felt Wash's gaze warming her face. When she glanced over at him, he gave her a wink. This is nice, sitting here, sharing lunch with my best friend again. I've missed you, Zoe. I didn't realize how much until you showed up on my porch with your valise in your hand. She smiled. So, no regrets? He shook his head. Never. He leaned close, and after a surreptitious glance to make sure no children were in sight, he gave her another wink and a lingering kiss. She could get used to lunches like this. She really could. After a moment, she eased back. I think I might have to forget my lunch pail more often now. He laughed, pressed one hand to his chest, and gave a mock bow. I will always be happy to come to your rescue, my lady. A movement along the path by the creek drew their attention. Zoe's brows shot up. It was Talby walking their way, but he wasn't alone. Beside him was the short, blonde woman that she knew to be Mr. Heath's great-niece. Zoe's smile stretched her cheeks for a moment, but then she noticed that they were both very serious. The girl kept her face lowered. He paused before them, a somber sorrow filling his eyes. Good afternoon. Wash stood and helped Zoe to her feet, then offered his hand to Talby. Afternoon. Talby motioned to the woman. This is Anja Johansson. Zoe nodded. What's wrong? Talby glanced at the woman for a moment, but she couldn't seem to rally herself. I am afraid it is bad news that we carry. Not again. Zoe scooted closer to Wash and felt her tension ease slightly when he slipped his hand around hers.
Oh?
It is Mr. Heath, you see.
Wash and Zoe remained quiet.
I am afraid that he has passed away during the night.
Oh, no.
Zoe covered her mouth. She fixed her attention on the woman.
I'm so very sorry for your loss. For all our loss.
Yes, so very sorry, Wash added. Anja plucked a tall blade of grass and shredded it in her fingers.
Thank you.
Talby shifted, and it was the way he set his big, broad hand so tenderly on Anja's shoulder that filled Zoe's heart with relief and a hope for his future. It appeared that she hadn't broken Talby's heart too badly, after all. Talby dropped his hand and clasped it behind his back.
We have been asked by Sheriff Reagan to inform everyone that there will be a funeral followed by a town council meeting in the morning at the church. He regrets to pair them so closely, but since all will be in town, it only makes sense to this business take care of all at once, and Anja has agreed. He asks that you come if you can. Also, some work to save us. Would you be able to this news tell to your families?
Wash dipped his chin in agreement.
Of course, miss.
He swept a gesture to include Zoe in his next words.
Please let us know if there's any way we can be of help.
She dipped her knees in a curtsy and thanked them again. As she and Talby moved on down the path, Zoe rested her hand on Wash's arm. I'd best return to the classroom. Looks like the children will be getting another day off so that we can attend. What is this going to mean for us as a town, do you think? Wash patted her hand.
We'll be fine. There'll be a period of adjustment, and I'll wager we'll need to elect a mayor now to do all the things that Mr. Heath has done through the years, but we'll be fine.
He leaned down and gave her a quick peck on the cheek.
Zoe?
Yes?
Thank you for choosing me, even when I was so unchoosable.
Seeing Talby again must have stirred up this conversation. She smiled. I will choose you for always, Wash.
Lucky me. See you at home tonight?
She nodded. And as she watched him walk away, she was filled with the certainty that he was right. Despite the town's loss, they would be all right. The people of Wyldhaven had proven that they were not daunted by trials. Chapter 28. The church was packed the next day when Wash and Zoe arrived with the Nolan family. They made their way inside, and Zoe marveled at how well Wash was getting around, despite being only 11 days post-surgery. She was afraid he might be overdoing it, but Dr. Polson had said that as long as he continued to use his cane and stopped walking when he felt pain, that he should be fine. It felt a bit odd when there wasn't enough room on the Nolan pew for her. Even more odd when Wash motioned for her to lead the way onto the bench where the Olens had normally sat on the right side of the church, just in front of the carver's bench. Zoe did a double take when she saw her sister sitting next to Kane. Zoe had been preoccupied with nursing Wash and with lesson planning, and now realized that too many days had slipped by since she'd heard the news about their engagement. Belle didn't seem perturbed, however. She grinned bigger than Jinx at milking time and held up her left hand so Zoe could see the gold band on her finger. Zoe thought it was sweet that Kane had offered Belle that symbolic gesture, even though it wasn't very common for people of their set to do so. She reached for her sister's hand and examined the intricate vine that was inscribed into the metal. It's beautiful. I'm sorry I haven't stopped by. Wash reached past Zoe to offer Kane his hand.
Bully for you.
Thank you. Kane beamed. Zoe offered Kane a grin. Welcome to the family. He settled a hand against Belle's back.
Wouldn't want to be a part of any other.
Belle leaned back and snuggled into the crook of Kane's arm. Did you hear about the trials? Yes.
At least bits and pieces. Enough.
Zoe waved a hand.
I'm honestly glad that the judge was already scheduled to be here last week. Oh, yes, me too. Papa says that Mrs. Hines is putting the mercantile up for sale.
Zoe felt her insides crumble a little for poor David. She really hoped that Priscilla would take good care of him. Kane jostled Belle with his hand. "Don't gossip, Belle." He gave her a squeeze to take the sting out of the words. Her sister looked over at her intended.
How's it gossip if it's true?
Beside Zoe, Wash made a sound that let her know he was fighting a laugh. Kane gave Belle a pointed look, and Zoe felt her cheeks bunch. It seemed that Belle had finally met her match in Kane Carver. His voice was even and gentle when he replied, "Even if it's not gossip per se, it's best to leave people's business to them and not spread conjecture. I think that's how we would want to be treated." Belle flounced a little and adjusted her skirts.
Well, I guess that's true enough. There is a scripture about that, isn't there?
Kane's mouth quirked. "There is, yes."
If I could have everyone's attention. Sheriff Callahan's voice rose from the front of the room.
Zoe gave her sister and Kane a little wave of farewell, then turned to face the front. Movement on the other side of Wash caught her attention, and she glanced over to see Kin sliding onto their bench, behind a man in a very fine double-breasted dress jacket. The man undid a couple of the buttons as Kin leaned past him to speak to Wash.
"Wash, this here is Mr. Royce of Royce Lumber Industries," he whispered.
Wash sat straighter and immediately thrust out his hand.
"Sir, it's very good to meet you."
Zoe felt her breath hitch. This must be the rich patron. Sheriff Reagan was still speaking from the front of the room, but she was completely intent on the conversation happening beside her. Mr. Royce leaned closer to Wash.
"Might we find time to speak after this meeting concludes?"
"Of course,"
Wash agreed. With that, both men turned their attention to the front of the room, and Zoe followed suit, even if her curiosity was burning.
And now, Sheriff Reagan was saying, I'll turn you over to Parson Clay.
Parson Clay rose somberly. He eulogized Mr. Heath and talked about how they likely wouldn't even be here if it weren't for his founding of Wyldhaven. He read some scriptures and made a crack about Mr. Heath dancing around the throne in heaven. Likely all the angels had to duck his cane when he tossed it. Zoe laughed along with the other congregants. Her gaze landed on Anja, who sat all alone on the front pew, smiling and wiping the tears that streaked her cheeks. Her heart went out to the woman. What would she do now that her uncle was gone? Had he left her anything? After a few more comments, and a time of urging those gathered to be ready when their time came to meet their Maker, as Mr. Heath had been, Parson Clay instructed that everyone should step outside for the burial. After that, we'll give everyone a 15-minute break, and then ask that you meet back here to discuss some recent events and needs of our town. Everyone waited for Anja to depart the church first, and it did Zoe's heart so much good to see Talby slip out of the back row and swing into step right behind her. It made her happy. She only hoped they could work things out. Wash gripped her hand, and they followed the flow of traffic out to the graveyard on the far side of the church property. Sheriff Reagan, Deputy Joe, Marshal Holloway, and Dr. Griffin carried Mr. Heath's coffin to the hole that someone had already dug. With Kin, Jackson, Ewan, and Mr. King helping, they carefully settled the box onto the ropes and then lowered it into the hole. As the parson spoke, Wash tugged Zoe closer to his side and dropped a kiss against her temple, and she had no doubt that he was envisioning that he might have needed to stand through a similar ceremony if Harlan White's shot had taken her down as intended. A shiver worked through her. She closed her eyes and sent up a prayer of thanks for the Lord's protection. After Parson Clay closed in prayer, and Anja had dropped in a handful of dirt, several men set to work with shovels to fill the hole, and people separated into groups to visit. Mr. Royce motioned that he would like to step to one side, and they all moved to the shade near the wagons, with Kin following. Zoe followed, and as they approached the place where Mrs. Hines stood beside David, Zoe saw Talby and Anja stop in front of her.
"Mrs. Hines,"
Talby said in his steady, deep voice,
"it is very sorry we are for your troubles. I think in this I can help."
"Oh?" Priscilla wrapped one arm around David's shoulders, drawing him nearer. And that gesture softened Zoe's heart toward the woman tenfold. She didn't have to worry about David. He was going to be taken care of. She suddenly knew it without doubt. They were abreast of the group now, and Talby continued,
"The mercantile I would like to buy, and Anja here in town will stay, and the sales she will manage."
Zoe smiled as she passed. The last glimpse she got was of Mrs. Hines' eyes filling with tears of gratitude. As they moved on past, she heard the woman say, "Oh, my, that is such a relief, Mr. Ackland, such a relief. David and I are going to move to Tacoma so we can be near to the prison and visit Jerry as often as we can, and—" Her voice faded away as clusters of congregants separated Zoe from the conversation, but she'd heard enough to have her heart eased. Anja would have work, Talby would still have her nearby, and the Hines family would have trials, but hopefully they would come out the other side the stronger for it. Of all the crazy things, Zoe realized that she would miss Mrs. Hines's strident personality, and that was something she never thought she would say. When they had reached the relative privacy of the space next to the Nolan's buckboard, the newcomer turned to Wash and stretched out his hand again.
"I'm sorry that we haven't had the chance to meet in person until now. I'm very sorry for the severe injury my son caused."
"Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. But as you can see, I'm doing so much better now after a recent surgery."
"The cavalry never offered you a surgeon?"
Wash and Kin exchanged glances, and Zoe concentrated on her fingers. How much easier things would have been for Wash if the surgeons had been adequately trained. "Two, sir. Unfortunately, it wasn't until this third surgery from our surgeon here in Wyldhaven that I've found a great measure of relief from the pain."
"I'm very sorry to hear that."
The man's feet shuffled, drawing Zoe's attention to the high gloss of his shined black shoes.
"As you might surmise from my arrival, Mr. Davis here tracked me down. He says that you haven't been receiving any of my recent payments."
Wash hung his head and gripped the back of his neck. "No, sir, but I don't want you to feel like you have to—"
"Nonsense!"
Mr. Royce cut him off.
"Of course it is right that I help you, since it was partially my fault that, well—"
He brushed away that line of conversation.
"I'm happy to help. In fact, I insist upon it. And you'll be happy to know that we've spoken with the sheriff on this matter, and he investigated the issue. It seems that this banker, Mr. Nolan, was indeed receiving my transfers, but was putting them into one of his own accounts instead of into yours."
Zoe's jaw dropped. Of all the cheek! Stealing was bad enough, but to steal from a man who had gone off to fight for his country and come home wounded? Why, that just about made Zoe's blood boil.
"Rest assured that I kept a careful accounting, and we'll get you every penny that I've sent."
Wash scuffed his cane through the dirt. "Thank you, sir. That will be very helpful to my family at this time." The man nodded.
"I heard about the fires. Sounds like you've had a rough go of it."
Wash smiled. "It's been a bit of a month, yes, sir." Kin clapped Wash on his shoulder. "I'm working with the sheriff and Mr. Royce here to make sure we get everything sorted,
I'll let you know as soon as the money's in your account."
Zoe's brow crimped. "Will we even have a bank in town after today?"
Kin cast an auspicious glance at Mr. Royce, but made no reply. Mr. Royce got a bit of a twinkle around his eyes. He looked at Wash.
Kin said you are right good with numbers?
Wash frowned, even as he waggled his head from side to side.
Kin offered, "He's just being modest. He was top of our class. Even beat out Zoe here, and she's a teacher now."
Zoe rolled her eyes.
"Hey, we tied a time or two, as I recall."
Mr. Royce chuckled, as she'd hoped he would, but his gaze was still on Wash. Zoe felt all jittery inside. Was the man going to do what she thought he was?
"Not sure if you've heard," Mr. Royce said, "but the bank was put up for sale immediately upon Mr. Nolan's conviction."
He waited a beat.
"I purchased it."
Wash's head snapped up, and Zoe pressed her fingertips to her lips when she caught sight of the light of hope shining in Wash's eyes. Kin gave her a wink from across the circle. Wash seemed to be holding his breath. Mr. Royce pulled a face.
"The only problem is that I don't really want to move to Wyldhaven to run this new purchase of mine, so I'm looking for someone to do that for me."
Wash remained perfectly still, continuing to wait.
"I looked into your service record, Mr. Nolan, and since I arrived in town a few days ago, I've been asking around about you. Both your record and the word of people who've known you all your life make me certain that I won't regret my offer. I would like for you to run the bank here in town, if you want to."
Wash seemed frozen, but the light of hope from his eyes had expanded to ease his posture.
"Don't get me wrong, Mr. Royce, sir. I would love to do that. It would, in fact, answer several of my prayers. However, I have no experience in running a bank."
The man waved a hand.
"After you've recovered sufficiently, I would like you to spend 2 weeks at my Seattle branch. We'll train you and try to answer all of your questions, and after that, you can wire any time if you need answers. One of the perks of modern technology."
Wash was suddenly grinning from ear to ear. He stretched out a hand.
"Well now, that sounds right fine."
"Wonderful."
Mr. Royce pumped his hand heartily.
"How does $200 a month sound?"
Zoe barely managed to restrain a gasp. Why, that was more than twice what she'd expected the salary to be. Mr. Royce waved a hand.
"Just to start, after we get you trained, we'll raise your salary commensurate to your skills and the position."
Sheriff Reagan started ringing the church bell to call everyone into the town meeting. Wash was shaking his head in awe.
"That sounds fine, sir. More than fine."
"Good. Good. I'm very happy this all worked out. I know you won't let me down. Well," he glanced toward the church, "I'd better let you all get to your town meeting, and I have a train to catch. Take time to recover, and let's have you start at the bank in, say, 3 weeks. That will be the first of the month. It will also allow me to get everything set up. The new sign hung, the vault's lock changed, that sort of thing."
"That sounds fine, sir."
"Good."
The man gave a firm nod.
"Now, there's one patron of the bank that I'd like to meet in person, since he had such a large account. I wonder if you can point me in the direction of a Mr. Isaiah Coleman?"
When they all three chuckled, Mr. Royce frowned. Kin pointed to where Isaiah was playing catch with several other of the town's boys.
"That, sir, is Mr. Isaiah Coleman."
Mr. Royce's brows shot up, and then he began to laugh.
"Well, I'll be."
He lifted a hand in farewell and strode across the yard.
Zoe watched as he approached Isaiah and spoke to him. Isaiah immediately doffed his cap, tucked his baseball glove beneath his arm, and thrust out his hand. She felt someone studying her and turned to find Wash studying her.
So, what do you think?
I think I'm about to explode with the excitement of it all. But I mostly want you to be happy. Do you think you would enjoy such work?
He turned his gaze to where Mr. Royce still talked with Isaiah.
It wasn't what I planned for my life, but I've always loved working with numbers, as you know. Pa used to have me do the books for the spread.
He frowned.
But that was before I left for the cavalry. I haven't been helping him much recently.
Zoe looped her arm through his and looked up at him.
But that was then, and this is now. We can only go forward.
He dipped his gaze to hers.
I'm happy to go forward with you by my side. And I do think I'll enjoy the work. It's a huge relief, honestly. If my leg pains me too much, I'll be able to sit down for some of the time.
Seeing that Kin had stepped away to join Cora entering the church, Zoe settled her chin on her husband's shoulder.
And the salary certainly is nice, so perhaps we could revisit the conversation about having children?
Wash turned and settled his hands at her waist, tugging her closer.
I've been meaning to talk to you about that.
He pumped his brows, and his focus slipped to her lips. With her arms draped behind his neck, Zoe tilted him a coy look.
Oh, have you now?
I have indeed, Mrs.
A loud commotion drew their startled attention toward the church steps.
Nolan.
Wash finished.
Speaking of children.
He grinned. Zoe beamed too. For Parson Clay had hold of Aurora's arm as he helped her down the church steps, and she was walking gingerly with both hands curved around her stomach. Dr. Griffin had his bag in hand and was hot on their heels. Parson Clay looked pale as a sheet.
Just a little way to the house, Rory. Just a little way.
He scuttled ahead and then rushed back to her side so fast that he had to clap a hand to his hat to keep it on his head.
Do you need me to carry you?
Aurora pegged him with a glower and transferred one of her hands to her lower back. She froze with a wince and breathed sharply for a moment, and then seemed able to gather herself. She started along the path toward the parsonage again.
I'm having a baby, Preston. I'm not dying. I'm fully capable of walking. Please.
She motioned him toward the house.
Just get the water on like Dr. Griffin asked.
From behind the couple, Dr. Griffin looked over at them with a huge grin and a wink. Wash's hand rubbed a warm circle against her back.
Promise you'll talk nicer to me when our time comes?
Zoe laughed.
I make no promises. You know how temperamental redheads can be.
He chuckled and lowered his head toward her.
Now, where were we?
Zoe's vision was suddenly blurred with tears. After so many months of struggle, the Lord truly had led them to green pastures and still waters, and she felt like her cup of hope for the future was suddenly running over with possibilities. This has been an unabridged production of Beside Still Waters by Lynnette Bonner. Text copyright 2023 by Lynnette Bonner. Production copyright 2024 by Lynnette Bonner. Read by Amy Lilly, directed and engineered by Adam Hassel. If you've enjoyed this audio production, please look for the complete Wyldhaven series. It can be found on Amazon, iTunes, and Audible.